your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, welcome back, folks. It's good to be back here once again with the Res Regional here, brought to you by Relog Media and, of course, T-Panda and Kips. We're going to be taking you on, I think it's Group Day number 2, if I remember correctly, because, we just returned from Copenhagen and got a moment to catch with some of the games that were played out yesterday, and I'm looking forward to this one with some of our fresher European rosters. You know, the whole post-TI shuffle is well underway, Kips, so I wonder if that also shines in our tournaments as well.
I wonder, yeah, and I mean, you're saying back from Copenhagen. I have been in my chair here, but you've been all the way over there, haven't you?
I have. I mean, were you just as ecstatic as I was, like, watching the games?
I don't think so, no. Like, at home in your chair is definitely a couple of levels down from in the stadium. I was very pleasantly surprised to see how many people turned out.
Oh yeah, like I have to say, it was a pretty amazing experience in the end. Like, some of the games were probably a bit, maybe less in level compared to our tournament that has been playing in the last half a year. Sure. But the finals day was great. The games were really hype. I feel like the teams were actually pulling off some insane plays here and there, and the way it just ended, it was. I remember standing in the audience, and I was like, I made up all these storylines that I wanted to see happen in this TI. And one of them was the one that I expected the least to happen, but it felt even more stronger when it did. And I remember tearing up a bit in the audience as well, already before the guys were on stage, because like, what is Blitz's reaction going to be? And like, oh shit, here we go. Like, that was a really heartfelt moment. So have to say, it was definitely an experience. By the way, experiences-wise, before we start talking about it, I just want to say one quick thing. I did see our 1xBet sponsor, Ambassador, was also visiting TI. And right. I saw my good friend Jack took a bit of a picture as well on his Instagram. I was like, you might want to add a couple other pictures in there as well, because it looked like it's his only story. It's Instagram. So yeah, there's that.
I see.
Weird things do happen from time to time. But hey, let's start talking about the matches today. We have another set of 3 best-of-2s coming up, as you can see on your boards right now. We're going to start the day off with V1dar Gaming versus Passion UA. A bit of an East European battle between the two, followed up by My Finnish Boys from Habul going up against TT Team, and Avulus versus One Move to end the day. What do you think about the matchup, Skips?
I mean, I'm very excited to see this first game because it's going to be an introduction for me to a whole lot of new players, and I'm always very, very excited to see new talent popping up. So I'm gonna be putting my my scouting glasses on, see if there's, if I was still coaching, if there's anyone I want to pick up from these rosters. But I gotta say, the last match of the day, that might just be a scorcher.
Those are probably the 2 high-level teams playing at the end, definitely. But I mean, you can never know what happens out of this one, because From yesterday, Passion UA, we take their names on the board first. They were the ones to beat Havu. Havu still yet to find a win in this tournament, but for Passion UA, you started off with a win. You're feeling pretty good about yourselves. A roster full of players without Wikipedia pages. I'm not familiar with any one of these, so this is truly a new wave of players, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, same. I have never heard of any of these guys, but I love that they all have pictures immediately. Sometimes these new teams don't have, so you can't put any faces with it either. It's very hard to,
Relog quality.
get to know them. But yeah, we got that quality. We got all those pictures, so I'm happy to see some fresh new faces, and let's see if any of them are going to be sticking around.
Of course, their opponents, V1dar Gaming, maybe a couple players who are a bit better known from time to time in Tier 2 tournaments, maybe even higher than that when you look at players like Dame, now also known as Igor. He was working with like Cybercats, No Techies, teams like that a couple years back, and has been without a team for a couple of months, so maybe this project works for him. Kuropatic as well, familiar from the East European DPC Division 2 player. He also was with Hydra shortly, but not for a very long time. But we'll see how these guys go up against their opponents, because I feel like they also have maybe a bit of a cold streak in terms of what are these guys up to? How are they going to perform today? The opponent is completely unknown to them.
Well, and here comes the real deal that I've been curious about, because often after TI, it is immediately like, okay, we've had the international, we've seen what wins the international. Is everybody just going to be playing Team Liquid's draft from game number 3? You know, and I think that today's games didn't quite look like it, and right now this start off here doesn't really either. So happy to see that everybody's still sticking to their own style instead of getting brainwashed by the fact that the finals just happened right now.
Oh yeah, like absolutely you have to also consider the fact that they might play a tournament meta, but it is the biggest tournament of the world, and that is going to influence so many pubs, so many official games to come. And you'd maybe suspect maybe there's something here, you know, some of that Quinn Pango action here in the first phase from V1dar, but that was also first pick into an instant counter from this Primal Beast. Your Passion UA is like, well, let's see what their style of drafting is. I didn't really look at their games from yesterday, but this at least tells me that they want to go for a straight-up first phase counter and then start building their own draft onward from there. But we'll see. We'll see what they come up with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from Passion, like a quick look at their drafts seems like they lean, especially for the carry, really heavily on things like Morphling and Luna. So we've got some class.
Enchantress.
And then,
Well, there's a hero that has been doing great as well.
yeah, I mean the question is, of course, we one of the play. It's celery on the enchanters. It's much like, you know, Fishman Bane. Like, it doesn't matter
True.
if it's in the meta or not, he's going to be playing it. So
Then again, Comfort's one way to look at it. They decide to bring up the Snap and the Timber to follow up. You're getting some extra team fight now for V1dar. Are you happy they're taking this type of approach? Like, we talk about like tank heroes, big a high HP. Everyone's average HP is so much higher. Knoxville brought up the stats on that. You feel like this is the way to go now?
I do think so, yeah. And I think we've been going there for a long while still. You get tanky heroes, you put a bunch of auras over the top, and the playmakers of the moment simply do not have the burst damage to go through. And I think that is one of the things that has kind of been a bit of a marring undercurrent for the last couple of big tournaments, where the team fights, you don't see somebody getting bursted right off the bat very often anymore, unless they completely botch the engagement. And instead it's mostly just health bars going down until somebody depletes first.
Yeah. This one also coming into, I feel like the matchup is already looking pretty okay. Luna was brought in pretty late into the TI meta. Was not your go-to hero at the start of this patch. Looked pretty strong, looked pretty solid, but teams started feeling familiar with it as it started to progress over time. What's the meta going to be like? Are the niche picks going to rise? And that probably made Luna one of those heroes that now gets to shine, but for how long? Until the counters start to kick in.
Yeah. I mean, a special shout out to, of course, Luna Elder Titan, which I think is definitely something that we got to see during TI a couple of times as well.
Oh, yeah.
And you could still do that here with Passion UA. I think you have a good amount of AoE control with that Primal Beast already. And it would be, well, that's also a very brawly, punchy option. Would be a good way to get a frontliner in front of that Luna from the support position who could go toe-to-toe with
Oh yeah,
Timber
definitely. Definitely, and this also allows your supports to be pretty heavy damage dealers too. We're locking in the Primal Beast in the core role, putting Enchantress Marcy, most likely the supports here for Passion UA. They both dish out great damage in both the mid game and the late game, especially Enchantress pure damage. Marcy, very annoying to deal with and pretty difficult to also move around because of all the mobility that she also has. So if you go for squishy supports on the side of Vidar, you're going to need one of them here. You're going to be a target. We'll see what they decide to bring up here. They've already... I mean, they're kind of lacking on the damage, tower damage department here. Like, they're good with brawling. They have somewhat short cooldowns, pretty active in fighting. But I would like to see someone who hits objectives, maybe even from a support position. I don't know if there's room for a Jakiro. But they're going to go for... Okay, so they're going to bring out the Weaver then instead.
I was wondering if you were going to bring up the Jakiro there or not. Yeah. I think Jakiro a little... I mean, honestly, I don't want to say that he was underrated at TI, but certainly the teams with like specialists that had good positions in the meta didn't really feel the need to go for him as the tournament went on. I think Jack would have been is still a fantastic hero.
Yeah, I don't think we have a lot of like Jakiro specialists either in the remaining teams of TI. They have completely different hero pools.
Exactly. I definitely do think that part of it is just like, hey, what's strong currently? Well, you know, Shadow Demon's strong, Tusk is strong. That sounds like, you know, Team Liquid supports already.
Oh yeah, pretty much straight out of the strat book. You know, there's a hero that if this Passion UA Primal Beast ends up going mid, for example, and they need an offlaner, there's a hero that looks somewhat okay here. So I got this little pin during TI. It's not the TI commemorative badge or the TI pin, but Fruit Tsunami. I remember him coming up to me on Friday when we came to the arena, like, hey, T Panda, I've got a bit of a gift for you. I don't have it with me now, but I'll bring it with me tomorrow. So our you're probably acquaintance as well, Necrolitis, who makes amazing 3D art, brought me an Enigma pin. A little Eidolon pin to commemorative my TI. So I think this was the best thing to happen during TI. I'm so happy. But if they, I'll be wondering if they pick Enigma in this game. It's not the greatest pick to look at, but there's potential. I'd be happy.
Yeah, that could be good. And I do want to point out here, by the way, that the fact that T Panda specifically got an Enigma just for him, Enigma is very personal for him. That's his hero. You got a very personalized gift from just, you know, I don't think somebody that you know personally very well, like, you know, you're not friends or anything, right? It's just, hey.
Yeah, we've discussed a bit with Necrolitis. I think it took like 1.5 years to get this from Singapore to Copenhagen, because there was no way I was going to get it back to Finland. So I was like, we'll figure out a way, you know, to smuggle it all the way. And I'm just happy I finally got it. But hey, they banned out the Jakiro, they banned out the Treant Protector here. So supports is still on the list for Vidar. This Weaver does look like we are looking at a potential carry Weaver, offlane Weaver, depending where this Timbersaw wants to go, really.
Yeah, I mean, support Weaver has fallen out of fashion quite a bit, but you could still go there as well. It does put them very low on the control axis of things, though. Right now, they're definitely, you have your team fight in a bottle with a Pango. Maybe you can get a good cookie somewhere, but no point-and-click stuns, no AoE control. I would like to see something more towards that.
And this was the objective hitter we were looking for, right? So when they banned the Jakiro because Weaver went through, it was like, well, now at least one department is filled in, but every draft is lacking somewhere, and it's just down to the teams. Do they exploit those vulnerabilities and weaknesses? As Vidar, where is this Weaver going to go? Do we lock in Pango Timber as our 3 cores? Do we see a mid-Snapfire happen? It is an Ogre, so indeedly Weaver, Timber, Pango, 3 cores for Vidar. Ogre does buff up the team! What is this? I got my Enigma! Thank you for listening to me, Passion UA. Holy! This didn't, like, out of my wildest dream, I didn't think that was actually going to happen. But 24th Enigma, I don't even care about the Ogre anymore, Kips.
Which is completely fair. And I mean, I do think that the Ogre is just, it's a solid hero here. You're not really playing with a hyper carry where you're going to get the most out of the Bloodlust. But you're going to enjoy your laning stage. You're going to enjoy your little bit of damage over time. And the rest of it is, yeah, not sure how much like an Ogre draft does feel. But that Enigma definitely changes Passion UA's lineup around a lot.
Yeah, it gives them that lockdown, which maybe V1dar was missing. Ogre does give them that stun, but Enigma now has a target to really prioritize this game. Pango's not always your greatest black hole target because he will instantly, if he survives, he will shield crash, he will swashbuckle. Timbers also has the way to chain out. Weaver also with the time lapse, but he is the squishiest out of the three. And played from a carry position, that will be a prime target for the Enigma to focus on. I'm not entirely sure about the laning matchup, though, because I feel like it can go either way. I've seen Enigmas beat Weavers because they're so weak, so squishy. I've seen Weavers just toy around Enigma. The moment they hit with Malefice, you just Shikuchi away. So I think it comes down to levels. How do they play that lane? Might end up being like our most kill-heavy lane, or the one that just doesn't have any action.
Entirely possible. I've yet to see Enigmas turn down a lane where there's nothing but farming going on.
But, Kips, Passion UA coming out from a win yesterday, and V1dar, who did have to give in to one move yesterday, a bit of a tougher matchup. Do you feel like V1dar has now learned from yesterday, got themselves up in the tempo? Passion, they had a pretty easy opponent yesterday, in my books, comparing like the skill between the two. Do you feel like this is going to be a win for either team easily, or a hard path traveled?
Honestly, it's hard for me to gauge the skill levels from this level. I think both of them cover all bases relatively well. Lots of damage on both teams, which is right now the first thing I look at. I can't believe, like, normally the spiel used to be at least you gotta draft stuns. Whatever you do, you draft. And this one, right now with the meta game of the game and it's been happening for like over 5 years right now. It's just, do you have damage first and foremost? Both of them got that filled out. I think that V1dar probably is the easier to execute lineup, but that a good black hole can change anything. That's what I'm gonna stand on.
Yeah, absolutely. But even when before we get to like the points of using black hole, I do feel like there's a big pushing advantage for Passion UA. Marcy's great at cutting waves. Ench will constantly be a pain with, if you get the troll, for example, you can get to push those towers by yourself. Even the T1s feel a bit vulnerable. Primal Beast doing building damage, Luna with the glaives, and of course the Eidolons and a hero that is naturally building into one of your favorite items, the Vlads, for example. I feel like there's a heavy push for Passion UA. So if they, at least in my eyes, if they manage to kill one or two heroes from V1dar, it feels like an objective is always going to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. The tower consequences are very real if you're playing Passion UA's lineup here. You can always punish really heavily. And you're going to have the vision advantage here too with the Ench creeps running the format, as you said. The problem is, of course, that V1dar's cores are all very hard to catch. That's the reason why this is a good Enigma game, but that's also why there needs to be a good Enigma performance coming out. And the rest of the lineup needs to understand that in order for you to get a good black hole, if V1dar has the wherewithal about them, if they realize that they simply should not group up and they have the skills to do that, then you can only make them group up for the black hole by offering them something they want. Is Yoi prepared to go out there into a situation where he might get low, he might die if it means that his Enigma gets to land a really big black hole? Those are the questions that we're going to get answered in this game.
Also looking at maybe an interesting duo of having Bodyguard Marcy with the Luna, so you get extra armor versus Weaver's minus armor and the heavy damage output that the Weaver has. You can sustain these fights with the Moonstorm and beat them pretty easily, so you have heavy damage output on the side of Passion UA, but the key word is team fight and distancing. So if V1dar is able to split them around, Timber chasing someone, Pango chases another, these are great 1v1 duelers, by the way. And I don't think Passion ever wants to be in that position where they cannot group up.
No, agreed. This is very much, and versus the team fight, you're always going to be up versus a Pango as well. The team fights are not necessarily in Passion's favor either.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That could
Already see
very
it.
much go either way.
Already see an aggressive move coming out from V1dar. Moving over Passion UA's side of the map, but good positioning there from the Enigma, plus the activated Watcher. And of course the ward on the cliff. So nothing is going to come out of this one, but they do counter smoke here. Are they just deciding to stay hidden or just spreading out for information? I don't think they have info about the wards. But Dizzying, I think he did ping out Fernand's placing down a sentry into the easy camp, so that's going to be opened up. Maybe just hoping that maybe one of the heroes from V1dar extends a bit too far. That is a learning curve ogre, so he doesn't exactly have abilities.
Yeah. No.
And Fernand's just going to go on a 1v1 versus Dizzying. Nobody wants to follow up on the dispose from Marcy. And here we go. Bounties 2 for 2 in this East European grudge match.
Grudge? these
Grudge
guys
in a
know
way.
shit?
I feel like, I mean, these guys have probably met each other's in pubs. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah.
So now this is the real test, the real stage.
I was just curious if you knew something that I didn't. But,
You're
maybe-
already going with the banter and the beef. I've heard so much banter this week, and it feels like I'm a whole different person now.
Hey, dude, you were there. You were there for all the gossip. I'm like jealously trying to feed off anything that you might have heard.
I mean, if you have looked at my social media and what I
Oh,
posted
yes.
on
Yeah, you've
X
been-
yesterday, I have to say I feel a bit dirty making that move because I basically there's every year we have the rumor tweets. I had to join in on that one and I made it a bit of a meme, but I think people took it too seriously because I'm always a pretty serious person. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I think this backfired pretty badly, or then it's just a hit tweet, you know.
Oh, people are just so hungry for scraps. And
Oh, yeah.
And you told them things they want to believe too.
Yes,
That is
yes.
that is the best bait. As I said, if you want to get a good black hole, you gotta dangle your Luna. If you want to get a lot of retweets, you gotta dangle.
Yeah, yeah. And I also just fully made up the whole list, but I'm not entirely sure. Did Nat actually just get 0 Crimson Witness drops? So. But as we look at the laning stage here, we were paying attention to the top lane, if this is the kill heavy lane or not. At least for now, Enigma is the one ahead of CS. Is going to get to that level 3 pretty quickly. But Weaver and Ogre, even if they haven't picked up any extra CS, there's not a whole lot of denies from Enigma either. Probably a couple of those are from the Eidolons, as they are almost even in experience so far.
And the Marcy in this lane, well, you're going to get good opportunities here to slap this Ogre around, but the lockdown that you have with these two, unless the Weaver misplays, I don't think you're going to get dizzying until this lane is completely out.
I mean, they got a total of 11 armor in this lane. It's like, those are no easy physical damage threats.
No. That is not happening. And then on the mid lane, talking about physical damage, mostly magical in play over here, a little bit of pure. As Igor is poised to take over this lane right now as the levels for the Whirling Death come in.
Yeah, hasn't looked so good for the Primal Beast up till now. Like, this is a Timber favored matchup overall. Of course, him having that 1 point in reactive armor and not a lot of usage for his Timber Chains. The Whirling Death is the one that really does hurt the Primal Beast. But hey, there's your first blood coming out from the top lane. Fernand's going to be taking down the Ogre. At least Dizzying is quick to make a move and at least take the Lotus away from Passion UA. So that will help him if another engagement happens. But yeah, first blood for Passion.
Quick dispose. I mean, this is... He's just an ogre, man. He doesn't know anything. He has to play careful to make sure that that doesn't happen again. But honestly, it might not be up to him, because if you start playing too far back, your Weaver can't take all of the Dolan damage either.
There are these times where Weaver would like to play aggressive, but you're going to have to just try and poke for now. Fernand's just missed the rebound and also the Shikuchi used by the Weaver, meaning that there was a small opening, but missing the stun. No chance to harass back. Also, I'm just looking at this bottom lane is an absolute beatdown. It's 22 to the 11 on this Pango. Kurakami not feeling very happy about the current situation.
No, he's getting absolutely shut out. He's up versus a double range lane with a lot of damage, and Snapfired is a nice hero for kill lanes, but for
Yep.
harass lanes, not so much. His top lane, oh man. Another
Same.
overstep.
The same continues, and maybe bottom lane now. There's a chance to kill a Pango. All the slows are in. Very short swashbuckle. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Joai will follow with that, and Flacco gets the last hit. Maybe even a Snapfire with the buffed up Lucent Beam. The Moonstorm applying so much extra damage for the Luna that it is really making a difference in their right-click battles.
And that is already 1k down in the laning stage. Which is, well, not a good sign for things to come. I do think that the mid matchup is, even if you start bringing supports in here now from UA, you're not actually going to put Eager down anymore. So Eager is going to guaranteed have himself a game and have the opportunity to compensate for his other two lanes. But it does mean that the pressure is on for this Timbersaw now.
Gonna have to think about making some moves as well, which need to work out for the Timbersaw. Igor does not want to fall behind the rest of the pack after having a lane that he hasn't died in yet, where his side lanes have already. 3-0 still on the scoreboard, and as you said, that 1k lead, that can still easily be turned around for V1dar. But that might just have to come through rotations. I might even look at like a level 5, level 6 Pango coming through the portal, rotate towards top. Or do they just want to try and punish this Luna, which is doable, but with the bodyguard, and already that one point picked up in it as well, it does make things a bit harder. Try and take down the Luna. Because they're just fine with things for now. I mean, things will ramp up in a game that looks like we have late game lineups.
I mean, definitely a bunch of items that you want to get first on the side of V1dar, right? The Weaver is not going to move without at least a Maelstrom. The same goes for the Pangolier. You are going to try to do things with your ult, but ultimately he's got a Blink Dagger queued up already, so he knows that he's just going to have to make space in this game as top. 3 supports.
Yeah, just goes jump, but does have the toss back. At the same time, Batyok will take a couple hits from Dizzying, and with the bug in between, they are just fully focusing on the Ogre, and the Ogre will die for a 3rd time at the top lane, but Timbersaw steeping in, and Niche is already here. He just saw the Timbersaw with a glimpse, and here comes the Enchantress from behind. The Centaur is there. Hasn't used the stun up yet. Flacco healing and healing and healing inside all of that. The Chikuchi and Dazine will take him down. But here comes Niche. They will get the grab onto Igor, and he is dropping rapidly, and he will fall. So just trading off a support for now. Not what V1dar needed from here. Passion UA happy to trade. And another one as well with Groom being chased. Fern is all with the body blocks as well. You've got no way out of this one. He'll submit to his fate. And it is all Passion UA here in the first 7 minutes of play.
V1dar really getting outdone on positioning. They started at fight off 3v2 for V1dar. They have both of their supports here versus only the 2 heroes that have been in the lane all this time. You can't just make a go there if you're going to then leave your Ogre to die. And I guess some of it is down to them not being sure where that Primal Beast is, being scared of him coming in, but then seemingly not actually keeping that adapted positioning for the continuation when the Enchantress comes to scout. And that is a tier 1 tower top down before 8 minutes. This hurts.
I was pinged by our admin at previous results between the 2 teams, and they have actually met once, despite the rosters being less known to each other's. And it has definitely, that series, it did go the way of the team that is currently in the lead. But this one is definitely looking pretty brutal. It's now that 1k in 3 minutes has turned into 4k for Passion UA, and getting away with the Enigma, the Luna in front, and even Primal Beast being ahead of the rest, who naturally has okay farm at this time of the game, but does tend to fall off because his cooldowns are so long. His farming capability isn't as good as the rest on the board. So him still being ahead of the rest of the pack, Primal's going to have a great game. And then you have these 2 late game heroes. Like, this is not good for V1dar. They're going to have to come up with something soon.
Yeah, no, this is a great game for a Blade Mail on that Primal Beast, and then immediately into the BKB after. You're not going to be able to deal any damage to this man. Damage that you do deal is just going to squish, well, specifically your Weaver. So far, yeah, everything coming up. Passion. So Igor moves to bot.
Yeah, we got a 4-man rotation to the bot lane. And much needed that they get a play to happen, but it also needs to be a play that works. Passion, they've got 3 teleports to the bot lane available. The only one missing a teleport scroll right now is the Primal Beast, but he's being brought and connected with a smoke, and they're going to run into each other's, but there are only 2 here. Not sure if they saw Fernandes there.
I don't think so, no.
He was in the fog.
I
So
think his smoke
Fernandes knows
broke.
because they had vision.
Yeah. No, but his
And
smoke
that means
broke while he
that
was
means
uphill.
that the Pango's going to be all alone. This is a great move. There's nothing that Kurokami can do at this point. His swashbuckle is cancelled by Niche as well with the pulverize and just hammered down to the ground. So another kill going the way. Actually, Luna gets his or her first and continues to stay on top of the board. Igor running away with a haste rune reveals the stacks that are being made. I think that might just be the next objective for Passion UA is to just invade this triangle.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes, sir. We're coming here right away.
They got an
Domain Groom and
Eclipse.
Igor are going to have to run out of this one. This is a level 4 Ogre in an Eclipse versus 4 heroes. No way he can live through that. But here comes Dizzying. I'm looking for a turn. There's the Pango roll coming in as well, jumping onto the high ground with a shield crash. They'll take down Fernandes. Flacco, they realize they can't do anything to him. They'll let him go. Their eyes are on the Luna. Luna able to dodge Kurokami for now. The Rolling Thunder is out, but the burst is enough, and V1dar is able to get something out of this trade. They save the stacks as well.
No, very good usage of the Pango ult there, and a little bit of an overreach for Passion there. They break off that potential go on bot. They preempt that, make sure that that group up doesn't happen. But then, yeah, going for the stacks immediately after, when you know that the Rolling Thunder is still coming out, they build roughly in time, but that
Yeah.
Luna was still over positioned as on mid.
That is an error teleport for the Snapfire indeed, because it's into a black hole of the Enigma. Not sure he saw the same tooltip as I did, but it did show the same on the stream as well, so clearly we need more hints like that in this Dota game where it just reads error when you're teleporting into a black hole.
And an unforced one, even. That's Blade Mail to fly in for the Primal Beast.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is, I mean, I'm feeling a bit bad here for V1dar because they've made those moves a couple times now, been backfires. They failed that one smoke towards the bottom lane, and I feel like it's starting to, the pressure is starting to chew them up a bit here. Like Passion is looking great, but V1dar is just not getting anything done with this lineup. I mean, maybe we'll have to see what happens in the top lane, try to relieve the pressure, but Fernandes is already out, and they are just limited with their catch. You're gonna need all those Gleipnirs, snap ultis, which you don't even have yet, so they are very vulnerable to every move Passion makes. They're just so far ahead.
Yeah, and I think the problem for V1dar here is that you have a great lineup to team fight into a sieging group, right? Which is something that on paper this Passion lineup would do. But if they're already 6k ahead at this point, they really don't have to group and siege at all. They can just split up, farm, and your catch is really not significant to actually punish them for that. And if you do go into the triangle, then they're the ones who are going to have the reactive team fight with Enigma that already has a Blink Dagger, with that Blade Mail on the Primal Beast. You're between a rock and a hard place right now. Neither fighting nor farming is going to get you out of this bind.
Yeah, neither feels good either. But you're gonna have to find a way out somehow. Is there gonna be a turn at the high ground then? You're going to at least need those level 6s on your supports. Not too much on the Ogre, but definitely for the Snapfire. That ulti is much needed.
Dire's top tower.
And Passion
So
UA's
underleveled.
heroes, they don't exactly have the highest HP pools. Those Mortimer's Kisses can credit you some kills.
No, the Snapfire only cracking the level 6 right now is just an absolute tragedy. The supports of the Radiant are already level 7 and level 8 respectively.
Yeah. But they are trying to make a play towards the tier 2 tower at least, suspecting that Passion UA might continue going with the push. Igor walks into the fountain as the rest of them smoke out of the base, so he can TP in and join the squad. He might even just get to play the bait in the lane. Okay, Dizzying is the one who's going to be doing it. V1dar wrapping around the scan is on point. There is someone there, and I think it's the Enigma if they can just spot him, but he has a blink. Got a good position. A really good reaction there as well. Seeing the Weaver and the Timber coming towards, and also manages to dodge the Rolling Thunder. Quick on his fingers, Batyuk.
Yep, and that's just a
here's the
5-man
turn.
commitment for nothing.
The
Yeah.
turn for a bit of a chase. Blink is off cooldown. Enigma doesn't have to go in first, though, but they will claim back that area.
Immediately. And that is just all. The Luna is just farming. She's been emptying out her triangle consistently since he left the bottom side of the map. And now going to take some extra ancients here as well. That group on top keeps the pressure up. And yeah, Niche is fishing for anybody here under his own vision of the ward that's flanking the towers, but he doesn't really have to. He's making such good progress towards his BKB already. There's really no pressure on him to do anything right now.
Yep. Also just 2 letters away of the best mid player in the world right now, so following in the footsteps.
I mean,
Dire's top tower is
Ogre.
under attack.
Walks in, but they're more interested about this Timbersaw, who's a bit deeper in, so they'll take that happily. Igor down. Ogre turns around, is like, oh well. There goes that. There goes my mid.
it's... You can see here, like, there's 2 tier 1 towers up, but V1dar can't group to take either of them, so instead they are up far in the one lane where they do have some space, and all Passion have to do is just squish that. And then what does V1dar do? There are no moves left.
Yeah, V1dar doesn't get to play those 1v1 duels.
No.
A lineup like this right now. Passion, they don't really need to split that much. Like, they have this Enchantress with high mobility. And, of course, with the Marcy, that can be all over the place.
Yep. And really, and it feels so awkward as V1dar because you have all of these heroes that, as you said in the draft, are actually great at the 1v1 duels if they are ahead in farm, or even if they're just
Yes.
equal. It feels much better for V1dar to spread out. But with the way that this early game went, all 3 of them are just choked.
Here comes the Skeletons making a move towards the top lane, but also spotting the Pango and the rest of the pack. They will back out once again. They know they're there, preventing this Pango from farming too. Hasn't really been able to get that free time. Look at his CS compared to the rest. You've got 73. Then the Weaver has 116, who's above him.
And I love how Passion is playing this as well, right? Because this is just an Enchantress going as far up as she can, and she's not committing anything. She's just being a bother. She forces them to wipe that wave on the mid, forces attention towards her here, and now if she gets an opportunity at the tower, she's going to take it. If she doesn't get the opportunity, no skin off of her back. Her Luna is farming.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Dyer's
Pure
structures are
space
fortified.
creation in a way, and so easy to play it as well on a hero that, with overprotective wisps, is
Dyer's top
I
tower
wouldn't say
is under
immortal,
attack.
but sometimes feels like
Radiant's
it.
bottom tower is under attack.
Darn close. Got a bit of that, Oh, who's the guy? Was it Rasputin?
Yeah.
No, a real Rasputin
Rings a bell.
energy there. Lover
But
of
as
the
such,
Queen.
V1dar's not really going to get to respond just quite yet. They're going to need at least a couple items, hopefully get some experience. Try to farm the map as much as they can without their high ground being breached. I mean, there are still 3 outer towers, and that's as much time as they're given until they're forced to meet up with Passion UA. And Passion, they're going to try and make things as quickly as possible. You head to Roshan, you pick up the Aegis. That would mean you can take that bottom lane completely in your control. And then start thinking about the high ground siege, which you already could do with these heroes, but do you want to wait a bit longer, get V1dar stronger while you also get stronger, or do you feel like the timing is right now, Gibbs?
The timing is going to be good as soon as that Kanda is out for the Luna, right? You want to have the orbital cannon
Yeah.
at the ready. Make sure that anybody who does come close to defend your siege pays with half of their HP. And that's where, no matter what they do, whether they jump in on you or they try to defend passively, they are going to lose.
Uh-oh. They've actually all been spotted by the Sword on the cliff, so this move from V1dar doesn't really pay off to even catch the Enchantress. But the thing is, they might be drawn into a team fight in the end. Batyuk does have the Amplify damage on him. Pango's thinking about rolling in. They have the ward on the gate. And everyone from Passion UA has grouped up, but as they were a bit spread for a moment, V1dar couldn't find an opening. If they didn't get caught by that ward, there could have been a chance to kill off the Enchantress and keep at least one hero dead, or maybe slow down the push Honestly, I feel like if they killed the Ench, they might have been able to take the Tormentor away from Passion UA stealing it. Because now that everybody's up, this is just going to mean the whole bottom side area is going to be emptied of objectives.
And Passion UA is right on schedule. This is some Swiss train type stuff. They're going to be precisely in time to steal that Tormentor away.
Oh, yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Used to say the triangle of objectives, but I guess Toblerone also works here. T1 into a T2 into a Tormentor, and then pick up the Wisdom. Then you go to the triangle, then you take the mid T2 and start sieging high ground.
Like clockwork.
Like clockwork. V1dar is moving out from their base, though. They are suspecting the Tormentor move, so they already move in here. But the wards are placed down. They see the Ogre. Burnouts with the long jump in, and the Lucent Beam, but also close enough to catch. But Bachuk goes in quickly, throws down the Midnight Pulse, and it's not enough to deny the Ogre. But Burnouts with the Black Hole as well, catching the Timber Saw. It's got the Pengo in as well, and they will lose Igor. They will get the trade for Bachuk, though, and 2 heroes have gone from Passion, but they do have Jawai. They still have Niche, and they will clean up the rest, and they're going to go for the Tormentor as well. So V1dar, for their misfortune, Passion had already warded the area and took away their initiative.
Yeah, a very clever play there once again by Passion as well, right? You go in, you ward that up, you move out again, take your time, see if they want to defend that Tormentor. Hey, they do. Congratulations. We've been trying to get a hold of you to talk about your car's extended warranty. I did not like that call one bit. Look at how far into Luna goes as well. No fear. She knows she's the biggest, baddest fish on this entire...
And they tried to kill the Enigma too. Kuro, I think he turned a bit too early to the left, but he's also realizing Black Hole's already gone up for a second, so he's probably not going to run into him. And unfortunately, the heroes in the Black Hole, they usually slowly spin towards, like, I think it was counterclockwise direction, so it's actually moving him away. He's never going to get the Black Hole cancel off.
Very unfortunate. This is one of those games where, yeah, I realize that Gleipnir is completely busted and you should buy it on as many heroes as you want, but at the same time, you are up versus an Enigma. If you would have wanted to have any chance against him in the early team fights, you could have built an Orchid on either your Weaver or your Pango. And it feels like such a bad value proposition right now because Gleipnir is in the game, but there are counterplay opportunities here that they haven't taken, and so they can't really afford to take that fight at all.
They have more GPM per minute compared to kills. The side of Passion right now. So you're 18,000 gold ahead of your opponents. They want to see this one through.
I'm gonna be an ass here. GPM per minute, bottom of the moon, bottom of the light.
Yes. Gold
ATM machine.
Co-op of pain.
Radiant are scanning.
But yes,
She
you're right. That's a brain fart. I apologize. I'm a bit sick. I think I caught a flu or something from my trip, so brain no compute.
Yeah, and the real way that shows is that you're apologizing for that instead of clapping back.
Maybe I should clap back.
Yeah, of course.
Normally I would.
You would, yes.
So something's clearly wrong with me right now.
I might want to see a doctor about that, honestly. Alright, that is double BKB.
Yeah, I mean, I guess V1dar, they are going to a doctor right now. Everybody's moving to therapy. If they don't win this game, it is a very difficult position they're put in right now, but they still have that tier 2 up. They do get Vision down. Rolling on the Luna. Aegis expired. Is the timing perfect for them to get down your Y? Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
Oh,
there is your ticket forward.
You have a great chasing lineup.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just need to get the stuns to connect. That's all. Flacco. It's the one that they're focusing on right now. Probably not the best target because now they get to turn onto the Timber Saw here. Here comes the Enigma with a 3-man Black Hole.
Oh, man.
And that's going to take away the chances from V1dar. A desperate chase, considering that they got the most important kill. And they know that they can get more. But just like that, Passion UA, they lure them in. They sprung the trap. And it's Bachuk. He gets to shine.
Yeah, and those are the hardest moments to keep your composure, to keep your positioning, where you suddenly get an opportunity that you haven't had for 25 minutes and you have to stay controlled, give in to the fact that you might lose out on kills as long as you spread out, but you still have to respect the Enigma. You did not do anything to counter him whatsoever, and therefore all you can do is not get caught.
And I like the way you say, like, they didn't try to counter him, because even though he was a 24th pick, gameplay-wise, they didn't. So you're absolutely right about that. He has had such a free game on Batyuk.
As,
Dire's middle
there
tower
are
is
definitely
under
things
attack.
that you could have done. You could have also rushed Bastion on your Pangolier, for example, if you don't want to go for that Orchid anywhere.
Also comes down to, like, maybe even the laning supports. Like, should they have maybe done Snapfire top with the Ogre as a 4?
I definitely am a bigger fan of that, just because the way that you build a Snapfire, right now you don't put any levels into the Shredder. The Ogre is the one that I think scales a little deeper. But the way that it went is potato potato though, because neither of them got jack on either lane.
Yeah. Just getting the fight out here. Niche is coming to help out as Marcy. Marcy is so damn tanky, but finally ends up falling to dizzying. But Niche is stomping down the Ogre Magi. At the same time, the Pangolier are going to be pummeled down by Yawai, and this Luna is just getting out of hands, chasing after another, going for Igor after killing 2 already. Make that Timber Saw a potential 3rd. Need one more Lucent Beam with their Conda, and there we have it. Yawai will take down Igor, and also Groom to follow. 4 heroes gone from V1dar. And I think that might just take the fight out on them, because Enigma Black Hole is coming up in 30 seconds once again. I would say get this mid wave down to the base. That's going to be at least a lane of Rax. Top and mid are both open. The Eidolons are going to push bottom for that tier 2, and that's also going to fall, so they could potentially already look at Megas.
And I gotta say, I haven't seen a gold graph this smooth and steady in a while. Maybe it's because I've been, doing a bunch of engineering recently, but this is just, there's a very neat formula for this graph. Just escalating.
It is consistent.
Exactly, so consistently.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks
Definitely a very strong showing from Passion here
is under attack.
in this first game versus V1dar. The 24th pick, Enigma. The Eidolon on my table is smiling right now. One of the boys.
One of the boys. And yeah, this Luna now hitting level 20 as well. And with a game that has been going this fast, sometimes the Luna doesn't get levels because you've been grouping up so much. But she has been farming on her own for most of this game. She just hasn't had to join except for when the very clear 5v5s happen. And that means that she is now genuinely terrifying as she's going to come and march towards her high ground without an Aegis in her pocket. I don't think she has to care about that fact. There's a BKB, that's enough.
Not a lot that they can do to this Luna. Try and make a jump in, but Fernandes is the one who makes the jump in first. Goes straight for the Ogre. That BKB already used, that does give you that entry kill. Pango ulti cancelled as well into the Eclipse. And there's not a whole lot left here. Passion UA, they're going to run them down one by one. They have made this game look maybe a little bit too easy, as that is going to be the 4th man down, and a second lane not even needed to finish completely, because that is GG. Passion will take the first game. That's just going to leave V1dar wondering, what can they do better for game number 2? Because, to be completely honest, as you said, the graph is so consistent. This was a walk in the park.
It was a walk in the park, yeah. And it felt like it was so natural for them as well. V1dar didn't really give themselves any opportunities to go for pickoffs. Sure, they had damage, but they didn't exactly have that combination of burst damage and lockdown that you want. Like, a DK into a DK stun into the follow-up from a Snapfire, for example. That kind of engagement was just not in their game plan. And then what is left there when you can't team fight and you can't split push either? Absolutely nothing. So the draft didn't do them many favors, but at the same time, I think Passion only dropped the ball literally once. That's that Luna death. And then if you don't chase for those kills on V1dar, you don't walk into the Enigma Black Hole, you got a single kill, and the choke is right back on as soon as the Luna comes back. So I really don't see how this one was going to end well after the way the laning stage went.
Well, a lot of questions to be answered for on the side of Dark Gaming, if they can tie this one up or if Passion just looks like the stronger team. We're going to head over to a break and we'll be back for game number 2.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So that was game number 1, Passion UA dominantly taking that game away from V1dar Gaming. And now game 2, Kips, a couple things we did address. That V1dar, obviously, when they tried what the goals were inside that draft and how they wanted to execute the game, I was like, they weren't able to get a start that they wanted to start to establish tempo, lead the game, and dictate the pace. It was all passion from like the early minutes to the ending. There was no weak point. Even there was a fight where, like, hey, they get the Luna just perfectly committed onto the Aegis, followed by a chase where they just fall prey to Passion UA. So, honestly, nothing really changed, even they lost their carry once.
No, exactly. Which also for Passion UA, you know, if you're evaluating that game, you feel really good about it because you have a very clear point of improvement that nobody disagrees on. Everybody's like, yep, we could have done that better. You all high-five each other and then you go game 2. So they're going to be coming into this with a lot of momentum right now. And V1dar really has to search for, first and foremost, fix those lanes, people. And then after that, yeah, get some playmaking ability out there. And this definitely will give you some playmaking ability, no matter how far the enemy is ahead. A single lasso, up the high ground, down the high ground, out of the Roche pit, into the Roche pit, wherever you want, could be game winning.
It was the Pango first pick that V1dar was bringing out, instantly replied with the Primal counter. Of course, the Primal then again ended up having even the better game than the Pangolier in the offlane. Probably had the worst laning stage out of all of them. Now Passion with the first pick when going for Tusk, and I feel like that, I agree with you. The Spat Rider does allow V1dar in somewhat similar ways in the last game, but it does also give you team fight, not only just pick off potential. Why the Bat Rider is so good, but so has the Tusk also been in these last 2 weeks. A very popular support. There's a lot of Tusk support players out there these days. And I wonder, with you know, the Drinking Buddies was getting a lot more favor compared to the tag team, and we've been seeing tag team all over this 7-3-6 and onward with this Tusk. That Drinking Buddies felt like a very low percentage of players would ever go for that facet.
It was, yeah, but the fact is that having a save on a hero is good, having 2 saves on a hero is great, having 3 saves on a single hero is nuts. And that's what it's all about. You get another opportunity to displace your ally and put them in a better position.
There's also an interesting interaction which does make the Tusk look even better. It is in games where you have either high burst damage in your lineup that has the Tusk, because it forces you to build Aeon discs. It forces you to build, like, defensive items. But there's an interaction that I tested out, I think it was during the TI group stages, and I called it out as well because it was a play made by Boxy, and Boxy played the Tusk, and I was like, he probably knows all the small quirks here and, like, all over the place. And he showed one which was very intriguing. So Tusk with Walrus Punch overrides Yules. Did you know that?
I mean, I know because he already told me.
I know, I did. So I think that is also one really cool thing about, like, and not a bug exploit, but understanding how interactions work with here and there and knowing you can do that is just the next level of knowledge that your opponent probably doesn't know how to play against, because they're going to get surprised by these small little things in a game of a million interaction called Dota. So there's that. But talk about these 3 picks that we see on our screen right now with the answer from Passion UA to V1dar's
10
Timber.
seconds remaining.
Honestly, I think Passion UA aren't even answering as much as still going for their own plan. They've got themselves a very strong support duo now with a lot of save, a lot of sustain on it. And now they bring in the Visage, which is notoriously hard to bring down and is going to be able to carry all those auras for the team, whatever you need. They've got themselves just a really strong foundation here to build up to whatever you want, really. And V1dar has to decide here, yeah, there's that Jakiro, how they're going to deal with the Visage. And the Visage does give you a little bit of space on the lane. If you put a weak lane there, of course, usually you get the Sepulchre out, the Visage is going to snowball even harder. But instead here with an Alchemist Jakiro, yeah, you can bring the fight to that Visage, absolutely.
Radiant team ban.
And it is, like, I have to grab your point. You're saying, like, Visage is notoriously hard to take down. And it was really difficult until that Alchemist showed up, because they didn't have tools against the Gravekeeper's Cloak, really. With Bat Timber, Jack Hero, it just doesn't really... It doesn't really work versus the Visage. But the Alchemist definitely does. So that one's a hero that will help out in the laning matchup a bit. The minus armor and a hero that has, like, no armor to start the lane with in general. And if you do put these two against each other, it could be very back and forth. Who gets the kills? Is it the Soul Assumption getting built up? You mentioned the Sepulchre, and also the other facet that has also been rising in popularity, the Death Toll. The ones that are being picked over and over again, except for, like, faithful followers. Like, that's just crap. Like, who cares about that? It's like, nobody uses that third facet on the Visage. So we'll see which one they decide to go for. Are we looking at a Visage that wants kills early, ramps up in net worth, goes #1 above everybody else through kills? They have a killing lineup. Yeah, you can get Sunstrike Invoker to make Tusk Visage even stronger.
5 seconds
Yep,
remaining.
I mean, the Sunstrike combination with the Ice Shards is old as time, right? Sunstrike on somebody that's getting the birds dropped on them, as old as time, I think, as well. Of course, it's a question if we're actually going to get to see that. Quaswex Invoker has been the name of the game for the past 5 years, really.
Pretty much. Very rarely do we just get a straight-up right-clicking Invoker. And Quaswex also does provide with the Alacrity a buff to, say, even Visage pushing. The birds also get a nice buff from it. You can get a Solar Crest naturally from Tusker Enchantress, making them even stronger. But is there a particular carry hero they're looking for who could utilize all those buffs, all those buff items in the team?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I would not be surprised to just see a Luna again. I wonder if they're
Luna.
trying to talk themselves out of doing it right now. That is often what these discussions are. It's like, yeah, we could just run Luna again here, guys. Why not? And there's people are like, ah, but we have to change it up. As other people say, well, why would we change a winning plan? And they are changing a winning plan because we are switching for an SF.
So that is a bit of a shift indeed. They played the Morphling twice yesterday for Passion UA, so they have swapped around into other carry heroes as well in their disposal. I was thinking about one of the worst heroes in the current patch right now, which is actually the Slark, but it's great versus Alchemist, but the hero is just not in a good place right now. So I like the Shadow Fiend a lot more. And Igor wants to bring up the Queen of Pain versus Nisha's Invoker.
Gotta say,
This,
as SF, if it's not mid, if you're not building towards the game ending, you know, blink into ult, refresh, ult again, I'm having trouble actually like rating it above something like a Luna. Your farm is less dependable. You get set back a lot more by deaths than a lot of these other carries. You are more fragile as well, and you need a lot of other heroes to keep you in range. So this SF, I'm having some doubts here about whether or not Passion's game is going to be as easy as the last one. Of course, if the quality difference is as big as it seemed in that previous game, then they can pull that SF off for sure, and he's going to be a beast with Alacrity on him. But
yeah.
He is definitely more fragile, and this is a game where there's a lot of damage that can be applied straight to his monstrous face.
Oh yeah, that's really where I think Passion UA, it comes down not to their supports, but firstly, how well do they play the lane with the cores, and then down to the supports, how fast they get those items up. Talked about the Solar Crest especially, which will help them stay alive versus the Alchemist. Tusk saving versus the Lasso from the Bat Rider. Of course, the Burst in general, and then the Enchantress as well, who has items to help the Shadow Fiend even more. Potentially like a Glimmer Cape, which also makes this Enchantress even tankier with the magic resistance. So it's first the cores setting up the game, then the supports making sure that their cores will never die again. So
Yeah,
there are risks, and I address them, and I agree with you. It comes down to performance once again.
Yeah, I think that Fernance could make this entire game. Like, you get a save on the Lasso, then you pull somebody away from the Queen of Pain ult, and then you pull them the other way, away from the Macropire. That's a one team fight right there. And these are the kinds of plays that we've seen. You know, if your name is, say, Boxy, that is entirely possible. The question is, how much percent of Boxy is Fernance?
He could make or break the game.
Absolutely.
Enchantresses tend to do in the late game. And as you saw on your screens right just a moment ago as well, our sponsor 1xBet. Obviously, we do give you the opportunity to try it out yourselves. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But you do have a 100% bonus on your first deposit here with 1xBet. There is a link below the screen, which you insert the promo code 1XRLGEU. 1XRLGEU. You'll get that for yourself. That is if you want to. But heading into this particular game, you look at game number one, you'll be like, oh, I'm going to go Passion all the way. And if you feel like a V1dar, maybe they've been able to turn this tide around. I do like their draft. I think it does have more... I think it has more strengths than weaknesses compared to game number one. Because it was very performance-based. I think this one is even easier to play, even if you are playing from behind.
Yes, you have yourself a very clear laning stage answer versus the Visage with the Alchemist. That's going to feel good, and the Alchemist has some really clear timings where this hero is going to show up no matter what. If you have Blink BKB on top of your farming item, then you are going to be a presence, a formidable presence at that. And of course, you always have the potential of Lasso into Sonic Wave.
And of course, with the Gravekeeper's Cloak up on this Visage as well, you did draft yourself a Jakiro to quickly burn through those Cloak charges. And that could maybe, with the Timber Saw having Shredder, the Timber Chain, getting that extra buff damage. Though, I'm not sure how to feel about this Shredder, because I still personally like the other one more, which increases your pure damage by every tree that is nearby. But I guess it has to be like, there needs to be a Furion in that game. To make those fights more accessible when you're not fighting in the jungle.
Immediate snowball.
We can do here with the 3 versus 2, but no first blood opener. Groom's gonna have to teleport straight back to the top lane. Kurakami is getting zoned out a bit by Flacco. So getting the back rider to help him out and start that lane. I mean, they couldn't really prevent this Visage from they couldn't really drop him low enough to be pushed out of the lane, and instead now he's actually the one bullying Dizzying with the constant soul assumption spam.
No, Dizzying getting hit with his own unstable concoction there, very painful, because the start of a lane versus a Visage is always, can you out-regen the soul assumptions that are going to come in? Like, you just need to stay standing under the barrage until he's emptied out his mana pool. And here, Batyuk already splitting his damage, which is a good sign for Dizzy.
Not a whole lot that this Tusk can do unless opponents are overextending in the lane. I think the Jakiro also has to be very mindful of that too, because now that the level 2 is up on Fernance, the Shard Snowball block of Jakiro might just die inside of it.
Oh yeah.
Batyuk knows that they're strongest when the lane is in their favor. If this lane is constantly under or next to the V1dar T1 tower, they don't get to utilize this tool set so well.
You want a little bit of distance, especially when you have a Tusk, right? Tusk needs some space to play with.
Currently mid is fairly even with Niche and Igor. Not too much happening down in the mid lane, so mostly just paying attention to what happens in the side lanes. Kurakami, a second lane, a second losing situation. Only 6 last hits to the 12 and 10 on the SF. Just has the higher right-click output. That is just a straight-up fact. The Timber and Bat would have to play aggressive to gain benefits in this lane. And that also is a double-edged sword, because you are playing against Razes. You commit too deep, you are going to start to hurt with the damage output of this SF. And if one of them dies, you get the lasting presence, which was picked up by the SF, so that's even more physical damage. But in the bottom lane, there is a big battle for the first blood, and it goes to Batyuk before he goes down. And it is not even an Alchemist getting a kill. The creeps swipe in between to steal and going in for a split.
At the very least, good payoff here for the Alchemist pick. Already getting the Visage dead a couple of times in the lane is exactly what you want to happen. This is the time to abuse this hero and slow down.
But he's going to die himself.
Oh no.
Ernans is fighting his way through the acid spray. Snowball bringing the Visage as well, and that's going to be an Alchemist going down, but can they get a Tusk first? Yes, they can. He'll get a response, but now the Visage is in control of this lane. Death Domain trying to do as much damage as possible to the Visage. A lot of right-clicks there. The Liquid Frosts, the Dual Breaths. Does actually get a really sizable trade here with the Jakiro.
He does, but Batyuk just collected
How long did he stay?
2 tolls. Yeah.
Did he stay too long?
I think we see the answer on our screens.
We definitely do, yeah. Bit of optimistic. I mean, a great trade turns into a pretty bad one in the end. So Fernan, he's bringing into the regen. He's got a salve with him. He's going to buff up Batyuk back to full HP. And with that null ready, he's going to start regenerating his mana pretty well in the lane too. So quickly losing away an advantage they could have started building from.
They could have, yeah. And it seems, you know, twice is a coincidence. So it's not a statistic just yet. But it seems like the Radiant team right now are very eager to... I want to say over-eager to make use of these opportunities that they're getting. And they get punished for it every time. Same as what happened with the Luna kill in the last game as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, very small metrics. Top lane Batrider might go down as well. One raise, the long range is also there. If Yawai throws it out, as he does, Groom will drop. And that is the 4th kill for Passion UA. Passion that was... hasn't really been around the Dota scene for very long. I think they've been more, you know, underground, building, developing. But in other esports titles, take the other Valve game as well, not the hidden one, the public one. But they've been playing around, having a pretty good time. I think they have a pretty solid roster there. So I'm happy that they're also you know, branching out into Dota 2. While Flacco is pretty much a path of no return, being that deep in.
Yeah, now Radiant Ward, seeing him there, and he's playing in a very typical position for an Enchantress, right? Just sneaking around in those camps, seeing if the wave pushes in, if you're going to get a dive out there. But now, Visage.
Still going up Batyuk, the snowball to save for now. TP is coming in. Gonna get Flacco back in. Does he get in range for the heals? Doesn't look like it. As Batyuk will drop, and Dizzying loading up the stun. Fernandes, he's also in trouble here. And he's being healed up, but Flacco is just not enough. And now Niche also has to come in. And Flacco might also go down. This is really good for V1dar as they take down 3. And Groom, he's got no way out. So he's going to try and juke Niche as much as he can. He's got the vision of the creeps. And oh, he's just toying with the Evoker for now. But the catapult is in the way. And Batyuk is close enough for a soul assumption. But it's only level 1, and it's, or just the 1 stack. It's not enough to take him out. So Invoker missing out on the rotation, losing 3. Much needed for V1dar here, and now Tusk is deciding to go all the way in, to go straight to the Jakiro. There's a TP in from Igor, though, and an instant response to take down Batyuk and take down the Tusk as well. And V1dar, a minute of success, and now something to start building from. Just really well played to the end, but at the same time, them playing well. Passion looked very disconnected for a bit. Not everybody showing up on time. And Invoker with that ghost walk to the bottom lane took so long to get there. And the stolen Wisdom Rune as well. So I guess you gotta give it a clap. This was the most successful minute I've seen in this level of Dota in a while.
Hey, yeah, but you gotta almost handed to Passion. I haven't seen anybody drop the ball this many times. There were several points where it looks like they're picking it back up again, and I think that makes it worse. Because that makes them believe that they can still recover this. It's one of the classic signs of tilt, and I don't want to say like, oh, they're on full tilt right now, but it is a tilt move to keep on investing in a situation that's already lost, because you can get it back. I swear I can get it back, bro. Just give me one more chance.
The gambler's fallacy, I guess
Exactly.
you could put it that way.
The gambler's fallacy.
Visage being poked a bit here, but dizzying. Oh, he gets blocked out from the tree line. He's got no way out, but on the side he does, because Invoker's also not got that cold snap on him. They lost vision of the Alchemist. And without an urn on the Invoker, have a chance to go in, and there's the snowball safe, dodging the Alchemist stun, rolling in, but there's Jakiro with the Ice Path, and that's a double for Igor, and maybe even another third kill going their way as they're hunting down the Enchantress. They're not interested in the invisible Invoker. They are just going to chase this Ench all the way to the end, and that's going to be dizzying. Well, actually, Groom is the one to get the kill. That is going to get V1dar in a better situation than this laning stage starting off from. Alchemist back in the lead of net worth. SF, who has been dominating this top lane versus the Timber, actually has an even better lane now with all those kills for the Alch.
Painful, painful. And yet, one of the things that's happening here is that this Queen of Pain, with a lane first Invoker, you can go full Screamer Pain. No points in the dagger whatsoever. So there's a lot of damage behind this lineup. And then, to top that all off, Groom had an absolutely fantastic fight there. I thought the Quap would have dealt the most damage for sure. It's actually the Bad Rider that's topping the damage charts. So, a simple, one-time dodge with a snowball, especially when it leads into both of you getting Ice Pathed, is really not enough to win a fight versus that amount of sustained damage output.
Dire are scanning.
Well, they're still going to have to address the Shadow Fiend at some point, who, for now, has been left all alone. Timbersaw was 8th in net worth behind both of his supports, because they were starting to gain a lot from that bottom lane. You see the net worth difference is mostly from both of the supports being 1,000 gold ahead of Passion's supports. So they don't have such a good game as they had in the previous one. Ench roaming around, doing whatever he wants. Well, now they are levels behind, losing the Wisdom Runes as well, pretty costly. Jakiro already has Macropyre. Batrider just about to hit 6 for the lasso.
So this is a potential timing for
They're going for
V1dar.
dizzying. This has to work out for Passion. Mass TP's coming in. They got the Requiem out as well. They are getting the poke onto the Jakiro. Drops down the Macropyre. Varun coming in, charging into the Shadow Fiend as well. Lassoed up. Butchuk will be taken down. But with the Mask of Madness, they will get the kill. And Yowai still fighting it back. Flacco also dies. And there goes Yowai. Another one going their way. And Nish, he doesn't have the damage. And Alchemist Rage is popped by the Alch. So Nish no longer has a fight for himself. And Fernan, nice buddy. Drinking buddy saved there. Pushing him down to the low ground. And they're on the escape now, but so Kurokami with the dust. They see the Invoker. Chakram doesn't not connect though, but still on the chase, and Invoker's got no way out. The Tusk will survive, but that is really not what they wanted. They wanted that Invoker back to safety. Now it ends up being all of their cores dying in that fight. A 4 for 2.
4 for 2, bringing the SF, who was completely unbothered, to the bot lane into his own demise. The Timbersaw didn't even show up for that fight. That was...
Yeah, he came in late.
Yeah. I was like, oh, hi guys, I'm with the cleanup crew. I was like, what? The floor's already done? Okay. Never mind then. And this Quap is a problem now, because she's gonna have the Dagon. This makes her so much more survivable, and this makes the burst potential Daz much more powerful. This underleveled Enchantress is just going to fold.
Top lane there. We'll find a kill off of the Groom Batrider. But outside of that, not much action there. Maybe they can take this T1 tower. They are grouped up, and they do have 15 seconds without the Bat being around. With that glyph, it pretty much just forces Passion. Go elsewhere. Think of something else. No point staying around.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep. And Passion, I mean, if you want to follow what's going to happen in this game, you follow this Tusk. I don't think they get any kills, at least unforced error kills, without the Tusk being involved, as that's an optimistic Macropyre.
I mean, the ice path was it was laid down 3 seconds before the rune showed up because he has a sentry down. He thought he could maybe catch the invoker with it, but at the same time, he was protecting the 12-minute rune. Happens to be a haste rune. So Invoker can just basically dodge the remaining abilities, takes only a bit of tick damage from the Macropyre, and just turns it around. A bit unlucky there.
Yeah.
If that was any other rune than haste, Jakiro would have been fine.
I still don't think you get the kill there, but it's important to nonetheless lay the pressure down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Niche lining up the Midas now in his inventory. Has, by the looks of it, skipped the urn progress completely. Nobody is building an urn in the team, so he's already looking at other options there. Early game fights didn't go the way that he could have had the luxury to get an urn to continue fighting because it didn't look so good. He's going to have to look at other options now, so...
Yeah,
It doesn't naturally have a lot of item paths, you know. It's always Urn Vessel or Urn Midas or Midas Urn.
Pretty much, yeah. But that does also mean that the order in which he gets them says a lot, right? So the fact for skipping the urn here means that he doesn't expect to be partaking in any successful fights anytime soon, and it's just the supports buying space.
Pretty much Fernand's
Radiant's middle
was
tower
running
is under
towards the
attack.
bottom area, but at the same time has to quickly turn around, runs into the smoke gank of V1dar, and they are planning to take another Wisdom Rune away. They already took the 7 minutes. They took both of them on the map, and they have a chance to starve these supports even more.
Radiant
Room.
are scanning.
Poking Batchuk, TP coming in from the Shadow Fiend. Ward placed down on the high ground here. SF, they don't exactly see the Requiem come out, but that Wisdom Rune is there, and it's taken away by the Jakiro. But Dizzying wants to throw in a stun, but not stay for the fight. However, he gets caught, he gets blown up. Nish will take that one, and Death Domain goes down as well. So a Wisdom Rune ends up being a gold for Passion.
Dire's top tower is
It
under
does, and you get a lot of experience when you shake an alchemist like that.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Definitely makes
1500,
up.
yeah. I don't think that 560 gain from the Wisdom Rune overcomes the 1700 the team just got from it.
Radiant's
Nope.
bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think so either. I mean, and it's a great move if you just leave the Jakiro there. He's already got the rune. He's already got everything else. You just need somebody else to throw their body in front to make sure that it's not the alchemist that goes down. But, well, fortunately,
Is under attack.
for the Ukrainian side, that is exactly who bites the dust. You get a tower off of that as well. Now your Visage, still not quite in pipe territory, but closing in.
Is under attack.
Bottom lane, with a chase onto the Batrider. Cold Snap, a couple right clicks from Nish, but without the urn.
Dire's top tower.
You just don't have a way to follow this Batrider under the tower. Top lane as well, Flacco's being chased and blown up by Kurakami. With the help of Egor already slowing him down.
Yeah, Flacco needs himself some raindrops, but honestly, he doesn't have any right now, and I wonder if he would have lived with a raindrop, honestly, so.
Probably not. I think he needs more fluffy hats.
Bracers. Bracers are the name of the game, you know, one game, 17 bracers. What the? Somebody did the counting in during the finals of how many bracers there were in a particular map, and it was quite a lot.
It's quite a lot, yeah. So comes out quickly onto the Tusk. They'll be able to leap Fernands out of the way. Well, at least for the time being, the Snowball will pull him in further. And the Chakrams of cooldown for Kurakami. And finally goes down, but it does actually allow an opening for Passion UA to deal some damage. Kurakami has another chain available, but he won't be able to get out from the hands of the Shadow Fiend and the Visage with all their burst damage. So Kurakami goes down. So does the Batrider. So 2 heroes killed for a jump onto the Tusk.
Kurakami just hasn't had a series, has he? Did not get to show up on the Bango, does not get to show up on this Timber Cell now
Radiant's
either.
middle tower has fallen.
Certainly has been a grim 1.5 hours so far for him. Some players, they just have cold streaks when they come into a series, but you do hope that they do get their redemption story at some point. Who knows? Maybe Kurakami's the one to bring in the first rampage of the series.
It is entirely possible, but now that that pipe is up, it is going to be a lot harder for him. And the same goes for Igor. He has been their main source of damage in these early skirmishes, as was the Bat Rider, but both of them now severely hampered by that barrier that they have to go through first.
Room. With the help of Igor. Towards Flacco. Enchantress with the overprotective wisps, trying to outdeal the damage with the heal over time. And it has certainly taken a while to take down this Enchantress. Won't be able to steal the flowers either. So after a while, shows 3 heroes bottom though. Does not look like they're jumping the Timber Saw right away. So a bit maybe slow on the reaction there. But Bachuk wants to chase. The Shadow Fiend was considering going in. V1dar's already brought in the numbers, and they might just consider Roshan, I think. There is the Radiance up on the Alchemist, but he's not around yet. Dire Scan does connect on the gate. And Passion's already making a move first. Groom. Yeah, he's done for.
Done
Going to
and
buy
dusted.
some time. The birds are giving him all the vision, and we'll take him out. And honestly, I might just cost Roshan.
Yep. Adds full levels into the presence of the Dark Lord. And so with the amount of physical that they can bring here in, especially with the Visage, right? That old man's gonna go down real fast.
There we go. Aegis picked up for the SF. Shadow Fiend, who's currently at 22 Necromastery stacks. So +2 so far. You were talking about in the draft as well that you weren't feeling super confident about the SF, and it would have to be pretty much a pub stomp game where you get to like +30 souls. And that +1 for every kill.
He's on his way.
Yep. The pace is there. BKB almost ready. Manta is already up.
Especially in this game, you don't have to worry that much about your offensive damage output early on, right? You have a lot of control with the Invoker. You're going to get Alacrity up, which is going to put, at this moment, +70 damage on your attacks. But that's only going to climb more still.
The Visage Birds are already giving a bit of information here for Passion UA. V1dar thinking about going in. Groom doesn't get the lasso right away, but he does get the follow-up after the Mantis being used, and the Shadow Fiend's Aegis is gone. He's under the tower. Fernandes can't get close enough for the drinking buddies.
We're just not half
Getting
health.
poked and pummeled around, but there we go. Finally gets the drinking buddies out, so SF is pulled back to safety. There was a moment Groom was about to throw in the lasso, but SF was able to get the Manta off in time. However, Bat still manages to retaliate, getting the lasso on the correct hero. Igor takes the regen room, but there's a smoke right behind him. They have spread out. Some of them are still sitting in the top lane. This Quap can be a huge kill. Snowball in. Will give the vision on the Queen of Pain, and there is the there's the Cold Snap onto the Queen of Pain, and Igor, he will go down without the help of his teammates. So a quick split on the map. Maybe underestimating that Passion UA really wants to make a second move after that Aegis. So good move by the Dire.
Yeah, very unexpected there. You'd think that they would be running away with their tail between their legs, but instead they just spy themselves another opportunity. And Igor has been itemizing to be a follow-up here. He's got himself the Dagon for that little bit of lifesteal. He's got himself the Veil of Discord. Sure, a bit of wall attributes, a bit of armor, but really that's not a BKB. He's working towards the Shivas eventually.
Yeah.
And right now he is a sitting duck if the rest of his team isn't engaged first and taking some of those heavy hits.
Yeah, Shivas only give you tankiness, but not immunity to a bunch of spells that Passion still has. And even the downside of that too, you do have like stuff like Walrus Punch, which still go through BKBs. There doesn't take too long for them to finish that one, so Fernandes will be gifted a shard. But they are chasing, hoping that Passion is dropped low enough from that Tormentor. This is, again, they tried the same thing in the last game. That one ended up being much worse. This one, no fight manages to happen.
Which is important for Passion, honestly, because they were without birds for a little bit there. I was gonna follow for the DPS.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
And Dizzying has now fully come into his own. This is the point where the Alchemist is the scariest. You've got Manta, Radiance, Blink Dagger, and the BKB is going to come over the top. It's these couple of fights where you can jump in with a fully charged up Unstable Concoction and just slap somebody down, where you have to respect the Alch.
And especially when there's no vessel being made this game on the side of Passion UA, which would sometimes hinder the Alchemist a bit. And he's built the Manta specifically to have that one defensive item, and of course the help with the Radiance. So in general, they don't have one of the core items against him. And even if he is level 15, that would take a huge dent away from him. I'm also wondering, when are we going to start seeing Shivas? But Visage hasn't lined up, however, has gone for Boots of Bearing and the Pipe first, about to finish his BKB. We're going to have to wait for the minus HP regen for a while. But V1dar, it's very important. They don't let this game slide away from their hands now, because this is still totally winnable and doable. Alchemist is still on top.
Kuragami has the Crimson Guard in his pocket.
And Jordy finding the Jakiro here. Just throwing in a couple spears out there. Forces out the Pavas. Jakiro's going to be fine. Passion still holding control of the majority of the map, making all the moves, and V1dar is just the ones who respond.
On the other hand, though, I don't think Yoi wants to risk
waiting for
going
someone
for
to join the
passive
lane.
siege. Yeah.
They want somebody to go deep in the lane. There's the Timber. But they don't have
He knows
that
what's up.
Blink initiator. Like, if Dusk had Blink, maybe that could be a different scenario. Alright, they're smoking in. V1dar is making the move now. They're going to run into each other's entrance. It's going to be in the front. Smoke's popping. Instant turnaround from V1dar to go back away. Passion still want to keep on moving in the area. We have been sitting here for quite a long time now in a bit of a stalemate, but Invoker gets the wraparound through the behind, gets a tornado onto the Batrider, and he's gone. The Queen of Pain Sonic Wave does connect on two heroes, and of course the buyback coming in from Groom as well, giving them a fighting chance. Goes for the lasso onto the SF. Alchemist blinking in as well, trying to take down Yoi, and he will take down the Shadow Fiend, as they are all pretty much disarmed from the deafening blast off of Nishun. Ooh, that was a close teleport as well. Almost another for V1dar. And the opening from Passion UA, they really, really wanted to start that fight. It took a couple attempts, and they finally got it, but Groom with the buyback in, and he finds the right target.
Yeah, and that is the risk, right? Passion UA, they find the right target at the start as well. They know that the Batrider is the big threat. If they get him out of the way, they can get themselves a good fight. But after you've already committed that deep, there is supposed to not be a Batrider in the game anymore. Unfortunately, Room is right on back in, and that is exactly where the devastating counter comes. You can only make this play once these 7 minutes, though. And you can only make it under your
You're not
own
going to make it
tower.
happen again shortly soon. You're going to have to be the ones to have the initiative. So you're absolutely right about that. But it was a good read from Groom to come in instantly with that buyback. Find and dismantle the push from Passion. Passion, then again, they are not too phased about it.
No, it wouldn't really be either. You still got yourself a very versatile lineup with a lot of scaling left in the bag, and this is the Alchemist's strongest window, and he hasn't exactly won any devastating victories or gotten any big terrain gains in that time, right? It's 25 minutes now. The gold differential is even. This Alch is supposed to be 5k ahead.
Yeah, he's supposed to have a big lead, yeah. Not quite as much. Still 3k and has pretty much throughout this entire game been in the #1 seat, but just not with huge margins compared to the rest. More about the net worth maybe being dragged down a bit since the Timbersaw did have a rough start to the game. But also, I do have to say, Bachuk, after the laning stage, you know, not that visible maybe. I mean, he is the aura carrier. Sticks around, he gives his birds are showing vision, and he is the one who enables these team fights to take place. But the problem is with when we talked about in the draft, do they now have the items to keep the Shadow Fiends from dying? And they have the Solar Crest and the Vlads, and you have the Drinking Buddies and another Solar Crest from on the Tusk. So no Glimmers, no Force Staffs. What do you think about that? Is that the right way to go?
I mean, you can afford to do that with the Tusk as he's played currently, but once again, your Tusk has to be on the money every single time. And the way his spells work, and it's not as easy as just having 2 4 staffs on 2 different heroes. It has to come from the Tusk, and he has to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
So it's greedy, yes. It doesn't have to cost them, but it might.
Passion making their way towards the top half of the map. Roshan has spawned. Batrider has been spamming the Twin Gate with his courier, trying to make show that if they are on the other side of the portal, we are here, but it's just a courier bait. Scans connected. Nobody is at the 28-minute Wisdom Rune, which looks like Passion might just be able to take that one. SF shows himself to cut the wave. Now they know where they are, but so do Passion also.
Both teams
being cast on their lane. Yeah, they're coming.
During that nighttime, they were hugging their own wards previously. Now, UA once again taking the lead.
Radiant are scanning.
Right next to each other. Flacco on the low ground with the Alpha Wolf. They spot Kurokami. He goes in. They've got the EMP down on the ground. They're trying to look for a target. Igor on the side. Where does the Batrider go? Finds the Shadow Fiend once again. The burst damage is sufficient. No BKB coming out from the Shadow Fiend. A Scroom's going to be thrown into the air as well by Fernands. And Fernands, he is trying to make a solo play just to buy time for the rest of his team to escape. But it will come at a cost of 3 heroes going down. All they got was the Wisdom Rune. And a Courier doesn't really help you out that much. So V1dar, they'll secure the Roshan for themselves.
Yeah, and that SF just too exposed. They can see perfectly fine where he is. With the fact that he was trying to slap down that Enchantress creep. Or that, excuse me. I'm confused. That's supposed to be his. No, it's the Quap is there. Okay, it's the Quap. I don't know why I saw that wrong. Anyway, he completely exposes himself. And from that point on, well, you don't get to save. That is the greed showing right there. You don't get to save. You don't get anything at all, because your damage is completely and utterly dependent on this SF. If he dies, you don't have a fight.
Oh yeah, and like they just don't have a hero that has presence who can, you know, soak up attention, allow that Shadow Fiend to tune in later into the fight. He kind of feels like he already has to be there, which just makes it so much easier for this Batrider to play this game in general, because like Shadow Fiend will be spotted quickly. Quap can make that quip move. Quap is really tanky in a sense, already has that Shiva's. So she can definitely be there, and all that vision goes towards Batrider, making that Blink Lasso play, and then they follow up on what the Batrider does. So it's very easy for V1dar to play. But for Passion, if they're not the ones who start the fight, they just cannot seem to have a presence that they can hold. They will lose a hero without committing their damage dealers. And when they commit the damage dealers, that's when the control, and you see where I'm going here with this one, Kips.
Yep, absolutely. No, it's about who has more layers to spend, right? And here your Tusk is
They need to get the jump now in mid. They need to be the ones to open up first. Igor's down on the river already. Niche is right under him. He spots the Batrider. That's a perfect target. That is him with a lasso already. The snowball to the back line as well. They're going to be able to maybe take him down, but he's surviving and pushed himself to safety. And that is the BKB spent on the Visage as well. And I think somebody else used it too. Yeah, it was the Shadow Fiend. So they get nothing out of this one. And V1dar gets everyone out pretty much. They don't know where Kuro is. They see the camps being clean. Timber, he's got no TP. Well, I think that changes everything then. They will get someone.
How unfortunate. Once again, the Timbersaw ends up as the punching bag after what was, I think, honestly, the best possible scenario for V1dar. Your initiator, the one that needs to find the SF, gets caught out, but he lives. They commit several BKBs for it. Wonderful disengage.
Just not having the damage onto the Batrider in the first place. It looked like he was able to force staff away, and the snowball from the Tusk was onto the next target already. It looked like he was more busy keeping the Timbersaw, not being able to reinitiate and jump on top of the rest of the pack of Passion who are trying to blow up this Batrider. Bat was able to escape because of it.
I think
you need to save the Walrus much for it.
Yeah, Furnace is feeling the pressure. He has to do too much. He is both the save and the initiation. That can't be good ever.
Well, that is a good ward because it reveals them now. They take down Death Domain. Igor is stuck on the cliff for now. The lasso comes out as well. Now Shadow Fiend, does he still have the backup from his team? No, he does not. And Jakiro, that's another buyback, but doesn't seem to matter because the rest of them will be able to clean up. Get Flacco. Force the TPs out once again. Passion. It's the same thing over and over and over again. And he's got an MKB lined up. Is it time to start considering maybe a Lincoln's?
Dire's bottom tower.
Maybe. How many more items do you get to buy though in this game?
You already have a Daedalus Mom. I feel like you're right now you're doing 0 damage.
Yep. I mean,
they need a save. They need a save for this SF.
Yeah, I mean you're supposed to have drinking buddies, right? And then the alacrity over the top, and then you have pretty darn decent damage, but that would buying the Lincolns would be defensive item number 3.
Yeah, Lincoln's or just stats in general, just to survive the stuns and being able to reposition. I don't know, Hurricane Pike also feels like you maybe need another defensive item on top of the 2 that you already have, because right now, damage output is just a clean 0 for the Shadow Fiend. Yeah. But we'll see what kind of adjustments they're making. Are they discussing it with it? At least Enchantress is like, well, if you're not doing any damage, can I? Has the Hurricane Pike lined up.
It is about that time.
Tusk is going Lincoln's, so there's your answer.
He's barely halfway, though.
Might just be a pace of farming up and trying to find pickoffs here for Passion. But mostly just farm. V1dar also want to do the same thing of using that Aegis for some kills. Still 25 seconds remaining on it. Which should be able to, which means that they're going to be able to take that tier 2 tower. I don't think Passion wants to fight back.
No, this is a level 20 Quap with an Aegis and an Agnum Scepter. She's been looking for something to die for. Hasn't gotten the opportunity though, so her Aegis will time out, but that is still an incredible amount of damage that she's going to be dealing.
Aegis out. Enchantress spotted. Quap goes for the quick blink jump in. The Sonic Wave with the Dagon Burst. Masochist facet really buffs up Queen's damage output. Targets die so quickly. 25% total spell amp. So that really buffs up that pure damage Sonic Wave. From 650 to 812 damage. That's half of what Ench has.
Yep.
Bachuk. That's a good jump from Dizzying. Finds the Visage and pretty much solos the bird. And then you also have 2 other birds to deal with, so good luck with that. But Quap's coming in from the side, bringing in the vision. And there you have it. Visage will go down. That's a big one. 60 seconds gone, but Roche is still not here for at least 2 minutes. There are no outer towers to push. Maybe they can try and poke the high ground through mid, but that would require everyone to go there right now.
Yeah, I think the best possible play is just you go to the triangle, you re-establish vision there. If your supports are carrying any, no wards available for this Jack currently. But re-establish that vision far up, see if you can get a pick off before you retreat to the Roche pit. If not, if they don't smoke or if they smoke in an awkward place, you're going to see them coming. This Radiant Vision.
It's going in. They're under vision. Yep, Groom plays a brilliant bait as well, but the Lincolns pops on the Invoker and the stun will not connect. Flacco on the run, and without the Visage, they don't have the auras. They're not ready to fight this one. They're going to have to sack the Enchantress with the lasso. Whoa. Requiem, good timing from Yawai. It actually saves Nisha's life. Have to use ultis defensively, and Visage is coming back in 5 seconds. They know the Requiem is now down. Invo probably would have died already if that stun did connect, but he has his Lincolns already in his pocket.
The question is if he's going to be allowed to actually have that on himself for the next fight. Sure, it was this close again to them losing the SF right
It was
off the
really
bat.
close.
And that is the worst part about all of this. That was a narrow escape, and they still lose the fight. They got to have the SF for that one.
Scans right outside of their base. They know they're coming out now that everybody's alive on the side of Passion. V1dar gonna look for a regroup. maybe put a fighting ward down, suspecting somewhere. They actually don't have any wards on them, so it's just Groom with a sentry. Passion. If they run left, they'll spot one of the camps was weakened, but not fully cleared, so they're not gonna continue with the chase. But however, Vidar might come around the other way around.
Yeah, they made their way back over to their own vision. That is something that both of these teams have been doing very consistently, sticking to their high ground wards in these nighttime
They
fights.
spot Egor. Nisha's right next to him. He knows the smokes pop the wards are placed down, but they're not going to go for the instant jump. One hero is missing from the fight. That is the Enchantress. Ench went through the portal when everybody else regroups in mid, so it didn't allow Passion to fight. They didn't have everyone there. I don't think we necessarily are going to fight either, because they're not going to go under Vidar's vision anymore. That is too far away. Roshan, though, he's waving once again. He's home.
That is a pretty fast respawn, isn't it?
That was.
Finally, though, Blink on Dusk. This might make a difference. This is going to allow him to sit either much further back or feel much more confident going in first. It all depends on the information you get. If they see the back,
I
he's
absolutely
gonna go.
like he went Blink before he finishes that, or even starts building that link, and he needs this item so bad. That is your save for the Shadow Fiend. And now that Vidar knows jumping SF is the key to victory, you talked about the layers. That's another layer of defense with this Tusk Snowball saving the SF.
That equals it right on out. Igor, surprise!
He decides to blink in, initiate the fight, go for the Queen of Pain. I know surely they can take that one, but now they don't have their abilities to save the SF, but then again he has his BKB, there was no damage follow-up to it, and Queen of Pain had to buy back as well. Big Sonic Wave, yo wise BKB about to run out, he's down. But now they need to clean up more, that quad buyback is very costly. They got 2 out of this one. Passion 3 teleports out.
What a repeat of recent history here as well. Getting another fight where the right jump is finally found by Passion, only for Vidar to turn it around with a clutch buyback.
Every fight's pretty much gone the same way.
Seth, I mean, he will have a Satanic next time. I think the Satanic, you might have heard me mumble it earlier, but I think the Satanic is where his ability actually turns. And he got lucky there that the Alchemist Dizzying did not actually get the Concoction stun off before the lasso ended, so the SF was able to pop his BKB. But even in other scenarios, like, most likely at the point that he gets the Satanic, he will be tanky enough to outlive the disables and hopefully turn.
Yeah, that was close to backfiring, surely. If they use the quad buyback and SF gets his BKB off and he still doesn't go down, then you're really starting to regret life. It's like, oh boy, did we actually just lose this team fight because of a small window that allowed the SF to regain consciousness.
Come to his senses and start smacking.
Oh, yeah. But since these buybacks have been coming in cycles, that means that now only the Queen of Pain has her buyback and cooldown, and all the others are back up once again.
I doubt that Passion is going to feel confident going for another one of these plays. They first got to get rid of this Aegis.
Yeah, technically counts like a buyback of a buyback, having that Aegis on the hero who just bought in.
My brain's trying to do math again. Is that like a minus buyback or a 1 divided by buyback?
I think it's like he has a buyback now.
It's
because of having the Aegis, that second life.
yeah. I mean that's the easy way to do it. I'm trying to do it the hard way.
Of course you are. You're an engineer.
Not yet.
There's no easy answer for you guys.
No. No, once the series is over, I'm going to go right back into the derivatives. Lovely stuff. A lot of wave cutting here on bot, by the way. Nation Flacco. Making sure only
It is a smart move to keep somebody out on the map right now, because even top feels very vulnerable to move in. Even if they do have that Aegis, and most likely Vidar is clumped up. They don't want to let any free kill happen for the side of Passion. So Igor, Leffen Well, not glyph in the wave, but bannering up the wave, so technically they are glyphed up. Versus the glyph, and there comes the lasso, but it's on the Visage this time. And he, without a shard, goes down. 2 instant buybacks from Passion. And there's the Walrus Punch as well. Just send the Timber flying up in the air, but the Requiem, there's no chance to use it. Very good opener there from V1dar. Changing things up a bit, catching the vulnerable Bachuk. Forcing out the buyback from the. So this is making the game a lot easier now for V1dar. Even if those team fights have been that they lose a hero, they have to buy back with it. Now things look a bit different because that does give them a win condition.
Does you only have to get that Visage again?
And they didn't even use the BKB on Alk, so their big tools is still there. Requiem's BKBs are also still up on Passion.
Lasso in 5.
Yeah, the Lasso's already back off cooldown.
And they might need it.
They are jumping in straight to the Timber Saw. Can they get Kurakami out of the way? Batrider's in, but can't get the lasso off. He's pummeled down by the Shadow Fiend. And UI was able to hammer the bat out of the way. Igor going in with the aggressive blink in. Aegis is out. Also Fernand's going in with another snowball onto the Alk. UI is already moving away from the fight. Groom is chasing, trying to get to the SF3 versus 1, and there we have it. SF down, and a buyback from the Tusk. That's a third from Passion UA. And there's a fourth one now with the Shadow Fiend coming back in. Tier 3 still taking hits here. Murakami and Igor, they are full in strength. 5v5.
Well, since the bat didn't get his lasso off previously, that threat is still waiting in the trees right now. Passion has to be so very careful.
Only the Invoker is allowed to die for Passion.
But his bat's almost guaranteed gonna get 2.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Tusk
Sonic
on the
Wave.
side, waiting for the call in. They're just going to let this one slide for now. They're happy with the exchange.
Under attack.
Getting a tier 3, getting 2 buybacks. Having to force 2 buybacks, of course. But this support Batrider has been worth the weight in gold, or even more.
He has been indeed. And I think the reason that you back off here is because the Queen of Pain wants her buyback back. And she's going to have the money for it easy, but you just need to wait out those extra 2 minutes that she still has going from the fight on bot. Once that's done, I think they are ready to press the advantage again.
So how many more defensive items are we going to see? The Shard, the Sproink for the Enchantress could allow the Edge to deal damage now, but did have the Glimmer Cape momentarily lined up. Groom! That's a dieback on the Batrider right there!
Oh boy.
His team wasn't even nearby. Dizzying was in the lane. And they spot Death Domain as well, but no TP cancel with the Visage and the Edge, so Bat gone for 80 seconds. He tried to make a game-defining or game-winning move right there, but now that he's gone for 80 seconds, Passion, let's see what they do with this time.
Hey, you got it down mid, right? Oh, that bat's gonna get a talking to. He's been so good all game, and gets caught up in it. You can't afford to, you know, start believing your own hype like that. You can't. This is still a team game. You get them there, sure. There's nobody to follow up.
Look at SF.
Oh yeah.
That's 750 damage, by the way.
And you haven't felt this pain all game because he's been too scared of your Batrider, and that's the one thing that will not
Lincoln
become
saves him from the
softened.
stun as well. Mid-rack's gone, and just look at Joai go.
Monster.
Bot tier 3 down. Melee Rock's about to fall. The jump there from Fernand's onto Kuro. Sonic Wave forced out.
Gotta
SF
retreat.
is low on HP. He's gonna need a bit of backing up here. Snowball save comes out. He's very low on HP. Buys some time off the BKB of the Alchemist, but he's gonna have to reveal himself and go for a couple of hits. Fernand's is down. Joai gets sat down with a Dagon. And Dizzying will be able to dodge, but Chook gets the TP off. There's also the concoction that's gonna be following him all the way to the fountain.
Oh no. That's the SF dead now, and they didn't get any kills for it in return. There are so many Radiant heroes right now with their buybacks on cooldown themselves. They could have gotten any of them, but no. Now you're just going to have to wait it out while the tide sloshes back the other way.
This is another opportunity for V1dar. 75 seconds. SF still has a buyback cooldown of 4
Room's
minutes.
coming in with a vengeance.
Oh yeah.
He has something to make up for.
Blacko gets hammered here. And dies to the Chakram in the end, and that looks like V1dar is going to end this game very likely if Passion can't find a miracle here. Niche, is he going for the... Okay, he's going to try and base race, but he's not going to have the pushing power like Passion V1dar has. As they're through one tier 4 tower. Invoker actually just lost the creeps as well. And they have a banner in the base, so they understand this game is done for. It's a tie. V1dar will tie this series up.
And this one much more back and forth, but both teams definitely looking fragile in the maps that they've lost.
Yeah, this was, I guess you could say V1dar in game number 1 was like, okay, this was a surprisingly great victory from Passion, but coming into this game too, shifting up their draft a bit and showing a lot of different type of strength in the laning stage, you know? It was actually Passion, I feel like they gave away so much. We talked about the perfect minute, right? V1dar, was it them doing great moves, or was it Passion just completely fumbling? Like you said, they probably fumbled that situation pretty hard. It looked like it. And I think that cost them more than they would like to admit.
I think so as well. If you have a lot of... I like to call this a Superman draft, right? Where you have this one guy that's going to be the be-all to end-all, and the rest of your team is just intended to either save him or buff him, then you really need to get your items. You need to be in a position where you can group as a team. And I feel like Passion very often, because the Tusk was not snowballing out of control either, needed to wear too many hats. And for V1dar, it was just very easy. All you have to do is put the Batrider in the trees and wait until the SF shows up. And that is your entire game plan for 90% of this game.
Well, that is V1dar actually getting their first points on the board as well. Passion, they go up to 3-1 right now, so they're still currently looking very good coming out in this first 2 days of the group stage. But of course, this was just the first series of the day. We've got more coming up after the break. We've got Habu versus TT Team coming as our second series. So after the break, might be a bit of a break, because I think we're still ahead of schedule here by about 30-ish minutes. So that game, maybe 20-ish minutes or so. You've got time to get whatever you need to get your refreshments ready for the next matchup. So we'll see you guys after the break for the next series.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more Dota action. My name is DK and I'm joined by the wonderful Bowie, or I am joining him in this case, for some fantastic Dota here at the RES. Season 4 already. This is the last one before we get to the, the beautiful LAN scenario, Bowie.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot at stake here. 2 teams from Europe are gonna go through. We pretty much can guarantee that there's one team that's going, and that is our boys from Dandelions, which by the way are not participating in this one, I guess because they already qualified. But the second place, that's really where all of the action is gonna be centered.
It's definitely a lot going to happen here. There are some, of course, TI just happened. A lot of shifts are happening all over the place. Don't really know if all the teams will have the same people in them at the end of this tournament, but that's also the beauty right now of this portion of the season. As you can see here, this is the Group A standing so far. Passion UA at the top. Avalos with 2 wins, not really that surprising. Avalos is an absolutely powerhouse of a team. Same with One Move. Like, you can really see the separation here between the teams that you really expect to make their step forward and the teams that are, well, arguably just struggling at the moment.
Yeah. I think looking at Group A, pretty hard not to give these 3 teams top 3. We'll see if they're going to be able to maintain that. But yeah, we're not talking about the top 3 right now because we have Havu versus TT Team. A Havu that honestly had, even though they lost 2 games yesterday, I think they played better than I expected. I heard legends or tales of the last time they participated. They were 0-12, so not the greatest showing. But I think they performed a bit better than I expected yesterday, and hopefully against TT Team, maybe they can get their first win of the tournament.
Yeah, obviously 2 teams up against each other that are fighting to continue on in the RES tournament, considering 3 teams are going to be eliminated from both Group A and Group B. Right now they need to win, otherwise it's pretty much over.
Harder. Yeah. We'll see what's gonna happen here. Both teams that did lose to, although I guess trying to be devil's advocate here, TT Team, they did play against One Move or Avalos. They played against Avalos, right? So if there's one team you're allowed to lose in this group, it's probably that one.
Yeah, it's not really the a big surprise that you lose against that one. I mean, Avalos is a very scary team. Of course, here we have TT Team that consists of Saofang, TikTok, Escape, Rezu, and SH. A primarily Uzbekistani team with one Kyrgyzstani player, so very Eastern European.
Yeah, exactly. I actually have never seen their flag until yesterday, which was the first time I've cast them. So pretty cool one. Kind of reminds me of the Argentinian flag, but it is slightly different tones. And we have their opponents. The glorious, beautiful, the amazing Havu. Full-on Finland team.
Yeah, Havu is actually a team that has been together for a very long time. Patu, Topita, Memzi, Awaza, and Ilbert. They have been playing in the Havu org for, I mean, ever since my team played, and that's a long time ago. But in a multitude of tournaments, they have been playing together. It is a team that does have a growth coming into it over the years, but they're definitely still a team that struggles, especially against like the big dogs. And currently they did play against the Passion UA squad, but they are, for instance, not a team that has played against the big powerhouse Avalus or One Move, who is also very scary in their group.
Yeah, and also Havu, they had a standing on MTD, and he definitely looked like one of the better players in that series. So we'll see if Patu is going to be able to play at that same level. I think MTD was quite impressive, in especially game 1 that he played. But now they are playing with their full roster here, Havu. We'll see how well they're going to perform. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. You have a favorite here. I think I want to say that Havu doesn't have the upper hand against TT team, but you know, TT team, they're pretty new, at least for me, so I don't know where to place them.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really say where they stand. Like, I'm just checking out DLTV because on DLTV you can very easily find their like MMRs and such. And Havu team is ranked 86 and TT team is ranked 87 on there. So very, very close match, but they are also very different in ranks. I mean, obviously MTD, when he was playing, he was by far the highest player in the team. Most of them tend to be around between the 500 immortal to 2000 immortal. So I think there's a slight edge to TT team. I think there's a slight edge to TT team, in my opinion, in this one. But it's going to be a very close series. It also depends really on, you know, what team plays the meta heroes in this patch a bit more. I mean, we saw it even at TI, like the meta was currently changing. Even between like the semi-finals or lower bracket finals and the day before, you had all of a sudden new heroes come into play. Though I doubt that we're going to get to see that Ricky Mid appear in this series. But
I would love to see some Ricky Mid. I love that hero,
it
man.
is wild.
It's my favorite hero, at least currently. But yeah, I mean, yesterday from the games that I've cast, Lone Druid was banned every single game. No one even attempted dare to let that one through. So I think we're not going to be seeing that one. But yeah, I mean, the Omnis, the Shadow Demons, the Wind Rangers, they're all still very powerful. The Linas. So
the Tusk.
Oh yeah, Tusk, Kunkka, lots of new developments that weren't, let's say, super strong coming into TI.
Yeah, obviously you had, you know, your Saxa and you had your, I mean, Boxy. Going absolutely bananas on some of those heroes. But that's also, it was kind of surprising to me that even though, like, the TI started off with like Maranas versus Wind Ranger. That was pretty much it. Then all of a sudden Luna got picked and Luna looked really good. And everyone started playing Luna. And then all of a sudden no one played Luna anymore from like one day to another. And it just kept on changing. But it also did show that there's, except for like Lone Druid, which is broken. But for the most part, the hero pool is really big right now in Dota, which makes it for very interesting, a lot of possible draft changes to come into play. There were also a couple of heroes that didn't get picked up at TI, which I did find a little bit surprising. I mean, not necessarily surprising, but you always expect, like, it's TI. Thompson's going to pull out some Arc Warden shenanigans or something. But the heroes that also got played before TI, like, before TI, no one played the Undying, for instance. Like, no one really touched it. And then TI came, and then all of a sudden you saw Undying getting picked up by a bunch of people, and where was that in the weeks prior?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I was also looking, there was a Reddit post saying that this TI was the one with the least picked heroes of all time. So I think TI 12 had 22 unpicked heroes and this one had 23. But then people forget that we had way less heroes back in 2013 than we have now. So percent-wise, this was not the TI with the least picked heroes. I think that was kind of fake news that was going on. I do agree with you that the hero pool was pretty wide. And like the heroes that were not picked, they're just weird, right? OD is one that like it's either broken or terrible. Like it just doesn't really work.
But no Pudge. Not a single Pudge.
That is true.
Like there was no Pudge,
going
no
super far in the
Venge?
tournament. Yeah, Venge. We actually had no Meepo too, right? It was banned but never picked. Zero.
Yeah, but Meepo did get like a big fat nerf hammer in the weeks prior. No Axe. Like Axe is still one of those heroes. Obviously, currently the meta is build auras and auras and auras.
Do you remember when the patch dropped and everyone was like, "Oh, Death Prophet is broken. It's the best facet in the whole game," and zero.
And it does nothing.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Anti-Mage as well is a hero that I always kind of expect to come back, especially because there were Deuces played at TI. You know, that's just some interesting ones in there. Lifesteal. It is weird that Lifestealer is not like viable, even though a lot of drafts are like three. Yeah, Phoenix is popular. 3 strength cores. A lot of teams had the off-lane Mars, the mid Shaker or whatever, and then a safe lane. I mean, we even saw a CK for some reason at the very end. That was very surprising. But yeah, currently the team, there is some issue with one of the players not being able to join the lobby. That's why you see me and Bowie ramble on about TI, because of course it was, 2 days ago? So it's still very fresh in the memory. Normally everything just floops out on my end. So right now I can still relive the glory that was TI until next year.
You had a lot of fun there? Was it cool?
Oh, it was cool. It was very cool. Saw so much. Enjoyed a lot of matches. Saw Aurora get completely destroyed, which was interesting because they were the only team that played. You know, Southeast Asia is like used to be like South America, super fast paced and go go go.
Yeah.
Aurora like 20 minutes in, 5 kills in the game, and you were like, where's the fire? Where's the Southeast Asian flame? I really missed that at TI from them, unfortunately. But, you know, there's also rumors about the reshuffles and stuff. You can check Reddit for all those rumors. They're everywhere. Some 23 Savage moving and stuff. That is interesting.
Okay. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I am taking a look at it. But, dude, what about the Ramses Doom thing, right? The whole Doom being bugged.
Yeah.
That was so weird.
That was very weird. The blink out there from Batrider as well. I'm baffled that Ramses didn't pause the game. Why didn't he, like... Because there was a pause previously at like minute 53, and then after that pause, Doom was broken. Like the Scorched Earth didn't work anymore. And then like Ramses didn't like, hey, guys.
Because I read that like he gave an interview about the whole thing and that like he didn't like his itemization and stuff, but I didn't see if he talked about if he actually noticed that it was not working, right? Because he said like his head was all freaked up and he didn't know what was happening. Maybe he actually didn't notice, which is crazy, right? If he actually didn't.
He might have been just completely,
absorbed.
He played really well at TI. Honestly, played fantastic. But yeah, in that like Doom game, he did. There were moments where he did have some issues. I mean, it was really just a lot of Thompson going completely nuts on that Sand King. But yeah, he also played a fantastic... There are some players that really just played outstanding at TI. Ramses was one of them.
Yeah, he definitely impressed me, you know, because it was kind of a meme that he was never an offlaner, blah, 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 but I definitely feel like he improved a lot. Did we have a problem with the lobby here? Because I see people leaving.
No one.
There's
said...
2 lobbies, but I don't know which one's the right one.
They're rejoining this lobby again, so... But the admin's not here.
Yeah, I got invited, but I couldn't join through the invite. I cannot accept Wu's invitation for some reason. What the hell?
Okay, now I
think I'm the right one, yeah.
Yeah, I assume we're in the right one.
Okay. Alright, guys, the podcast will be over, hopefully. I'm assuming we had a problem. Maybe the player just couldn't join that lobby for some reason. I do see a lot of people here. But yeah, that TI
they were actually
was...
rejoining the other lobby again, which is the funny part.
So, what do we, out of the top 6, how many teams would you say are gonna shuffle?
I mean, I know a couple of them that are going to shuffle, so
You don't have to tell which ones, but
yeah, I think
if I would have
from
to
the
guess, I would
top
say
6 teams.
4.
Wait, I gotta check out the top 6 and then because yeah.
It's Extreme, Falcons, Liquid, GG, Tundra, and someone else.
It wouldn't surprise me if they all would have a reshuffle.
Because even Tundra, right? Like, they did so well with Saxa. And it's like, what? Are you actually gonna give up on having Saxa as a 4? Like,
Yeah, no, I don't think Saxa wants to play an entire year. He just likes TI. He's just
he did
sure,
tweet,
I'll
right,
come for TI.
before TI that he wanted to come back, though. I remember seeing a tweet from him. I can't use Twitter anymore because Elon Musk, but when I could, I remember seeing that tweet.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Brazil.
Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, Saxa, like, in general, is an amazing player. It's really kind of just, like, I think almost every team wants him. That's how valuable he is. It's just, there's so many events coming up. Like, there's, 2 Blast tournaments coming up. There's, rumors of BTS maybe returning.
Ooh, didn't hear that one.
Yeah, no, that one was, I think, posted on X by maybe T-Panda. I can't remember who it was. I saw it floating about. But there were a lot of rumors floating out there. There's a lot of confirmed tournaments. Obviously, you got your Dream Leagues, you got your ESLs. So you have to be also expecting
there's like a
a
Betboom
super
Dacha in a week, I think.
Dacha.
Yeah.
The PGL Wallachia, which will probably continue on. Then you've got the ESB stuff that's also going to be coming back again, probably beginning next year. That is just, there's so much coming up that you also need to be wary of the fact that you are very likely, if you're Saxa level in a Saxa level team, you're going to be flying all over the place the entire time, and your rest might be hard to have, pretty much. Also depends on what region you want to play.
You need to be 100% certain that that's the life you want to live, right? Because it's not a chill lifestyle, but for sure, it's so much pressure, so much traveling, so much. It's really hard to focus, I think, and I think it's gonna get worse than it was last year. And last year was already very full of tournaments, right? Pretty much every month there was a LAN or there was like a qualifier for a big LAN going on.
Yeah, I mean, without DPC, you're pretty much getting the the CS2 treatment of there's just too much on the calendar. You're done with one tournament, you immediately have to fly on to the next one. There's multiple tournaments going on at the same time, so you also have choices there. Luckily enough, you don't have to split yourself off into 2. But Dota, it's very interesting how it's growing again. which is weird because it seems Valve has focused everything on their new game, which, to be fair, Deadlock is amazing.
Dude, it's so good. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting much. I'm terrible playing FPS, but I'm hooked. I am definitely hooked. Just like Naga would hook you as I didn't have a draft. First man Naga. Surprising.
Yeah, Naga was also one of those heroes at TI. Like, it has too much. It's too deadly. The fight reset's insane. Omni Knight, same story. You give free BKB, really obnoxious as a +5. Couldn't be Wind Ranger and like Mirana are super heavy safe lane heroes, so it goes well with those. Lina, I actually expected to see more of, because at one point no one even looked at Lina.
Yeah, I'm surprised they banned both, right? To me, you either ban the Omni so the lane is not viable, or you don't ban Omni when you have first pick so that you get it for yourself. So I think banning 2 is a bit too much, maybe? But the London definitely is something that you... I guess TT showing weakness here, right? Because it probably shows that they are not willing to pick it, but still a very scary hero nonetheless.
I'm surprised they banned out like both. Well, I mean, Lone Druid is a specialist hero. Naga is, as a +5, it's not really the most difficult. It has a little bit because you have those illusions, but for the most part, it's not really that hard. So you could always go that route yourself. Tinker's actually not banned yet. That's still a hero that is quite significantly annoying / scary to deal with, which TTT might consider not banning and picking themselves.
Yeah, the Tusk ban also maybe showcasing they want to pick Kunkka, right, in case the Tinker gets picked up here.
I do love the fact that they banned both the Shadow Demon and the Tusk, because we saw something go wrong at TI.
Definitely. So what do you do here? Do you pick the Mirana? Do you pick the Tinker? Kunkka? What else is super high value?
You could just go Doom out of the gate. It wouldn't be the most surprising. It's the healing Sand King. Completely forgot about, we saw Thompson play like an insane person on that hero in mid. It can be easily put up on the off lane as well. Bloodstone is it's just broken. You get to level 25 with the extra epicenter pulses and the entire screen is just filled with epicenters.
Yeah. Really, really strong hero. And I mean, as we said, there's like 5 options here that you can easily pick up. There's also the Nature's Prophet we didn't talk about. Sniper is another one that shows up, but against Sand King, probably not the best.
Yeah, you're gonna need to get a pipe builder on Havu because there's just no way to otherwise play the game.
Yeah. I like Kunkka, honestly. I think it's pretty good against Sand King.
Kunkka's not a bad choice. The Underlord we saw as well. I mean, there's always just auras. DP, no.
Oh my god.
Centaur, lane dominating core, kind of insane. It also counters in case they want to go for, let's say, a Doom as their off lane. You have a way to just get out of that area. But they could also just go Mars and then counter the center again, so...
10 seconds.
Depends on what the Sand King is planning to do.
No, team. Do you ban like the Snapfire just so that the offlane isn't that much of a problem for you?
The Mirana as well.
They played support Bristle last series, so they just making sure.
Oh my god, they watched Snaking.
Yeah, they did.
Snaking lost with that.
They played the weirdest draft. Like they had Sniper, Mirana, Wind Ranger, and support Bristle with Magnus. So their plan was just rushing eggs on the support Bristle with and power on the Wind Ranger that also had Solar Flare. That was their plan. It did not work.
I mean, I commend it for being like that. It's just full on ballsy right there. It's like just buff everything up. Hopefully they die, and otherwise we lose.
Also, they did that against an Omni Knight, so just not the greatest. They didn't really had a lot of DPS when Guardian Angel was up. But all right, they also take away the Sniper.
I've been told, by the way, that their TT team is playing with a substitute right now. Rezu went missing in action.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
So it is which one?
Wait,
is
who
the-
told you that? Oh,
Check
Talent production.
Discord.
Yeah. all right, no problem. They banned them run and they get Treant, huh? Okay.
Dire
Another
team
hero that was not being played at all until TI.
Which is surprising because it was actually a really high win rate in pubs.
Yeah.
But like it just didn't get picked, and then you saw Insania, hit that big overgrowth in the group stage, and everyone was like, "Pretty good hero, pretty good hero."
When I do that, I want to do that as Clock Bat Trader very good against both Center and Treant. Very nice.
Clock always annoying, caught in the cogs. Bat Rider has been played as a pulse 4 very successfully. You try to, they don't really have a way out of a lasso at the moment. No saving heroes really left unless you go OD, which would be Psychotic. Until we get, of course, the new hero added into Captain's Mode, and then we have another save, and that makes my game as Winter Wyvern even more horrible when Ringmaster joins.
By the way, I can't help but feel like you talked about, needing a pipe on Havu, and then I look at the Centaur, and I hate when a Centaur has to rush pipe, right? Like, having Blink is so good. Treant Protector is not really an initiator hero. So I'm not a big fan of what Havu has. Especially when you have Luna, I think you actually want that aura hero so that Luna can stand her ground and just jump at people. I do like the Snapfire. I think he makes the Centaur's lane better, but I'm not sure I like the Centaur pick.
I mean, I think Centaur is just in general good because it counters a lot of possible heroes that they can go for in the safe lane.
Yeah.
And you don't have to buy boots, so you get like your Blade Mill very quickly, for instance, or Blink if you go that route. But obviously, in this case, Pipe, Crimson Guard is going to be a necessity. Pipe is definitely going to be a necessity. They could technically also make the Snapfire go for Pipe. Like, he's a guarding Greaves, Pipe kind of building support potentially as well. But that TA pick is really, really good. They have like Mortimer's Kisses to try, or the little Shredder to try and go through the refraction charges, but for the most part, TA doesn't really mind this game.
Yeah, and you can cancel it from like super long distance, right? With the shard as well. So very easy to cancel the kisses as TA. Very easy to also jump kill the Treant with the vision of the traps and the silence that you get. Really like the TA pick. I don't dislike the Luna, but I wish they had a more straightforward offlane aura builder to kind of make the Luna timing stronger. But, it's a very solid hero for sure.
So we've been told that Rezu is not playing for TT Team right now, but they are playing with Askold, which is actually arguably probably a higher ranked player. I mean, Askold has a lot of experience in quite a decent amount of different teams. Still very young, actually. I'm surprised he's not in a team right now.
Okay, do you know his rank right now?
No, but I can very quickly look it up.
Radiant team back.
Man's got a Wikipedia page. That helps.
Oh, alright, yeah. That definitely helps. Benny Kanka here on Havu.
517. It's actually not that high, but he is I've seen many games of his. Very good player.
I mean, for this series is actually pretty high because I think the highest I've seen was like 400 something, and there's a lot of like 4-digit ranks.
5 seconds remaining.
Definitely, above average for this series, I would say,
Team back.
as they take away the Viperino.
The XM Viper, indeed. The problem right now for Havu is they don't know what this Sand King is. Now they do know what this Sand King is.
Yes.
Okay, Voker last pick mid. That's
pretty greedy cores on TT, right? Even the Sand King to some degree is pretty greedy. How do you increase the pace here for Havu so that maybe you can explore the greediness? Like something that beats Invoker in lane, but that also enables the Luna. Is there such a hero?
honestly, I mean, the Voker right now is also in a very strong position. Just laning wise, he beats a lot of different heroes. You could go for You know, Puck looked really nice. Any of the spirits, really. If you want to go pace, you go for any of the spirits.
You know what's good here? Ricky Maru. They go
No,
first,
Ricky
spirit.
is never good. Stop it.
Ricky is very good. What was the win rate, actually? Let me check. What's Ricky's win rate at TI? It has 0%. God damn, that's awful.
Didn't it only get picked like once? Or...
He got picked twice and lost. Okay. It got banned 10 times though, but it did get banned twice.
That's wild. They got banned 10 times.
Yeah.
But Earthspirit mid. I mean, 7 at TI looked very good on it and kind of like brought it to the rest of the teams to start playing it.
Analog had some good games with Earthspirit as well, I remember, but they got eliminated very quickly.
Obviously, you have to remember the South Americans doing it.
Of course, I have to. I do like the pick. I think it gets kind of trashed by Invoker in the mid lane, though. There's just draining your mana. It's pretty annoying for Earthspirit. He doesn't really have a lot of mana or a way to dodge the EMP very well.
It has outplay potential, but if the Voker plays it safely with, you know, the new... I can't remember the fastest name, but with the lifesteal on your attack, auto attacks, like you survive most of the time.
I think it's Elitist, that one.
Yeah, Elitist, yeah. Voker is really strong laning-wise. Not too many heroes win against it. Normally it like ties. Of course, in this case, Spirit Vessel is pretty good to have against Sand King. His lifesteal from the Bloodstone against the TA to get rid of the refraction charges. I think that's mainly the reason why, because they have a Centaur, they have a Treant, they have a Snapfire, they have an Earthspirit. It's all go, 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 and then once you get to the enemy's high ground and you break their tier 3 tower, it's just the racks are gone because you got Luna to back it all up. So I like the kind of idea that they have because they see they're up against TA, so they want to kind of win before TA gets really obnoxious. The only downside is if this lineup of theirs gets behind, it's really hard to come back.
Yeah, I gotta say, despite the greediness of TT team, I really prefer their draft a bit more. Like Havu, they have some outplay potential for sure. They have some strong timings in like minute 25 to 35. But I feel like their lanes are not amazing. Especially mid, I think it's gonna be bad for Tupida. And the only lane I think is really strong is the Snapfire Centaur. No, the Luna Trini is good, but I think against the Clockwork plus... Wait, do you think it's gonna be bat 5 or 4?
I would assume it's a bat pulse 4 and a pulse 5 Clockwork. That would be the logical way to go about it.
Well, yeah, I guess their side lanes are good on Havu. Yeah, never mind. I think their side lanes are okay. I'm just scared for Desert Spirit, and I think a lot of the minigame kind of rests in his hands. That's why I still am a bit concerned with how their mid game is going to look like.
The battle begins.
But, you know, this is Dota. Everything can just already be decided in the laning stage. And I do like the fact that Sarfang already at the start walking all the way around so that he doesn't get spotted out for a potential first kill. Clockwork, however, might not be so lucky as he's going to get jumped. Throws out the cogs. Can they break through?
Oh!
Nope, he does walk it off.
What a hero. What a hero.
And yeah, mid EMP mana drain. That's just going to be the case the entire time. He's going to need the bottle, otherwise there's nothing Earthspirit will be able to do. And what are your thoughts on that bottom lane?
It's I mean, it's Tree and Luna, right? It's supposed to be pretty strong, but they have a lot of displacement and a lot of AoE, so you do gotta respect the Sand King Batrider. But I think if like you survive to level 3 as Havu, the lane gets pretty hard for TT team after that, because level 2 Leech Seed is crazy strong.
Okay, and the top lane, I mean, it depends on the Snapfire build. He went for full bore. There have been some more... Oh, those cogs. Oh. Very annoying. There have been some Snapfires going for the other one, the Ricochet.
Uh-huh.
That one I don't know. It feels weird to me.
He was
compared to
super
the value.
strong before the nerfs, right? And now I've seen like crit going for it still sometimes, but I feel like full board just seems like the more stable one. You know, it's better in a higher average of games, I would say.
Yeah, I think that probably is the case. Well, Waza bottom lane taking a lot of damage. The burn is strong, and the first blood is secured. Sand King plus Bat Ride. It is a lane that if you start losing it, there is no recovery.
Yeah, exactly. It's just too much burst damage. Even though Treant is supposed to be tanky, like this displacement plus damage over time that they have is so annoying. And they don't really have the burst damage to kill these heroes because, you know, the displacement makes it hard for them to get on top of the Sand King. The Sand King can also just use Burrow Strike to get out. Definitely sad here to have, because there is a world where you get to level 3 and you got to kill yourself. But now it's probably hard to even get that because the level advantage is always going to be on the side of TT.
Foker in mid almost got taken down by Tapita. Luckily, there was no invis detection for the Earth Spirit. Otherwise, that would have actually been a solo kill going in. Tapita doing really well. The advantage of melee against range does seem to be pretty effective so far.
It definitely gets harder, but if you manage to get a slight edge in the beginning, it makes your time much better. As the top lane fight... Oh, there's another kill bottom, but...
Oh, Zodiac going for the fight. Batu gonna get taken down.
He dies.
Waza. Yep, throws out the blood grenade just to make sure it's a guaranteed kill. But it will be a 2-for-1 trade in the bottom lane. Yeah, I was also looking at the top side at the same time because there was a little load sword fight. But they can just walk it off. I mean, Centaur Snapfire doesn't really die that easily.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this bottom lane is a disaster. Already losing this Luna and the Treant. The damage is just going to increase. Sand King already has double bracer. Good luck ever killing any of these heroes here on the side of TT team.
It's also one of the deadly things that you're going to have to deal with is Earth Spirit can very easily rotate. It's one of the strongest in that regard. He doesn't need like his level 6 for it if you go too aggressive.
Speaking of him, he does
Double
steal
bottle.
a rune there. Nicely done.
There's a Bat Rider rotating towards mid. Tapita do quite a decent amount of damage. Hits the roll, unfortunately, on the wrong place. Tapita, boulder smash, TikTok almost gets taken down. And there's even Waza going through. Zodiac trying to body block the Treant, but now the Treant needs to be careful himself. TikTok Kid. That's, by the way, a horrible name. Just want to mention that there. And Zodiac goes for the dive to get the kill. Suicides. So he has a faster respawn and can rejoin any lane he needs to.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the Treant there. At least he does have a TP back to the bottom side. But not having the greatest start so far.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But, you know, this Earth Spirit, 31-5, definitely having a better lane stage than we predicted. So the game is in his hands, I would say. If he can get some of these good rotations, if he can snowball this game, that's how you buy time for the Luna to recover.
Well, he is rotating through towards top, going for the fight. Bold Smash comes in, Clockwork taken down, or not just yet, staying alive, throws out the blood grenade, gets blood grenaded himself. A bit of revenge right there. TikTok Kid now needs to be careful. Invis detection, but there's the dust. The roll connects. The Voker is in trouble. Boulder Smash slows him down. In the meantime, they do lose the Luna in the bottom lane, but it's 3 kills for Havu. And now Sarfang, okay, he doesn't have to be that careful.
Solo killed from the Sand King against the Luna. You don't see that happening very often. And he didn't even had his 5th point learned, so that's actually experience he got from the kill itself. I don't know how that's supposed to happen. This Luna has boots as well. How do you die solo to a Sand King?
The Bat Rider was bottom lane.
Oh, he went through the Twin Gates later? Okay. That makes more sense. Okay.
But yeah, it is, I mean, Luna is still top net worth. It's a Luna. You level Moonglaves, you can go into the jungle regardless. Earth Spirit needs to be constantly rotating because it is a hero with a very weak farming tool. It's gotten better over the years, but bottom lane, Batu getting dove underneath the tower. Sand King does a lot of AoE damage. The cog bounces are insane, but in response, Topita is there now, and double kill for the Earth Spirit. Batrider will get the TP off in time and will be able to disengage, but it is another 2-for-2 trade with a second death on the Luna.
Oh, he's going from the twin gates. There is a ward showcasing that this is happening, so it will allow Sarfang to move himself out. Oh, good steal from Havu.
Radiant's middle tower is
Goodbye.
Yeah, the Wisdom Rune's always nice. They grab their own one on Waz as well. Treant getting level 6 fast, and Snapfire as well, especially the Snapfire one. That's kind of a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, you can get a good overgrowth, Snapfire Kisses. That's guaranteed kill on a lot of these heroes so far. Probably only the Sand King can survive because he's quite tanky.
Clockwork being a nuisance against Centaur, but he's got triple bracer plus a chain melee. He doesn't really care about a Clockwork.
And that's a big boy right there. Time for the runes.
I'm curious what Topita's going for, because it's not going for Vessel at least. At least hasn't shown it.
Yeah.
So Waza grabs the illusion rune, but will lose his life. The kill gets secured, rolling from Topita onto Zodiac. Cookie stun comes out. The Batrider is dropping low and should be taken down. But Topita takes a decent amount of damage in response as well. Is immediately going towards bottom where the epicenter was used to drop Batu. Some more kills happening, and now TT team takes the lead.
Yeah, just underestimating the strength of the Sand King in the lane. I mean, that ward from TT team on the Twin Gates, so clutch. It saved the TA. It showcases was a TP'd here, and they will be able to disengage with no casualties. They also have vision of Topita.
It's not an easy kill though. They also don't have epicenter anymore.
Sure.
So it's not going to result in anything. Top lane, Sarfang's actually chasing after the center. He's almost got the side blade kill there as well. But Ilbert does get the disengaged. Bottom lane, they're going to go in. If they can kill Patu once again, he's already died 4 times this game. The kisses of death come right through. Globs of doom.
Missed a lot of them.
Yeah, he's missing most of them. Luckily enough, you can't dodge the magnetized damage. And they will find SH. Sand King will be taken down by Waza. Overgrowth is not going to connect. But the rest of TT is going to get themselves back.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, right, like imagine if you get a good fight with those ultis that you get only because of that Wisdom Rune being stolen. Like, this could be a 3k goal lead right now. It feels like they won that fight, but marginally. Whereas with the advantage that they have, they should have probably won it handedly. That's mid. Topita, no mana. Gets the rune, but dispelled.
And taken down immediately after. Southfang is top net worth at the moment, but I mean, Patu's actually had a lot of good farm, which is, if you look at last hits, like Patu has literally less than half the last hits of the Luna, who does drop the Eclipse in the top lane.
Yeah, time to get the hell out of here.
Memzy.
Have no business.
Yeah, no disengaging possible with that coming through. Waza's on the run as well. Ilbert still being held back. Body block with the battery assault. Tried to go for a meld strike, but now that Topita has respawned, he'll get himself a quick kill. He's going for Blade Mill on the Earth Spirit. Same with the Centaur, who is pretty much done with it. So they'll, I guess, try and make sure Sand King kills himself. Oh, Batu! Epicenter already casted, just a bit too late. And another kill on the Luna.
Yeah, I mean, he was farming so close to the creeps. Like, he could have been 300 range away, and that Burrow Strike doesn't land. He doesn't die. He was, like, pretty much melee range with Blade Mail, with Mask of Madness turned on. Very, unusual mistake, as they do lose the Batrider, but that's Tier 1 tower falling bottom of the rotation of Sourfang.
Yeah, they're getting their objectives done. Same thing with the top lane. Havu going for the Tier 1 tower there as well. Try and shut down a little bit of the map presence of the Luna and TA. An important factor with both these heroes is, of course, stacks, and they are non-existent.
True.
So that's
Literally
a little...
0.
Well, there's one ancient stack on all the way on the right side of the Dire, but yeah.
Yeah. Not very impressive, as Topita does steal the rune. Good pieces.
And a big Mortimer's Kisses with
go.
Overgrowth coming out. A lot of damage. 2 kills secured for the Radiant side. In response, can the Dire do anything? Clockwork still not level 6, so no hook shot available. They're going in on the Sand King, who's going to get overwhelmed. Slow down onto the Clockwork. Rolling Bolt is not going to connect, but the right click is. And that is a gigantic fight for Havu that should turn in towards the Tier 1 tower siege in mid. Absolutely fantastic move. Waza with a great 3-man Overgrowth.
Yeah, finally they get to land all their spells, and their team fighting gets enabled. Very nicely done. Blade Mayo also allowing them to get the kill on the Sand King from Topita. I mean, Topita is really keeping them in this game, right? 4-2 and 7, a part of more than half of these kills. And now the support duo also picks up the slack here.
Yeah, this is a great job so far from the big bulky heroes of Havu. And fighting into the double blade mill is just not easy for any of, like Sand King, if he pops his epicenter, he'll probably actually kill himself.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going for a pipe to at least be able to withstand some of that as they find the TA.
Yep, with the Magnetize, able to get rid of the refractions. They roll on him, they hold him down, and without the Force Staff or anything, he cannot disengage.
They wanted to connect with the smoke, but they don't get the connection. No hookshot still. Just
Epicenter on Patu again, and Patu drops another time. Man's been dead so many times this game already. He's down 6 deaths. That's a lot, and it's almost all of them in the same spot.
Yeah, and he's almost 6 net worth as well. He was top 1 as the EMP clips the Treant. Good slow.
Rolling Boulder connects. Nice tornado to try and keep SH alive, who is just using the cogs while his team is disengaging. In comes the TAs of Sourfang, going for Topita. Center Stampede. Ilbert wants to go back in. Burrow Strike in response. A decent amount of damage. Overgrowth again with the kisses onto TikTok Kid. Voker drops. Sand King's almost dead, but he does walk away. Zodiac with the lasso drag takes him for a spin towards Sourfang. He'll be able to get himself another kill.
He can get another.
Secured. Nice kill from Memzi with that full bore blast on to the Sand King. And tried to TP out, but will be caught in the very end. All things considered, TT had a really good fight.
Yeah, it started nice for Havu, but they overstayed. They overstayed after using the kisses and the overgrowth. They ended up getting baited. Also, just another... I think Patu just should not have died. The last 3 deaths, I think, were very problematic for him. So now, time to farm the triangle. He has to just focus on his farm and not put himself in positions that are too aggressive. Like, he's just too squishy, and the Sand King can easily kill him.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit too many times. Should just, honestly, yeah, where he is right now, his triangle, left side, the Ancients, maybe the first couple of camps, and the Dire side of the map. If you get a nice, good, aggressive ward placed by the Havu supports. I mean, at the moment, he even placed his own Observer Sentry, just to be sure he is safe this time. But Sourfang is very far ahead on the TA.
Yeah, that's going to be a full Dazzle completed, and Shard is not too far away.
Opens up Roche, which is also a scary prospect.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and look at that smoke. Infinite TT, they were looking for the Luna. Will not find her, though.
But they might find themselves TikTok in. Blink Lasso drag. However, there's so many heroes of the opponent inside and nearby. Hookshot finally comes in onto the Clockwork to interrupt the ulti. Sand King does get taken down. There's the Eclipse as well with the full man walk up mid. It will be disastrous. Rolling Boulder from Topita is looking for Sourfang. Pushes it back towards his team. And they should be able to finish off this TA. Clockwork can't do anything to help. His hook shot was used to get rid of the Snapfire ulti, and that was not even used at this fight. So a disastrous engagement for TT.
Damn, alright, he just overpowered TT team here. And this should, I mean, I guess this is a glyph. There's no way you actually get this tier 2 tower, especially with the Luna getting out. Okay. Not too shabby.
This is what they're supposed to do with their draft. Just constantly keep going. 25 to 17. That is the game they want to play. Whereas TT, they need to dodge kind of everything and drag this game out.
Yeah, you need BKBs, dispels in general. Invoker's gonna finish his Manta, so not that far off from that. And the TA will 100% need a BKB. But if Shard Blink is what they want, as you said, you're gonna have to buy like 10 minutes probably until you're ready to take these fights.
You're also against the pipe of the Centaur at the moment. The Solar Crest coming up on the TA, that is done on the Treant. So they have a mech on the Snap. They're getting a lot of like auras and defensive tools on Havu. And TA is not that heavily picked this patch because you're supposed to one pump burst an enemy hero. And because of items like Solar Crest coming up, being picked up by everyone, it's very hard to play burst heroes. That's why, like, even PA doesn't get picked up that much. You see it a couple of times, but there's just so many defensive tools and auras coming in. Once the Crimson Guard comes into play from the Centaur, so much damage gets negated.
Everyone's so tanky too, right? Just looking at the heroes in this game, like you have, what, 6 strength heroes? I guess Earthspirit used to be strength, he's universal, but he's still quite tanky. Same for Snapfire. Then you have Sand King Clock. Even Batrider's quite tanky himself, so...
There's just so many universal heroes, actually, because
yeah.
Clockwork's also universal. I completely forgot about that.
That's true. Ooh, Clock. Very close from finding Patu here, but no follow-up. That would be pretty awkward.
Sand King does have a blink, so can go for the epi, but against the pipe, against the healing of the Treant added in as well with the leech seed and such, it's problematic towards mid. Stampede to get the Treant out of range, which I guess it's a worthwhile trade, but are they... Oh, I was actually expecting them to like go for Roche on the TA.
Exactly, especially because it's still nighttime, so no Stampede. Surprising that they don't force this one. Okay, I'm gonna play passive.
And TikTok Kid now has his Manta as well, so he can get rid of the Magnetize and Overgrowth.
Radiant are scanning.
I wanted to say Spirit Vessel, but they don't even have that item.
Yeah, look at the world we live now. Invokers building Manta, carry Invokers being a thing.
Sport Tinker, carry Evoker, you know, what are you gonna do? Dota gets weird.
Yeah.
But we do have a new hero coming up soon, so 2 heroes in 1 year, that actually 2 heroes in like 2 months, that's
well,
insane.
Don't get your hopes up. They
No,
didn't say which TI.
No, they said it comes at the next Crownfall.
Yeah. Yeah, but do you know when
Act
that
4
actually drops?
Crownfall has to drop soon. You can't be
And what is soon?
You can't be like, oh yeah, every Crownfall act is like a month or 2, and then the last one, we're gonna wait like a year and a half for that one, just to piss you off.
They did say, I don't even remember what the date was for our boy Ringmaster, but I think it was definitely overdue by a long shot. But anyways, time for a smoke here on Havu. They actually dropped a lot in net worth, right? I think it was 7k at some point, and we're down to 3.
They kind of just like they get a kill here on the Clockwork +5, but it does realistically not do anything.
Yeah, it's just a wasted smoke in a way. You're not gonna... Oh, Luna! Not again!
Oh, Epicenter Burrow with the AoE damage from Stinger. Is Patu going to be able to stay alive? Eclipse comes out in return, and this time you'll not take down the Luna, even though it was a little bit scary. But you won't take down the Luna. Patu finally wins out a fight, and they're going to head in towards the pit to get that first Aegis of the game.
All right. Yeah, now she has 2k HP. That extra stats from the Specialist Array definitely coming in handy, as they will get this Roshan. There's no way I'm gonna do anything about this.
That should be the first stages of the game. But Tia doesn't really care. He now has his Blink plus Shard, as you mentioned, that he was building with Focus going for the Witchblade. He is, as of course, turning into right-click Foker. So you're going to have more late-game potential between them. I am a bit surprised that Sand King is just, like, not going Bloodstone. Like, at all. Just Yule's next.
Yeah, I mean, the Dispel is great, but as you said, Bloodstone, definitely a core piece of this hero at the moment.
It's just OP. Bloodstone's just insanely, stupidly strong. Oh.
Yeah.
Lasso onto Memzi. Have you ever seen the South Park episode? I mean, there's a lot wrong with that South Park episode, but with Memzi.
Harry told me. I did not remember his name was Memzi, but I do remember the episode.
I just always think of like Memzi, and then he gets like attacked by a shark and stuff. Fun stuff.
Oh yeah, there's something Zoomers wouldn't understand.
I mean, even Zoomers have to watch South Park. Everyone has to watch South Park.
Do they? I mean, they have to, yes, but I don't think they know it, right? It's not as popular as it used to be when we were kids.
I mean, it got smarter. It got like very political, not political, but like they follow latest trends-ish.
Yeah.
So it like follows the news,
updated,
which is cool.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what word to use, but it's always relevant. Right?
Yeah, it's relevant to the current situation, which makes it even more funny.
They find Gilbert here.
Burrow in. Zodiac doesn't have the lasso for 3 seconds. Has the blink at the ready. But these are not the heroes you want to go for. These are not the droids you're looking for.
I guess if you drain the center mana, that's a way to win the fight, right? He has no wand, very limited mana, but without Shard on Invoker, you're just not landing the DMP.
It's only a 2k net worth lead right now. Zodiac's cutting the creep wave. TA's just farming away, going for the Hurricane Pike. They're not...
Finally go for a tower.
Yeah, the first tier 2 tower, 24 minutes. Like, with how strong they were, definitely expected a bit of a stronger push so far.
I think this whole game has been kind of like that. Like Havu actually winning most of the fights, but unable to force enough so that TT stops farming. Like they're still getting a lot out of the map, and I don't know, I look at this Manta Witchblade Invoker with this TA just going for all damage items, and it does feel like if you don't end this game early enough, things are gonna get nasty for you.
Well, they have the Aegis, and they are gonna go high ground, and once that tier 3 tower drops, those racks are very quickly gone, so you definitely do have to defend it. You're
not scared though.
Yeah, no.
TA's still farming top, right? Invoker's like bottom for some reason. I guess he's gonna cut that wave.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty outstanding job just trying to find farm all over the map. Okay, that's kind of funny. Sarfang just said, ready. He paused the game, said ready, lagged, and then afterwards DC's out.
Classic.
Oh, just a lag spot. Okay, we're gone.
I'm ready to DC.
But Pachu is top net worth at the moment on the Luna. And Sarfang in second place, but everyone's kind of neck on neck in terms of net worth, so this game is incredibly close. It's not like a support that's in, like, Memzi is really farm, but of course part of that's the shard that he got. I think he probably got the shard, because Treants tend to just buy the shard.
Yeah, exactly. Usually, like after the Solar Crest, there's not much you want besides Blink, but that's also a game where they're just drooping up, taking towers more than they're taking fights, so Blink's not any.
And the tier 2 tower mid is gone. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. You also have to be careful, because you can easily get like lasso dragged out of position if you go high ground, especially without the BKB yet. they can like do enough magic damage to burst you down, and then the second life isn't that hard.
They separated TT.
Clockwork in trouble. He's gonna try and fly away, but won't be able to disengage. Overgrowth comes out. Sand King EMP does do a lot of mana draining, but the Sand King's in a world of hurt, surrounded by enemies with Blade Mill specifically. Very problematic. TikTok Kid on the run. Eclipse was also used. TikTok Kid, can he get away? Do they have any detection? No. So he does manage to get away. 2 kills for Havu. And now
Zodiac just cutting the wave here. Doesn't care.
He's also got Force Staff, so pushing high ground against Blink Lasso Force Staff's even harder.
Yeah, that's only 1 minute of the Aegis left. They don't have a glyph, so the catapult is going to be a problem. But I think there's a world where you can actually wait this BKB out and take a fight after that. Or is there? That's pretty fast. Never mind.
Yeah, it drops quickly. Bit of damage thrown out. Batu continuing. He's also closing in on his level 20 talent. The Moon Glaives fires on Lucent Beam. That's such a strong power spike for the hero.
No glyph. This is it. Havu. This might be their first game here in this tournament, at least so far. They are looking pretty solid.
Yep, of course the Aegis expires in 20 seconds. So they might have to wait for the next Roche. They smoke up on the Dire side going in. Batu, they jump onto this Batrider. Actually, the silence on Ilbert was perfectly timed to try and get Zodiac out of there. But the Batrider, you can't... Oh my god, he actually gets away, dodges it. Torpedo goes a bit too deep. Lasso dragged into Oblivion. The Aegis just got reclaimed, so they can go back in onto TT. And Waza will be left behind. The rest of his team should be able to disengage. Or not! The Burrow catch from Kohler onto Memzi, who will be slowly but surely taken down. Dodges the tornado, but there is no disengaging from the rest. And yeah, they got the mid-side racks, but that net worth advantage is still almost negligible.
Yeah, when they can separate Havu, that's when these fights look a bit better. For TT team, very low cooldown spells, a lot of displacement. They can find Batu here.
Oh, they scanned him, but they don't Rocket Flare connect. So he'll be able to get himself out of there. He actually walks right towards them after.
Oh, no.
Which is...
No lasso, but they have the trap. They know exactly where he is.
They have the Sand King. They catch him. Oh, no. Batu, you just TP'd out. Half a second ago, BKB keeps him alive, goes for the Eclipse, goes for the disengage. Sarfang, can he kill him off in time? Batu's actually staying alive. A lot of damage being dealt. The Glaives are bouncing all over the place. Out, Batu stays alive! And with Ilbert and the rest of the team joining in, he even throws out a little bit of a chat. Is this real line from Tsunami there? A bit of BM towards TT because he just barely survived that and did 6.6k damage.
Luna dodged the Meld Strike and then the second hit because of the Elven Tunic. That 60% evasion was so valuable in that fight. Holy crap.
Now in towards mid. Memzi trying to disengage. Tornado trying to catch him out, but Ilbert's nearby. Can they get a connection? They're looking for Zodiac. Earth Spirit's very fast on the chase if he can know what direction you're going for, but they will disengage. Batrider's Lasso's now on cooldown as well for 40 seconds. So that will possibly another set of racks might be taken here.
Shilo's ready for Tapita. Yeah, I mean, they could play safe, right? You don't have to go high ground, but they...
Luna needs a bit of regen first. Oh, or they catch the bat, and then there is really very little chance they kill him.
Okay, Wisdom Rune gonna be picked up by Shish. That's decent, I guess. They're going high ground. Alright, this is it. They have buy on the Batrider and they also have Lasso. Maybe if you can bait Havu in, that's a way for them to take a fight.
Sarfang trying to annoy them a little bit. Tornado, EMP, Mana Drain, Obnoxious. Ilbert's actually taking a lot of damage. Roll in from Topita. He's got the BKB right now. Going on to Sarfang. Hookshot's only going to connect onto the tree, and Topita goes deeper. A lot of damage with the Eclipse coming up. And 2 kills secured with both no buyback available. They even drop SH Lasso Drag, but Batu is going to get taken in towards the fountain, where he's still trying to man-fight him against TikTok. And the dive is real, and the dive is very aggressive. But they do manage to get the kills they need, and will turn this still into the second set of racks, maybe even the third.
I mean, that one lasso, I think actually keeps them in the game, because without the Luna, they push so slowly. It's comical how slow it is.
Compared to Luna, yes, but her Spirit does do about almost 200 auto attack damage. Centaur jumps in. They can also just keep killing them. Like Bat Rider, no respawn for 50 seconds. The rest are still not there. Like Sank and Clockwork's almost up, but together they still can't do much against the pipe. And the Centaur that has 4k HP.
It's 184 on the Earth Spirit. Okay.
Close to 200.
Okay. Okay.
I round upwards, otherwise I'm gonna have to do quick math and.
Yeah, I do the same with my height. Don't worry. I know.
Okay, Centaur does over 200 damage.
Okay. I guess you just go Roche now, right? It's up. Just wait for Luna. Get Roche in the game.
Yeah, the amount of damage they do compared to their net worth is astounding. Like, they had 7k net worth advantage, and they looked like they were 25k ahead. They just ran over them. The only reason Batu died was because he got destroyed by the fountain.
Batu definitely played very aggressive this game. Yeah.
Aggressive is also another word for weird. Like, he just went all in every time.
I feel like if he played this game a little bit less aggressive, wink wink, it could have been over in 25 minutes, 20 maybe. So, still though, Havu, very close for me in their first game, so I'm happy.
It's a random bracer lying on the floor.
Also, Halbert lost on the carrier of Menzi.
Very interesting position here of the Dire side.
Yeah. Have a ward, but they will disengage.
They won't get
There's an amplified damage too that if they scout would be pretty good, because Havu having that pretty much just wins them the game. Oh, it doesn't get scouted.
Oh, Wowza with the catch. Overgrowth trying to keep it. Sanking does manage to get away.
Oh,
but
the
amplified damage gets stolen by the Evoker before Luna sees it, at the very least.
Nicely done.
Who's now got the BKB. But the Evoker, the right-click Evoker hasn't really had any impact in any of these fights.
It's hard for him to keep people in place. Like, the only stun is the Burrow Strike, pretty much.
Meatball. Roshan's banner is also chilling, but that Luna takes a lot of damage. Actually, Sand King tries to right-click down the banner. He's going to lose his life for it. TikTok Kid pops the BKB, goes for the fight here. There's the Stampede to try and disengage. Missed Burrow by the Sand King. He's going to get controlled. Lasso drag. Take Topita with him. Southfrank's trying to finish off the Earth Spirit, but he is so stupidly tanky. He's not even going to get taken down in the process. And now the BKB of Southfrank is about to end. The rest of the Dire side needs to fall back. Batu's going deeper. He's got that Kanda damage coming in. Waza with the root. And the kill secured by Batu. Glaze bouncing all over the place. And that will be the top set of racks. Into Megas, into Tier 4s. And TT team. Is there anything left in the tank without the lasso? They catch the catch on the Clockwork. Sarfang is trying to right click, but they just take no damage. It's too little coming out from the TA. They even fountain dive again onto Topita. Onto Ilbert. Okay, maybe a little bit too wild. 2 cores dead because of a dive, but luckily enough it's only the TA. No buyback from the Bat Rider being used. They GG out, but they didn't.
Yeah, I guess just having some fun there, but just talking about this game. I mean, Havu, I think specifically Topita, to me he was the most consistent, most impressive player in their team. This Earth Spirit definitely something you have to worry about moving into game number 2. The Luna felt very comfortable as well for, despite all the deaths, the amount of farm that they had on the Luna was quite concerning, right? How many deaths he had? 7? in a 34-minute game for your carry, that doesn't happen that
He
much,
died
right?
4
How many
times
games?
in 8 minutes.
Yeah, like how many games you end at 34 minutes where your carry has 7 deaths? It's not that common.
Yeah, especially the winning part. Luckily enough, they had a centaur that only died a singular time. The next closest hero that died as little was the enemy's TA with 4, so really very bulky, very hard to kill, and you can like see what the problem is with TA in this patch, right? Like even with the right clicks coming out and the damage that normally TA does, which is like 2 hits and or a crit and someone dies, they didn't really care. They just had their armor items. They had like Solar Crest. They had a bunch of defensive tools as well. The Centaur didn't even have a Crimson Guard. Like without the Crimson Guard, it didn't even feel like Hava was taking any damage. So it was very problematic to try and get anything done here for TT. And yeah, Havu eventually did exactly what their lineup was supposed to. They just grouped together and rolled over them.
Very true. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that, because if they will, that's going to be 100% more wins than they have right now. And yeah, maybe a chance to get to that top 3. Very hard considering the teams we have in Group A, but that would give them hope at least.
Yep, and hope that's what they're trying to cling on for Havu, but of course this series is not done. So game number 2 will probably have a very changed up draft, at least for the TT side. We'll have to wait and see what it's going to bring for us, but we'll be back after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number one was a doozy. It looked very close for quite some time, Bowie, but it did not work out for TT. And right now, backs against the wall. Tournament life on the line. It might be a little bit early, but tournament life on the line. They have to do their best. What do they need to do to come back into this one?
I think you take away some of the comfort. Honestly, I was very impressed by Habu's mid laner, right? So moving forward, I would probably try to target Topid a bit more with the bans. And maybe go a little bit less greedy, right? The TA Invoker, I still feel like Havu had a lot of mishaps in that game, despite winning. And if they had a more, like a draft that could get online a bit faster, I could have seen TT team taking some of those fights a bit better.
Yeah, I would concur. Yeah, the Earth Spirit looked really good. The center pick as well. Like, it wasn't even used for the reason we initially expected it to be, just like an aura builder. It just was. It was meant to go, and overwhelm TT that frankly weren't ready for that level of aggression. Yeah, Patu needs to be a little bit more chill, especially in the early game, and try because he farmed really well. Just all the deaths were, I mean, not. Some of them, of course, can happen, but a couple of them were very unnecessary at a certain stage. But yeah, I'm curious to see what TT is going to ban/pick this time around. They did ban out a couple of heroes, even though they had first pick previous game, which I assume right now it's going to be a second pick for them, with Havu going for that first pick. So now you really can't slip out a hero like a Lone Druid, like a Naga Siren. So at this stage, you're more forced to ban those heroes, unfortunately.
Well, make sure you join the slot, Mr. DK Truman. But
yeah, I already sat down in the slot before you even said it. So that's how fast I am sometimes. But the game draft is about to start, and hopefully we get to see some fun heroes. Maybe that, you know, wild Ricky that Bowie wants to see every single time.
It's not gonna pop up. But you know, I heard from Panda. He just messaged me on Discord saying that our dear friend Patu is actually 15 years old. So maybe some of those mistakes, you know, just related to the fact that this guy is actually pretty new for the MMR that he has.
Okay, okay. If you're 15 years old and you're playing at this level, okay, yep, I will. You know, that's that experience needed to not die that much. But that's actually very impressive. I mean, Havu is, of course, I know Havu from like their CSGO team, which has always kind of been a bit of an ENCE Academy team, sort of. But in general, they've had some very impressive and strong rosters in the past. And even though I know that Havu as a Dota 2 team has been there for a very long time, never really seen them make that step up. That's why I was always a bit surprised. Also, they really need to fix their flag in-game. One of that's still, like, it's 2024. When you post a flag for Dota in the Dota client, the left side of the flag is the front, the right side is the back.
5 seconds remaining.
So everyone
the
does
same thing on both sides.
So everyone always has the same thing on both sides, and then the flag just gets like folded in half, and it looks weird. So the more you know.
Hopefully, they're gonna be able to change that one.
Yeah.
It is the logo, right? You can see like from the actual logo, pretty nice one. Any changes in the bans?
10 seconds
I
remaining.
can even say.
No, Mirana wasn't banned in the first phase last game. That was a lone druid, which is now not banned.
Ooh.
But Sankin gets picked up. Again, I mean, makes sense. Like, he destroyed that lane last game, and I mean, they lost, yes, but it's still very hard to deal with, especially if he at one point gets Bloodstone.
What if you pick the lone druid now? Because TT, I guess that is one piece of information they got from that game, right? Because TT had first pick and they banned it. So Hav was like, okay, so you cannot play it, huh? And they let it through. So I do like the boldness of your choice. As Kunkka gets picked up.
By the way, for the people watching, for game number 2, TT team will be playing again with Rezu instead of Askold. So they have their original +4 back, even though I must say Askold played pretty well in the previous game on that Bat Rider with all the lane cutting, and honestly his early game was getting them an advantage. So I'm looking forward to seeing what their normal +4 can do. Of course, the Kunkka pickup, you talked about it last game, very strong, aura builder, Ghost Ship's amazing. The run buff, especially now with the X Mark facet that it works with, there's so much damage mitigation / reduction coming out from Kunkka that it's a very strong hero against Sankin.
Yeah, I love it. Very strong pick. Also can create some pretty strong lanes as well. A lot of combos. You know, Mirana is a good one, but it's banned. But even Snapfire works well. Quite easy to overwhelm heroes, as Havu bans the Snapfire, which would have been pretty good with the Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
Of course, not too problematic. Snapfire last game, a lot of magic damage. Can get you out of dodgy situations as well with the cookie in case of a possible clockwork pickup, which they might go for again, because the big problem they had last game was their Clockwork and Bat Rider didn't get those XP runes, so it took, like, it was 13 minutes in the game or something until Clockwork finally got hookshot. And without hookshot, like, you can't make plays without him having hookshot. Sanking had Blink Dagger before he had hookshot, so you're late at every fight.
Exactly. That was one thing that Havu did really well and had huge implications in the game. I think if the supports, like if that clock has hookshot level minute 10, imagine how much harder it would have been for Patu and the Luna. Way more ways to hunt her down in jungle, as they do go for that Bat Rider again. So both +4s, apparently very versed at the Bat.
Yeah, the Bat Rider, I mean, probably +4, and it could always still be +5.
Yeah.
And, you know, some weird people still pick it mid with a Hurricane Pike for some reason. But, yeah, Bat Rider, the fact that you can displace enemy heroes is always a big plus. Bat Rider Tiny does the same. Making high ground push is a little bit more problematic than you would like. A lot of teams go for, like, defensive heroes against it, but both of the biggest defensive heroes against Bat Rider are taking out of the game so far. So let's see what they're gonna go for. They're gonna go Treant. Okay. Didn't really have a good... Treant Luna, they had a pretty rough time, but that's also a lot because it was Sanking last game. But it did not have a great win rate at TI. At one point, there was like a stat they had like a, I think 30 or 28% win rate or something together at TI. Even though arguably it should be very strong.
It's, I guess, comfort for Patu, right? I think despite all the depths, he definitely farmed a lot and joined his team. It's easy to... It's a good win condition in general to have Luna. And this time they have a possible aura offlaner, right? We're not sure if the Sand King is offlane or even buying auras, but I do like what both heroes can do together. I think they just need a better Luna response. The TA felt underwhelming, in my opinion. I don't... Like, there's so many good Luna responses. To me, TA is probably, like, 50-50 against Luna. There's definitely better heroes that you can pick.
Yeah, the Luna needs to kind of quickly get bursted down. Otherwise, you saw it with like the Eclipse coming in and it managing to survive through it at all. It becomes a little bit nasty. And late game as well. Like normally you have some heroes that scale incredibly well in the late game to deal with the Luna, because Luna used to have a kind of spike where at about 25 to 30 35 the hero was like the strongest, and at that point you win the game. But with the new level 20 25 talent, with the Kanda pickup as well, like ultra late game, you do so much damage with those glaze bouncing all over the place. It is hard to beat down the Luna.
Yeah, so they go for not really the route I was expecting. Like, this is not necessarily a great Luna counter, but it's mostly here that can match the farm that Luna gets. Phoenix is decent, I guess, because there's not a lot of right clickers to take down the egg. Strong laner as well. The healing on these two very tanky heroes that have run buff also make them very hard to kill. Damage is definitely a problem here that Havu needs to fix.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix is pretty obnoxious against anything that's significantly tanky. It started off really well at TI as well. A lot of Phoenixes in the early part of the tournament, and then everyone stopped playing it. Even though I still think that it did very good in its games, especially in combination with heroes like Mars, for instance, where you hold the enemies down. In this case, Kunkka, X-Mark, Ghost Ship, Torrent, and then you have Phoenix Egg next to it. It is very effective. Both Bat Rider and Phoenix not heroes that like to get dove. So the Sand King can go off and try and burst them down pretty quickly. But overall, I think it's still pretty solid pickup here for TT. They've got very tanky heroes. The Sunray is going to do so much work this game with the DK and the Kunkka healing. The blind as well against Luna, and the burst against the Sand King. So I'm liking their picks at this moment. But the Enchantress is... what does the Enchantress change right here?
I don't know, right? There's no Dispel that you benefit from. Not necessarily a tanky hero, especially against magic damage. Can be very good against right click, but it's not what TT has. And it's also probably an inch 4. So I am very confused by this inch. I don't think it's great. It's like a fine hero, but as a team, it feels like you're wasting like a good response here. Basically, you could have, like, I don't know, Timbersaw. It is banned though, so TT did take that one out.
10 seconds.
But
is it just for pushing sake, maybe, that they want to get aggressive early on with the enchant creep and try and kind of replicate what they did last game, but then without the center?
Yeah, it is definitely okay in that regard. But I also feel like the reason that center did so well was the fact that you had this overwhelmingly strong lane with the center Snapfire. And I would say Sand King Edge probably not strong to that degree, especially when you have Phoenix DK, very tanky, hard to bring down heroes. So yeah, we'll see if the Enchantress can mold those towers as they would like to do. Huskar ban. So what are you picking here? Probably a melee space creator, maybe Pango for Havu.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's quite a lot of heroes that hate to deal with anything that's kind of melee. Gets destroyed by Huskar, pretty much any of the spirits in that regard. They do ban out the Earth Spirit, of course, because of specifically that ban. Otherwise, that might have been a pretty scary pickup. Quap banned normally means, you know, Storm Spirit. Some people go SF in that case.
You need like overwhelming burst. I think Invoker is okay because it enables the Luna, but if they don't want to play Invoker, you need like a Puck / Storm, something that just goes in, maybe prevents the egg or forces a bad egg. Doesn't care about Kanka. Puck's very good against Kanka. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Primal Beast also despises the Quap, the pushback with the ult and the slow in the laning stage. I was thinking, like, if you ban Quap, you're not going to pick Puck, because that would be, like, that ban would literally not do anything for you and your team. But the Primal Beast, in this case, you know, you get your... at one point, obviously, it's like his third item, but you get that Aghanim Scepter, and then you get the Break on top. Break is so good in general in this patch, especially if you have AoE Break, because almost all innates are breakable. So every hero's innates just get removed, and that's why some of the breaks in particular, for instance, the DK break is very, very strong. I don't know, does the Kunkka's spell also break?
You mean if you lose the rum?
Yeah.
I think if you already have the run going, it's still gonna work, right? So it's a very specific situation where the break's gonna matter, where like 10 seconds. And I mean, first of all, the bolt run, which is the one that matters the most, is always gonna be. So I don't think the break is the reason. I don't like the storm response either. I feel like it's a tanky, very tanky lineup on the side of Havu, and you don't have a lot of follow-up for the storm. Like, you probably cannot kill the Sand King by yourself, cannot kill the Primal. Enchantress is the only hero I think you can kill. Even the Treant's annoying.
Enchantress is probably even gonna get like super tanky items.
Yeah, some Glimmer
Glimmer,
Cape
and then you can't kill him. Treant you have to find, because he's gonna be hiding in the trees the entire time. And if... that's the big problem with Storm, right? If you don't have the mana to burst someone down, at one point...
Yeah,
they'll
just die.
You just die. They just run you down and it's over. So, do you think that even though you're not the biggest fan of the Storm pick, do you still think that TT has a very solid lineup for this game, or do you edge towards the Havu way?
I think if this DK can get his farm, it is definitely a better draft for them. I feel like the Storm might be idle for a while, just be farming. I think that's the thing that kind of scares me. They will be farming with a lot of their heroes. But if they get the farm, you know, gonna have pretty tanky heroes with the auras of the Kunkka. This DK should be a much better match against what they have than the TA was. So yeah, I do like it a bit more, but I still feel like Havu kind of got what they wanted, right? It's a very similar draft to what they play game 1, and it did work for them.
I like it more than last game. I think the TA in this patch is just too weak, because it's all burst related, and it doesn't really like man fight compared to a DK, which in late game with that cleave, yes, you're up against a very tanky lineup, but a DK in very late game is really deadly once you get like Aghanim Scepter into play. And the item build these days is like you go Armlet, SNY, or Armlet, some of them go Blink, depending on how you want to play it. But it does mean that the DK is active very early. So you might be able to contest Havu, because that was where the TA struggled last game. He couldn't really compete in the early game with the opposing side. And DK is a lot tankier in that regard to try and hold off this Havu push.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Both sides are tanky, but it feels like there's way more damage for TT than there is for Havu. Like, even though the Storm doesn't necessarily bring all that damage, this DK just brings so much overwhelming damage, and you have the Sunray, which is probably going to be like the second most damaging spell for TT against all of the tankiness of Havu. Whereas the supports on Havu, you know, Enchanters can bring some damage, but not as much. It really depends on Topita. I think if Topita has, like, Primal can be overwhelming damage when you play from ahead, and if he has a game just as good as game 1, maybe that's what the difference is going to be here for Havu, where you just overwhelm them with the Primal, and then the Luna gets the towers, and only DK can really farm outside of the base.
I did quickly check all the innate abilities on the Radiant side are breakable. Not that it matters too much, like Storm doesn't get Galvanized stacks, maybe. DK's one matters, that one that does actually matter a lot. It's a lot of HP, regen, and strength. The Smoldering Resin on Batrider, you do a slight little attack damage dot, doesn't matter. The Phoenix one, okay, that one actually does matter. The stackable mischance, that one, breaking that one could be actually the difference between a winner and a loss in some cases. And the Kunkka's one is, I mean, his Admiral Rum activates after he hits 65%. So technically, if you could hit your break before that point, he actually might not even get the Rum buff off.
True. Yeah, that's one of the 3 Rum buffs. Oh, he did go for a High Tide, huh? That's interesting. I'm not that big of a fan of this facet for Kunkka offlane.
That's a weird. That's weird. That
right?
one is.
I think it's so bad. Even for mid Kunkka, I think it's bad.
Yeah, the other one's way stronger. Like getting Rum buff on X marks, that's just OP. Like you get a free.
So unreliable. This High Tide one. Like, I don't even know how you make this facet good. I feel like I don't know. He needs to be like 3-second cooldown reduction or something crazy to even matter.
I mean, if you hit the entire enemy team, you technically do not, like, you get all right, immediately can hit again. So
not only it should be cooldown reduction, it should give you stacks. So it's 3-second cooldown reduction. If you hit 5 heroes, now you have 4 Tidebringers that you can hit, like, 4 in a row. That's the. I don't know. I
think you get to stupid levels at that point, because then you just get like Daedalus plus any attack speed item, and you just go keep whipping like crazy. It would be very funny to see, though.
So I guess, like, maybe if you know you're gonna be against a double melee lane, there's like some value, right? I guess Luna is low range and Trian is low range. Maybe that's the you think he's gonna like do a lot of damage because of it, but you get the level so slowly, right? Level 1 Tidebringer is 13 seconds. I don't think you get to abuse it that much.
Honestly, in this game, you're not. Maybe because the Storm might be lacking in damage, and that's why he went for it, to see if he can like build up a little bit more. But this game feels a lot more like you sustain. You survive Epicenter Eclipse, and like the Primals trample with the Sunray and all the auras from the Kunkka, and DK being a DK. And at that point, they have nothing left on Havu, and you just clean them out.
Yeah, totally agree. Definitely. And it's a facet that I see picked up a fair amount, and I honestly don't understand where these players are coming from.
I'm actually going to check out Dota 2 Pro Tracker to see Kunkka.
Yeah, it's 39% picks High Tide. This is crazy to me.
An offlane Kunkka?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I guess.
It actually has a higher win rate.
I mean, by 0.4.
It's still higher.
Yeah.
Mid Kunkka actually is the preferred one, but it has a way lower win rate than mid. Like almost 10%.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
There are even 15 matches of people playing Pulse 4 High Tide, and they have a 6.7% win rate, as they deserve.
6.7%? That's crazy.
That's 1 in like 15 match. Like, it's been picked 15 times, one person won with it.
And like the enemy team just grieved. The enemy mid didn't even play.
Yeah, they just destroyed their items or something. That's the only reason they won with it.
Did they say what happened here? Did they give a Nothing was
I
said.
have no idea. Discord issue.
Because they didn't DC, so I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, it seems to be a Discord issue at the moment, so voice comms. Time to go back to Mumble, or Ventrilo, or TeamSpeak, or Skype. Good old Skype. Where you hear everything from everyone. Noise gates didn't exist back then.
Yeah, those were the
Terrible days.
Those were the crazy days.
I remember even back in the day, I was playing World of Warcraft with a friend, and because I had to actually call them with the phone, and then put the phone in front of me, like facing me, and then play so that we could talk to each other during a game of like Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle Earth. And that was really, really annoying to do, because then they heard just like...
Yeah. The fan, like you just have a fan turned on and it's... You can hear the fan more than you can hear your friend.
You start screaming to each other because you're trying
I used to play
make sure they
Warcraft with a friend the same way. Like we would play Warcraft 3 and like there was no way to communicate, so we just call each other. And then at the end of the month, my mom would be like, "Why the frick is
this phone bill
telephone
so high?
bill $500 or something?"
And now
not
it's
that high,
free
but it was-
included with your subscription. That it
Yeah.
doesn't cost anything anymore. Oh, the world has changed.
That is true.
And now no one calls each other anymore ever. When I get called, I usually just text, like I decline and I text back, "What's up?"
Yeah, same. Like someone, I actually was my birthday yesterday, and like 2 people called
Happy
me,
birthday.
and I was like, I'll talk to you later, and I didn't pick up. I think that maybe that's cheaty, but I really didn't want to talk to anyone.
What? You don't like being a year older?
Definitely not, bro. I don't know how old you are, but my back. I'm not sure if it's carrying the whole South American server or if I'm just getting old, but it hurts.
I am 29 going on 30.
Oh,
I'm
definitely
almost
older
30.
than you.
How old are you?
34, man. 34.
34! My God, Grandpa
Yeah.
Gaming!
Dude.
Normally, I'm the oldest person that I meet.
Nope. I might be the oldest caster, actually. Because I always... It's crazy, because I always I joined pretty late, the whole Dota thing. And I was like, yeah, I'm obviously not that old, but there's a lot of, like, 20-something-year-old casters still. And I'm 34. Maybe Lyrical is older than me. He might be.
Actually, probably not, but...
I mean, he has a kid, right? So...
There's more people
Maybe.
have kids. Lyrical is 34.
Oh, there you go.
They're
There
just
we
slacking.
go.
Where's your kid, Bowie? Where's your kid?
I hope the kid is pretty far away still. But, you know, maybe in the future. Maybe 10 years from now.
I mean, you gotta at least get 10 so that they can scrim against each other.
True. Are you getting
12?
one, or you don't?
Oh
mind
yeah,
kids?
eventually. But life's very expensive these days.
Yeah,
Very expensive.
especially in Europe, I would guess.
Yeah, it's expensive everywhere. Housing is insane, for instance.
And you don't even live like in the expensive part of the Netherlands, right?
Nope, I live close to the German border.
Oh,
Oh, we're back.
there you go.
Hopefully the issues are resolved. And otherwise, yep, it's time to bring out the old phone and just call each other or use in-game chat. We have in-game chat.
That is true. I
Treat
heard
it as a
some
pub.
older MOBAs don't have it.
I always forget about the fact that you could just talk in game. Smoke broken in mid. Primal doesn't have the observer on him, but there was... I mean, it looks like he... Yeah, this is nicely done. Might be spotted on the observer ward in mid, though. That he gave away his observer ward to someone else sneaky beakying around.
Yeah, they do ping that there might be vision there.
30 seconds to battle.
Pretty aggressive position from TT team on the top side. I don't think they're gonna find anyone though.
I mean, maybe Batu.
Oh yeah, our 15-year-old, full of
Hopes and
hormones
dreams.
kid. Oh, what's up? He might be the one.
Places
Drops
the
a
observer
ward.
ward. Oh, Kunkka has the Tidebringer level 1, so maybe not. Okay, they're gonna slow him down.
This is
Tries to heal up.
awkward.
Memzi, can you help him? Right click. Right click. That was
Grenade number
about
2?
all the help he could do. 3 right clicks. But first blood secured for the Phoenix, actually.
Yeah, they wanted to give it to the Kunkka, but his right click wasn't enough there.
Yeah, should have gotten. Actually, he did have that, of course, that facet. So maybe if he had a little bit more delay on it.
0.8 reset right there.
There's still a sentry, a bounty rune to be secured by one of the teams, which might be spotted. Nope, just out of range of Memzi.
Gonna be fermenting for a while. So this mid lane, I think it's the most interesting lane in my opinion. That's a lane where, you know, Storm can actually die. Primal level 4, especially if he learns the passive, can actually kill Storm. So Kid has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, it's a lane where both sides can make a mistake, because Primals tend to be a little bit aggressive on the dive, and when you play against Storm, Electric Vortex is a deadly, deadly tool, and I mean, he doesn't have level 3 yet, so until that point, Topita can harass him pretty neatly.
Let's get that level 3 now. Yeah, I mean, side lanes I think are gonna be fine. This DK Phoenix is pretty strong. I don't expect them to die, honestly. Top lane. What of Horizon Waza?
Yeah, it's the Bat. There's Bat Rider still level 1, so he doesn't even have Sticky Napalm available for the actual harassment in the lane. He had to level up Flame Break early on to try and get that first blood on the Treant.
CS wise, Luna's struggling, huh? 4 CS only.
Yeah, that's right there. That's the cooldown reduction on the Tidebringer. 0.8. Easier ass.
Oh yeah.
The plus side of playing Luna is you can always jungle very early on.
Yeah, always feels good. Aggression on Cooler.
Tons of damage here. That Luna Treant lane is not having a good time.
Yeah, overall, even with the different +4, still struggling a little bit.
Whereas in mid, TikTok Kid is loving life right now on the Storm, completely demolishing Topita in terms of last hits.
That's crazy, huh? I didn't expect it to be this one-sided. At least he gets double bounty, so we'll be blessed.
One of the big problems as well for Primal Beast is as a hero, like a core, it farms really poorly because of the cooldown on Trample in later portions of the game. 21 seconds before you can clear a camp, pretty much.
Yeah. It used to be slightly better, I think. Ooh. Aggression
Topita,
here.
A lot of damage. Electric Vortex is a threat if you go too deep. There's an Alpha Wolf just chilling in case you want to deal some extra damage.
Yeah, be careful. Wait, this is actually... his trample does more damage now. When he 2 extra, going for TikTok Kid, does not dodge, but he didn't have
He doesn't have trample. Now he does.
no.
He's going for TikTok Kid, and they will get the kill secured. Topita will be able to get the bottle refill as well. Bat Rider's just chilling. I mean, he has a magic stick. He's playing against Storm Spirit, so you're just filling up his charges.
Yeah, not that useful. I guess he didn't have vision, though. Did he get a charge for that one? I think he was in the high ground. I think he didn't get the charge.
Yeah, maybe he didn't get the charge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah,
I mean,
that
it
kill
still
very
did nothing,
important.
so
Yeah, very important in this matchup for Tupita, especially because he was being trashed, as you said. So at least we'll offset some of that aggression.
I always wonder in the case of like Enchantress sending a creep to mid, because Whitemon did it at TI as well. He sent a centaur creep and like he actually got the kill onto Quinn. Well, helped get that kill onto Quinn. But you can of course also share control of creeps, and I'm wondering like which mid laners actually let their supports do it, and which laners tend to get control of the creep themselves to manage it.
I would guess that 90% of mids just let the supports do it, because mid is so stressful. I don't think like you want to have to bear that load, you know, on you, unless it's like a creep with an active, maybe, you know, if it's a creep
Yeah, like
an
the
RP
centaur
or
in
something.
that case.
Yeah, then maybe.
Top lane, there's a rotation coming out from the Phoenix as well. Patu Lune wants to at least get a kill before he falls, but he is dead regardless. Nice rotation in from the Phoenix there. Very surprising for Havu, and they're going to need that Observer Ward to spot out any rotations.
Dude, how is TikTok Kid CS that high? Did he get like a stack or something? 51 minute 6 is crazy for a mid laner.
He's just, he's pretty good. Last game as well, he did okay in the laning stage.
Ooh.
Obviously, Tupita had his number, but that was, I mean, Tupita played insanely well. Like, that Air Spirit was nuts. Right now, he is also level 7 on the Primal. He's got a Haste Rune heading towards that bottom area. Sarfang is spotted by Waza. And with the Primal's Haste Rune coming up, it's very likely a dead TK.
Oh, body blocks from the chicken, but I guess the
Yeah,
trample
there's
off.
no way you can get out. So a very good rotation coming up, and yeah, you just see Waza staring from the high ground, waiting out his opponent there, and an easy kill gets secured. But the XP rune is going to get stolen by the Phoenix.
Right, there we go. Huge.
Yep, and that means Treant is going to have to wait a while for his ult. And Enchantress doesn't really care because it's Enchantress, he doesn't get his ult most of the time even.
Yeah, especially in this game. There's a lot of magical damage in general. Probably a game you skip that spell for a couple of points. Alright, that's a very early tower. So the Enchantress so far giving that push you talked about. And even though they are forcing Patu in the jungle... Oh, wait a second. He gets found.
Oh, top side. Ghost Ship connects. And Patu is going to get found out. Nice kill secured by in towards the mid. It will be a solo kill actually for Tupita on the Phoenix.
Storm.
Sits
on the
in
bottom
from
side.
TikTok Kid, but yeah, it's getting guarded by Memsy as well. So TikTok Kid thinks he can get a free bottle refill, but Memsy's just going to be able to secure it. Zip in, grabs it, drain a little bit more of that Storm Spirit's mana.
I mean, it's good that he forces the engine to pick it up at least. He gets found.
Yeah, they're just trying to make sure TikTok Kid has a bad time, but Tupita is loving life. Ilbert as well. It's the same two heroes as last game that are top net worth at this stage. Both Luna initially started last game top net worth, but it was the offlane and mid from Havu that were just looking insanely good. Patu is going to get dove upon the top lane once again, and now he is going to get a little bit of support coming through. Speaking of support, Tupita with the charge onto the Kunkka. He's running out of mana, does have his trample. Can he get the kill? Kunkka, he doesn't have X, but he does have the torrent that he's not even going to use because there's nothing to fear.
Wow.
Oh, top lane, Patu
Patu's
almost
dead,
dead.
actually.
The Bat Rider, is it going to be enough? Patu's trying to heal up, and he's actually going to be able to stay alive through it all, Luna. But that Morbid Mask should be able to slowly regen up.
Gilbert forced TP back to base. And as you said, the Luna will on farming, which she needs already almost 1,000 gold behind this Dragon Knight. And we've seen what this hero can do, how fast he can farm. Way harder to kill as well than the Luna, so in general, this hero has seen a lot of play whenever it's available.
Is victory.
Rune in the mid lane here, and minute mark. Storm on one side, Primal on the other.
Defeat that. Tried to mount to dodge it. A little bit off on the timing there. He'll get dragged in by the Kunkka to secure the kill. Kunkka actually did it a little bit sooner with the X mark to make sure that the timing on his Manta would be wrong.
Very nicely done. Cooler just going for standard Blade Mail pipe. Very good pipe game against the Sand King, as we talked about. And this is a Bloodstone Rush on Havu. So a very different playstyle than the Sand King of Game 1, where he was quite active, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodstone's just OP. At that point, it's very hard for this Radiant lineup to kill him. Okay, lasso drag, but puts the bat right also in an awkward position. Pulverize comes out. And will they kill him off? He is piggy, run.
Could deny himself, but
he's gonna go for the TP out. And Onslaught's not gonna hit it, so it's a great move coming out. Stays alive through it all. Pulverize used most of the mana on the Primal Beast, got drained in that regard, and it also keeps him away from farming. Sip in from TikTok Kid. They also have the Observer Ward on the back end, which I think might have been spotted out now that they just hit past the trees.
Regardless though, finally a tower here for TT team, opening up the space. Not that the Dragon Knight actually needs it, he's still farming an incredibly fast rate.
Hello. You're a trusty mate.
Now they're gonna go for this mid tier 1 tower here. No catapult wave for them, but they have bolt. They have this storm with full mana.
Phoenix Egg.
No ult on the tree and still.
Sip in. Icarus dive. The egg gets dropped. No attack speed to get rid of the egg, and that is going to be Topita completely controlled up. No way out. Looking for more immediately. Dive onto Waza. No support coming for the Dire side. And they're actually focusing on multiple targets at the same time because they're going to lasso drag Memzi on the Enchantress. Can he heal himself up? No, it's only level 1 Wisps, and it will be a double kill for TikTok Kid. 3 kills, turn it in towards the tier 1 tower mid. And this is disastrous. They are going to need that Sand King to secure his Bloodstone soon, because without it, there's just... there's nothing to fear.
Yeah, I think the idea is that if this Sand King has an early enough Bloodstone, and he just postures to defend towers, unless you send the DK with Dragon Form, you're just not getting those towers, right? It's just way too much damage, way too much sustain to kill the Sand King. But it also means that the active moves Havu can make are very limited. If you're not rotating towards Ilbert in the lane he is, you probably don't have enough damage to kill most heroes right now. So that's the problem. I guess paired with the fact that level 6s are so delayed for Havu this time, makes it so Havu can only farm pretty much.
And that's what they're trying to do. Last game, TT actually did manage to do a good job at farming. This time they don't have to. Topita getting a little bit spooked there by TikTok Kid, who with that Witchblade is doing quite a decent amount of damage. A lot more than I would have initially expected him to do. He's also closing in on level 12. With that Ball of Lightning upgrade, it's going to be a dangerous affair for the Dire heroes at this stage. He's just... I mean, he's pretty far ahead on that Storm Spirit.
We do see Luna TPing to the triangle, feeling the aggression of TT on the top side. And for the runes, ooh, regen for TikTok Kid, that's a big one.
Yeah,
Bloodstone though, finally finished.
Oh, Batu Eclipse comes out with the overgrowth as well. TikTok Kid, he went too deep. Taken down, the burrow comes out onto the Kunkka. This is a huge double kill that they're going to secure with the Eclipse coming out as well. Ghost Ship ain't going to keep you alive. And even throwing out the BMTP right there, that is perfectly done from Waza specifically. Just hugging his safe laner, knowing what's coming his direction, and then hitting that overgrowth to make sure that the Storm cannot disengage.
I mean, we talked about it during the draft, right? The Storm into Treant is kind of sus. It's not the best matchup. You can always overgrow from Fog, and Storm can't really do anything about it. And once he is locked, that Eclipse does so much damage. Unfortunate. That was a big timing that TT ends up throwing away.
Dive on the edge, but he does have that untouchable, so your attack speed is pretty disastrous. Batrider wants to go for the lasso play. They do get it. TikTok Kid lost a decent amount of mana, but of course he still had that regen going on. So we'll be just fine, but it's a lot of time and effort spent to kill off an Enchantress. That was just walking about.
You see Resuk here on the top side, maybe trying to get some vision around. Find Waza, but Hilbert's here.
Yeah, who finds who? Sand King's here as well. There's going to be the Phoenix Egg drop. He knows he can't right-click it down in time, but does, of course, have that Bloodstone healing. Is it going to be enough to keep him going? Burrow strike in aggressively. TikTok Kid is dead. They find a second going for the Phoenix. He does not have any spells or tools left. And that is going to be 3 kills for Havu. And that advantage they had is dropping into nothingness. Because, well, the Sand King with Bloodstone, even without using Bloodstone, he's got 2k HP with a nice cloak added on top as well. This is a very hard hero to kill.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. They were fighting under a war that they were not aware of. Treant had just planted that one, so they got baited into a fight that they had no business taking. And now they're gonna go for a tower here. Very low HP Sand King though. No blink on the Batrider.
I mean, even though it's very low, it still has Bloodstone, so...
Well, just get the Anchistad then.
Should
Gonna be Deer Sandwich.
They have a lasso. Look at the amount of effort to kill him.
Yeah.
If he had max level wisps, like, he'd just walk away there.
Probably. And the fact that he doesn't have max level wisps just showcases how already strong the Enchantress feels, right? Because usually you want to have enough so that you can survive those engagements. And the damage you're going to be dealing with these Enchantress can be the difference maker. Maybe killing the Storm once he gets overgrowth. He is going for a BKB now on TikTok Kid after those deaths.
Yeah, the BKB is going to be... the problem this game is BKB is great, but you're still up against Pulverize and Overgrowth. Like, you pop BKB too early, you are still very dead.
Yeah, you pop it too late, you might be dead as well, because you're not going to pop it.
It's a hard timing game to make it work, and you're not like a Manta-style builder.
Yeah, you're going to need a Lotus for sure, right?
Yeah, you're going to need Lotus on your team, but who's going to be able to afford that? I guess Kunkka, but he's got auras to build. Batrider wants his Blink. Phoenix, he's going Spirit Vessel, actually.
I remember SVG saying he feels like Eggs on Kunkka is a debate, and I think I agree with him. I wouldn't mind seeing a Lotus after this pipe. I think this Eggs, like, that's not bad, but I think it's overrated.
I think it's indeed not worth the 4.2k.
Yeah, it's
extra ghost ship with a couple of like those balls that deal 40% damage. Like it doesn't really. Like if it was the old 25 where he gets 3 of them. Yeah. Okay. Then I'd say it's a really solid item, but I think 2 of them is just too little. Okay, Phoenix rooted up. Overgrowth holds him in place. He has the egg. Not gonna pop it because that would be suicide. And it will be another kill for Batu on the Luna, who is now 3rd in net worth, and his supports are really making sure that he is getting activated.
That DK though, very close to his BKB, so it's probably the big timing. He actually ults TP to the mid lane.
Topita getting pushed back. Nice drag back right there. Lasso as well onto Memzi, but great job with the flame break to make sure that Topita cannot disengage.
Oh, Hilbert.
Yeah, he's got pipe plus Bloodstone. He's not gonna die.
That's a big parrot. Gotta be.
Yes,
careful.
well, it's a hippogriff, but close enough.
Dude, to me that's a big parrot.
It's a Hippogriff Dragon Knight.
Okay.
You know, Valve,
Whatever you say.
they never want those. They always want the skins to be like, you know, accurate to the lore and stuff. And then they give him a hippogriff. Like, at that point,
you
just get fun
seen Ursa?
characters. What?
Have you seen the Ursa cosmetics?
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Close.
Right? And
Valve
you could
didn't.
say, oh yeah, that's old, but then they re-added the Ursa one, so...
Valve is, they don't really know what they want.
Yeah, I think they had an idea initially, but I think sometimes you just gotta get down with the memes, you know? You don't,
To be
you
fair-
don't need to take yourself that seriously.
Bat Rider is also a Manta Ray Rider and a Raven Rider and a...
Yeah, there's the Lobster King, and there's so many clowny ones.
Yeah,
Even
they
the
should add more.
Yeti Primal Beast, right? It's so weird.
Well, they are scanned. They know that they're in the Roche pit. They should be able to get it in time.
Storm or DK? Storm probably. Right?
Yeah, Storm. But when they walk out, they're walking around. Ilbert, Epi. Oh, they got spotted on the Observe, but the charge comes up. Storm Spirit dropping low. They still have the Epicenter going in with the Bloodstone, but they can't get rid of the egg. It's too much. TikTok Kid still not dead. Finally loses his age. Ilbert's still just chilling around the fight. Has the great healing low. It's nice burrow in. Is he going to be able to stay alive? So much damage dealt with the charge in from Topita. Pulverize immediately gets interrupted. TikTok Kid now needs to be careful because the Luna has arrived. Nice 3-man torrent. Topita's dropping low. Patu and Memzi, the last two remaining from the dire side versus TikTok
Lotus.
Kid. Oh, Patu is going to stay alive. Rasu, can he finish it off? Patu, the turn rate slow from Sticky Napalm cost the Luna his life there. But in the end, it is going to be a win for Havu. They get themselves a Aegis +5 for 4.
Yeah, that was... Yeah. It's definitely a win for TT team. It's not the win they wanted, because... Like, there's a world where they don't get picked off after that Aegis and they just pick towers. But at the end of the day, this slows down the whole status quo of this game, because I don't think we're going to see a lot of action before the second Roshan. And I would say, I feel like, you know, TT team's KO is a bit better with their heroes. So it's definitely a win in that case, even though they could have probably got even more if they don't get picked off.
Yeah, I can definitely see that as well. But regardless, like, even though Luna did die, he did get a lot of gold out of that fight. So I don't think, and he was second to last to die, so he also got a lot of experience. So I don't think they really cared that much when the Luna gets that much out of the engagement. Plus, the DK really didn't. There was no threat coming out from the DK. Even though he had his BKB at the ready, it just felt lackluster.
Yeah, that's a DK that's not enabled, right? We saw during TI a lot of Murana DKs, a lot of Alacrity DKs, and if it's only the Parrot hitting, it definitely... You need more items. The crit is going to be that extra bit of damage he needs. But smoke from Havo, actually. You have Blink on Sand King finally, and they're gonna get Collar.
Albert, Epi burrow in onto the Kunka,
Blade
dropping
elbow.
low, is gonna get taken down. Lasso drag as well into Topita. There's TikTok Kid with the BKB overgrowth, holds him in place with the Eclipse. Is it gonna be enough? It is! Through the BKB, they burst down. TikTok Kid overgrowth is deadly against BKB. And that is 3 kills secured. They need the creeps to be able to push, but it does really show how strong the Havu heroes are right now.
Yeah, they also got a very good ward here behind this tier 2 tower. But I guess Luna DTP top, so they're not going to be using that so far. They just want to enable Padu. I mean, as you said, using BKB this game is so hard for the Storm. Like, how do you even... play this? We're not fans of the Storm pick, and we can already see why it's not easy to play this hero in this game.
He's queued up that he wants to get Manta on Storm. Like,
Yeah, I guess he needs it. Like in the past, he would go Kaya Sunj, right? But he doesn't give you the status resistance anymore, so...
I mean, I'd rather go Lotus than the Manta on Storm. It feels so dumb.
It's so bad, but...
Satanic?
What's the cooldown of Lotus, actually? Is it lower than Manta? I guess it is by a little bit.
Let's see.
15.
Lotus.
Okay. The problem is that it's 175 active, right? That is the shitty part of Lotus.
Yeah, but the active of Manta is 125, and it's 34 seconds.
Yeah.
Plus, you get mana regen from the Lotus, and mana, and armor. Honestly, actually, like, it's a really good item in general. Plus, it's really good against the enemy heroes, because you're, you know, up against Pulverize as well.
Pulverize, Burrow Strike. Yeah.
Luna.
I kind of have to agree with you on this one.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, if you're going for something, anything, then might as well go that one, I guess.
Is
But
there anyone else going Lotus Orb this game? Not Virginia, right? Batrider's going Bearing.
Maybe Phoenix next wouldn't be too surprising.
Radiant's middle tower.
Kunkka's going
Pretty far away,
Shivas.
though. Not very farmed on SH right now.
But Luna is having a good time. Same with the DK. He's got the Daedalus, which he didn't have in the last fight, so that might actually just like show up a lot of damage in the next team fight. If he does show up to the engagement with the BKB armlet, he's got 3.5k HP without the armlet usage. He's going Satanic next, so at that point he can also survive.
Have Sunray on top of it as well. It really depends on how the fights play out, right? If you have this DK in front of everyone and you have the Kunkka behind, the Phoenix behind, the DK is very hard to deal with. But that kind of... It has to be a situation where you're the one forcing things. If you get picked off, like could happen right now, by the way. Oh, no.
Can they kill him off in time with the BKB? Turn around, Pulverize, holds him in place during the BKB. Zip in from Pop to Storm. He's trying to get it done. But the DK, the splash damage is coming out. Great lasso drag coming out. Ilbert, yeah, there's... look at this DK damage, though. Ilbert's dropping low, taken down. TikTok Kid needs some help right now. He's out of mana. Topita's going for the charge to kill off TikTok Kid. And immediately charge away. But Memzies is doing the damage here on the Enchantress. Sarfang's still not dead. Memzi doesn't care. They do lose one, but it's all about the Enchantress. The armlet toggle, is it going to be enough? He is too good at it. Waza can't get the damage to kill him off, and Memzi will have no mana left, so he's going to get controlled up, taken down, and the kill goes to the Kunkka. But a great team fight right there. It got very dicey because of how strong that Enchantress was. But DK did 14k damage.
Holy crap. I mean, that's what happens. Like, it felt like this DK was being baited, but that's a fight with a tier 1 tower top alive. So it's so easy for them to connect. Once the pipe, the Sunray is all applied, and the attention has to be focused on the egg, which almost popped, by the way. It just allows Sourfang to dish a zillion damage in that fight. And if they get lucky with the respawn timer of Roshan, would also be a Radiant one, which would help the team a lot. Oh, Latu does have a double damage rune.
Yeah, he's got that Kanda as well, level 20, so he does do a lot of damage, just needs to make sure he doesn't get lassoed. He might not be the worst idea to get a Lotus on their side as well, against the Storm and the Lasso and DK stun.
Everyone hates Lotus this game. Okay, finally Kunkka is going for one. Once you finish his Shivas though, so it's still gonna take a while.
Yeah, but Shivas is always nice to get in
Wait,
reduction against
did
both
he
sides.
buy a
Lasso drag? I'll answer whatever you said just after this, because the Batrider is taking a lot of damage from Memzi. Is it going to be enough? The Sanking in trouble. Drag back, taken down. Didn't even pop Bloodstone in that fight. And they find a double, looking for a possible triple. Enchantress is not the easiest to kill. Actually, one of the probably the hardest to kill, but eventually they will have the damage to burst him down. What was your question, kind sir?
So, Kunkka has a Shiva's Guard recipe, but at the same time he has a Helm of Iron Will. Is he... What is he doing?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Is he finishing load? Well, I don't know what he's doing, but they won that fight anyways, and not only they're gonna probably take this lane of barracks, they will have Roshan on the Radiant side, so this is huge for TTT.
The DK also level 25 now, so he's got the extra HP regen and armor, which is kind of an insane amount of HP regen and armor added on a hero that is super bulky with that Satanic now.
Huge. And Roche up in 30 seconds, so the dream game here for TT team, despite the hiccups. Despite Pato actually looking way more solid in this series of the Luna than game 1. A much harder game as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking like an easy recovery here for Havu, with Roshan coming up soon, 10 seconds until it respawns. If they secure it on TT, they probably can run this game down. Because yeah, the Primal is falling off very fast. He still needs almost everything for his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he did a point for Sunjin Yasha, huh? That's an interesting eye choice. That was
one that was Sand King as well. He does have that Bloodstone plus Epi, but he's not. Well, he's gonna pop the Bloodstone, just not the Epi. Double King did kill this. This Sand King dies very quickly, a lot quicker than I would have expected considering his item build.
Initially, the Bloodstone felt very strong, but now it's too much physical damage. He actually has 27 armor, which is incredible with the Krieger Code, but not enough to withstand the anger of this parrot. Or hippogriff, whatever. Yeah. Whatever you say it is.
Got to stick with the correct one in that case. I mean, to be fair, paired rider or paired DK would also be pretty cool. Because have you ever? Do you know lovebirds?
No, what is that?
They're called agapornis, which is like a lovebird, and they're like very cute little parrots. They look very cute, and they like mate for life, and that's why they're called lovebirds. But they're the most evil, vicious little birds ever, because they always bite everyone. So they're called lovebirds, but they're monsters.
Let me check if what's the translation to Portuguese. Oh, agapornis. Okay, I have no idea. I have never seen those, but they look very cute.
They look very cute, and they're tiny, but they're just monsters.
Lovebird DK it is, as they get that Aegis, and that's also a banner. So it's all about getting those tier 2 towers. We'll see if Havu can maybe create some distractions here, and they are set up to do just that.
Phoenix has Lodestorm that he can buy.
DK is alone top if they can find him here.
This would be huge. He does have the Aegis, so they definitely should have enough time to rotate through to help. He's going for full equipped Ags.
They're actually afraid of the DK. They think they are smoked behind him, but they're smoked on the other side of the map. That's so unfortunate. They have no idea. They will connect eventually, looks like.
Creeping up. Can they get the catch? Towards mid. Big fight brewing. TikTok kid zips out. Smoke's broken. Phoenix on the side. Lasso drag comes through. They drag Ilbert. The Sand King's in a lot of trouble. Trying to take him down. Ilbert burrows, but he is dead. Phoenix egg dropped as well. Can they kill it off in time? Patro's trying to go for it. He does get rid of the egg, but everyone else in his team is dropping like flies. Primal with the BKB charge away. Rezu doesn't have a way to interrupt the TP, and Waza will slither on out there, but this looks disastrous. Now with the push continuing, X mark on the storm so he can refill the bottle and come back with full mana. He's got the Manta style done as well on the Storm Spirit, just for good measure.
Yeah, at least the Luna actually cut the wave when she man up on the egg, ended up killing all of the creep wave with the glaives. You buy a couple of seconds, but no buyback on the Sand King and the Luna. This is another set of barracks at least. I guess only one, because there's still a tier 2 tower off.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah. But it is getting to a point where, I mean, they might even tickle the tier 4s. DK's Elder Dragon form has ended, but he doesn't need it until Luna's back up.
Yeah. Still, it is no problemo. That is a level 4 living armor, but still not enough.
Level 27 DK as well, so he's getting the big boy talents added on top.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, they're going.
Oh, will they poke? Looks like they will.
At least get a little of the effigy.
Is under attack.
Waiting for the dragon form, probably.
Yeah, he does like almost 600 auto attack damage.
Holy crap.
Dire's middle tower
Oh?
has fallen.
Epicenter, burrow in on the Kunkka. He takes almost no damage.
thank you.
Ghost ship comes out. He pops his defensives. Overgrowth is there as well. Topita with the pulverize on the storm does no damage. Phoenix Egg does get dropped in the middle of everything. And the Dire side is all on the run. They will lose Rezu, but Patu is dead, and that's way worse. He does have buyback available on the Luna. Phoenix is going a little bit deep, but Luna does not want to buy back.
Yeah, that was an interesting fight. Like, Waza was all the way on the right side. I guess he didn't expect him to go high ground. And
No buyback?
yeah, now as he
Okay.
comes back, he is dead, and they just call it.
I thought they had still a fight. Like, if Luna bought back there, they might have been able to get a kill, maybe two.
I think they could. The Treant never really, like, he was so far away.
Yeah, they were
but it was-
completely spread. Kunkka was, like, he died to Treant of all
Yeah.
heroes. So,
Yeah.
Okay. That was a slightly interesting end. Maybe they already called GG, but no one actually typed it. That could, be the case that they say GG and then bathroom break or something. But regardless, it is TT taking game number 2. So this series goes 1-1, and it's a tied one. And honestly, this helps neither of the two teams because, yeah, it just keeps them both together at the bottom once again. Not really ideal for any of them to try and continue for. But of course, this is only their second of the tournament so far, their second series. They still have both 3 more matches to play. You win those 3. There's a lot more chances.
Exactly. And, it ended up being kind of like what we expected, right? Very close series between the two teams. Sure, there was a standing in game number 1, but they actually won when their current player was back. Havu definitely, like, even in the series that they lost both games, I think they looked pretty decent. And this time, even without MTD, they played quite well. So curious to see what they will deliver in the next series, because they were 0-10 finally taking this game. I think they're finally ready to get some more Ws, hopefully.
But of course, that concludes it for me. I don't know. Are you doing the next one?
I am.
Okay, he's doing the next one, which of course is going to be a battle of the top. Avalos versus One Move. I am kind of jelly because it's going to be an absolute doozy of a match. Don't forget to check out this channel. Follow it. Everyone that's here, follow the channel. Follow Bowie. Follow me if you're at it anyway. On Twitter, which of course Bowie would never know if people are following him anymore. But have a wonderful evening at the very least. Bowie, enjoy the next series. Viewers at home, enjoy the next series. I'm gonna have myself a timeout here, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hey, welcome back, folks. It's time for one more series here at the Rest Regional, as we are now done with our first two. I did tune in to look a bit at that Habu series. A bit torn. I'm happy at the same time because they went 0-10 in their previous tour, right? Like when they played, I think, Tour 1. And now they had Batu playing his first official Dota game as well. 15-year-old up-and-coming name. He was coached by Immortal Faith, and also I want to see, all right, let's see what this kid's up to. And winning a game already in his first official, I was like, I'm really happy about that. But still converted into a tie in the end. We got probably now one of the tightest matchups of the day with Avulus versus One Move Bowie. Kips was also saying the same thing earlier on today, that this is the series to watch today.
Oh, for sure. This is the top two teams, I would say. At least what I expect to be the top two teams. Very curious to see how far apart they are. This One Move's a little bit different from the one we had in RES number 3. They have a new mid laner as well as a new +4. So very curious to see how they're gonna perform. You know, One Move has been pretty consistent this year, I would say. Always taking games out of top teams, getting solid results, and I think they still have a chance to go to the LAN. It's mostly about Avala's old Team T. Not doing well, though. As long as they are ahead of Team T, they do have a chance of going through at least.
Yeah, I mean, a one move, if this truly is the roster of theirs, because this looks like, I mean, looking by the names, I feel like this was a different roster. Maybe One Move then signed these guys. But it's, you know, you've got Kami, aka Dream on the offlane, Janter till the end. They look great as a support duo. And then I think Warwick, who I felt like was reasonably consistent when it came to these games back in the mid lane.
Definitely. Very curious to see how they're going to perform here. I'm assuming the Lundrud's going to be out of bounds. There you go. That's definitely not a hero you want to let through.
Get to the draft in a bit with the Avulus roster, of course, shown on your screen.
Sorry.
Another organization signing a roster during the downtime here and playing I think their first... or one of the first tournaments, at least, if I am completely correct with my research. Yeah, so this team signed just before September. And I think this is a really, really strong-looking team. Snako jumping from team to team in the East European DPC last year. You've got Eki from TSM. Then you also have Jibe Stormer also, who I didn't have the chance to say hi, but we did run into a couple times back in TI in Copenhagen. And, of course, Smiling Knight, who I'm not entirely sure, was he the guy who was playing in either SA or China during DPC with the team? There was a Belarus carry.
Smiling Knight played SA. Yeah, he played for Thunder Awaken, I want to say, for almost a year, I think. So he even managed to go to TI, but they didn't perform super well. With that said, though, just looking at this team, like, it is a very interesting mix of players, right? As you said, Stormer has played Tier 1 Dota for a big part of his life. You have Soniko joining as position 5 as well. Avulus already looked super scary, and this iteration might be the strongest one ever. Potentially, yeah. I mean, in terms of, like, opening in the first phase, Tusk is getting more and more love, but this Nature's Prophet, though, you feel like it's still #1 worthy, because at least looking at TI and a couple tournaments behind it, I think we have to go back like 2 months to put Nature's Prophet in the first phase, but do you think he's still deserving of that first phase, first pick? I think it's definitely a player preference type hero, right? It's kind of like Lone Druid. Some teams will never touch it. Some teams would first pick it if they can. I'm not entirely sure what is the position Avulus is thinking of playing it, but considering players that have been in South America, wouldn't be surprised to see this as a +1. I think it's a solid hero for sure.
Also, interesting heroes. The Naga Siren, I was talking about that. It wasn't getting picked frequently, and I don't think teams were getting that many Naga picks towards the later days of the tournament, because you want to repeat supports that you've been playing over and over. One hero that you got like 2 games of success, you're going to play it 7 times in the most important tournament. But Naga Siren was rocking 83% win rate at some point. I was like, that's for a sizable amount of games too. I think it was like 13 or 14 games, and only lost like 1 or 2. So I was like, that this Naga Siren can't go through the deluge you were talking about to me like a couple of months back when I was like I was a bit unfamiliar with the whole deluge thing, but maybe I was delusional. It's still damn good.
Yeah, really good. By far the most contested hero at TI. 97% of the time it was picked or banned. And yeah, it's just pretty solid. You know, the whole region thing with the shard, it's so strong. Like just ulting and regioning like 50% of your team's HP and mana by itself, that concept is so strong. Even before that, resetting the fight, right? That was the whole thing with the song, and it was already powerful. And the shard just makes it that much better as they get Crystal Maiden. Not a hero we actually got to see a lot of TI, right? I'll check here. It was actually picked 4 times, 0% win rate.
Yeah, it's not a very high win rate, is it?
Very good against Primal. It's definitely used to be a side lane response to Primal, so maybe they are aware this is something they're willing to play in the off lane.
So with the CM, yeah, like from time to time always considered a counter to the Primal Beast, but also against the Snowball, which is another good way to look at it too.
Also, I don't think this NP can be a safe laner anymore, because if that's a CM NP lane, that does seem a bit awkward. Not the strongest lane, I would say. So maybe this is NP mid, because they already have both of their supports locked in here.
They do. I do want to make a quick correction. So we were bamboozled for a second. We didn't have the different roster shown for one move. So it is WoW difference, SSS, Not Me, and Rain. So we might have accidentally had Night Pulse actually there. So I was already going all about Night Pulse there. So just did have to do a quick double check. Has something happened, you know? There's TI shuffles going on the whole time, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody just comes up with an organization signing one of these rosters. So just wanted to make it clarify to all of you people who Avulus is playing against. I hate this hero. I think it's been pretty bad, but in the right game where you can stretch far enough, Spectre has looked unstoppable. But it feels like it's such a small amount of games where the Spectre gets to enjoy that type of game where you go really deep in, you go really far. You have Enchantress as well, who's great in late game. I don't think Avulus want to go late game against those two.
Yeah, Spectre is very good against core NP, so I think the reason they picked it is they see CM Lion, they know that NP score. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of that hero either. I think when you can have something like a Storm or a Puck or something that's very active and the Spectre can just benefit from the vision and the aggressive plays, Spectre can be okay. But now you already have this Underlord lane, so not ideal for the Spectre for sure. Yeah, I wonder how you can make this draft look better here for one move. Because you need another hero that's active, and so Spectre can just like get free kills for ulting, and maybe that's how you enable the Spectre to be as strong as you possibly want. Yeah, I'm not sure I like the Puck ban, but whatever.
I mean, it has to be a semi-4 protect one type of strat, but someone has to bring in the damage early, which is probably the bans coming out from from Avulus have to target maybe the mid game or maybe the laning stage exit even. So potentially snowballing heroes. Okay, I'll take my words back. Maybe not a snowballing hero, because if that backfires, then Spectre is going to backfire, and then it's just an easy win for Avulus. So you want to look for a team that is maybe safe to pick, good in early, good in mid, good in late game. Is there a mid pick like that could fit in? If they don't put the primal mid,
Puck.
that is. Which is
I would love the Puck.
Yeah, I wish they didn't ban it. Because
I guess 23 is on Avulus, so maybe they feel like they would like to play that as well. Maybe they are scared of the Lion. I guess that is the biggest problem they're facing. These heroes that could be in the face of Avulus and just create space, even if they can scale later, are hard countered by Lion plus Bit of Malice. So what is something here that could give them what they want? Maybe a tiny, something that buys Blink instead of being mobile by itself.
Right.
So it's just tankier.
Well, let's see what they go with, because one move they did ban the Puck and the Morphling. Don't want to let Avilus steal that hero. I think that would be really bad for one move to also let it through to hope that they can pick it, because they have 24. So probably just Avilus picks it themselves and like, well, is there a mid we can still go for that's going to help us early on? So running out of options, maybe might have
Kunkka.
Maybe Kunkka.
Right.
That could probably work. I mean, Void Spirit seems like a big, risky one. It doesn't really look too great in most of the games, but it could be a hero you might have to rely on. But is he too snowbally? I think he is.
He is. It's just a Lion. Lion's very annoying for those heroes. I think you want to either be tanky enough so that when you initiate, you don't die, or you need to have reach with your spell so that the Spectre can just benefit from the control. So, yeah, Invoker would be good. Kunkka. Yeah, Ember, I guess, does that. Some reach.
So, Stormer.
Radiant
Do you want to play Furion? Do you want to play Queen of Pain, rather? All right. I think this rounds out the draft pretty nicely here. We've got Furion carry, Underlord going into the offlane co-op in mid, of course. Like this team has a bunch of control. They have good tower push. They have early fight potential. They have side lane rotations. They have global presence. Well, is there a weak point to this draft?
I think their safe lane is weak. I think Tusk plus Primal can definitely overwhelm those heroes in the first 1, 2, 3 levels. But that is the one thing they have to be wary of. But I think if they don't struggle in the lanes, they can snowball this game very easily. The Lion is very annoying for the Primal in the mid game. You just get all of your mana sapped. You can kill the Spectre, Haunt Illusion quickly, so Spectre doesn't really get on top of you. Yeah, I like Avilus draft quite a bit. One move, you're gonna have to find... Like, Kunkka is fine here, but I think Quap actually does pretty well in lane against it. So maybe you're scared of playing that. It's a bit one-dimensional as well.
Yeah, maybe you have to play the High Tide. I heard you were saying you don't like the High Tide at all, but feels like it's the one we always seem to get. I feel like only tier 1 team seems to be the ones picking up the rum from the X mark. Everyone else is going High Tide pretty much, at least in the games that I've been casting. I feel like it's 90% we see High Tide Kunkka.
Yeah, true. What about Pango here? Is Pango... Do they play Pango in one move?
Versus Underlord? If it sounds risky. I feel like their crowd control can be very... I mean, they don't have actual BKB piercing control. And I think whatever mid you pick right now has to build defensive items to... Either you snowball early or you have to build defensive items so that you're able to move around in fights, because Spectre wants to just pop up on somebody and you need to have multiple players there. Primal Beast is already kind of countered with all the CC. The Underlord is a fantastic pick this game. And I did mention the Void Spirit that they might look for it, but it's probably not one of the best ones left. Or maybe it is one of the best ones left. It's just that all the best ones were so much better and they were completely gone, so... I think Avilus has a really well-answered draft, but late game is probably not theirs. So I think they are on a somewhat of a timer, I would say. But it's a talented squad, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. Still very talented in the late game, even if the lineup doesn't necessarily thrive there.
I can see one move taking this, but it's definitely on the later portions of the game. Also, one thing that kind of... striking is what the Void Spirit is going to build, because more and more we stopped seeing the actual carry Void Spirits with like the Manta Desolators. This to me looks like an Eggs game for him. So if you can get a good timing on the Eggs, you have the double silence on the Quap, as well as the global reach of the Spectre. Maybe you can kill Stormstormer a couple of times. So yeah, the lane should be good for the Void Spirit. Definitely a hero that wins against almost every lineup. Very good base damage, animation. The hero is solid.
Well, I think that's bad news for One Move fans out there, because Stormstormer in his latest pub game on Queen of Pain, 8-0-18. So you gotta find your answers early versus Stormstormer in that mid lane. Do we see supports rotating in to try and help out? Queen of Pain dying before the Sonic Wave being up could help your side lanes thrive a bit longer, because you do want to rotate with that Sonic Wave if there is a kill opportunity arising, even through teleport or just by walking up there. The shock effect of having many points in your Scream of Pain, and Void Spirit might just have to respond to those. So I think we're going to have like one mid rotates, the other's definitely going to follow.
Oh, we'll see how things are going to develop here as they're going to smoke very deep onto the Avalus Triangle. No one to be found.
Just pop the Watcher. See where the Tusk wants to place the ward down. There's also another in the backpack. All the Void Spirits, so I guess we might be looking at maybe a Cliff Ward. They're probably in the top half. Meanwhile, Avalus, they've basically just put one straight down the mid lane, and another to watch the rotations to the top lane. Where does that Void Spirit end up going? Because like you said, the top lane is probably the vulnerability that the Star Draft has. So having at least that vision there, seeing the Void Spirit moving in, could be a lifesaver.
ZB taking a lot of damage here, but we'll be fine. Actually, no region on him, so this TP back to the off lane, a bit scary.
That is true. Yeah, he won't have a way out if he gets caught. But then again, it is an Enchantress. Lion's going to make sure, well, Eki is going to make sure that this Enchantress is pretty much forced to level up heal. Lion does have good damage early on. Let's see, they've already used the Nature's Attendants there. Spectre's trying to help out with the dagger. And meanwhile, we're ranting about this. There is a first blood in the top lane for Triple S. So SSS
that's the lane.
Nico. You're right.
That's the weakness of Avalus, and they already benefit. I didn't expect it to be this fast, right? Usually it's level 2, level 3 where that kill happens. But Crystal Maiden, notoriously weak if she gets caught.
Yeah, just about the timing of the Frostbite, right? Because you need to watch out for Trample. You need to watch out for the shards if you get blocked in. And you can only trap one of these two.
Yeah. So, looking at the mid lane so far, pretty good performance here from Difference. Just tied with Stormstormer, as expected.
I do have to say, like, I wouldn't say really biased, but I'm really excited to see how Avalus does, because, again, another organization in the European area. How do they do? How do they fare? How many tournaments do they get to play? Europe has been showing it is the powerhouse region in the world, and has been like that for a while, and now it is undeniable. Seeing, you know, I love that post that somebody made on Twitter, basically talking about
how I missed that website. I can't access it anymore.
I know. I'm sorry, Bowie. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I know you guys are blocked out. But it was basically like, I mean, we have West European DPC at home, and then TI13 is basically just West European DPC.
You know, I think what you're talking about, Avalus, is very true. If you think about it, all of the qualifiers we're going to have right now are going to have TI teams that probably shuffle, TI teams that might not even participate because they're tired and they want, you know, a little bit of a break right before TI ends.
Mm-hmm.
If a team like Avalus can actually qualify to a big LAN, like, this is such a boost of momentum of learning that, like, this could, like, have huge implications, right, on whether the team
absolutely
works out or not. So, really cheering for them, hoping that they can, you know, maybe get to the Belgrade LAN, but also to qualify to some of these other tournaments that we'll have.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff happening, and I think when you point it that way, it is really important to also note the fact that if Avalus does well in their early months, they could end up being a team that's getting the invites, skipping qualifier phases and going straight to the group stage. That is what these players aspire for, and no better time to do that than post-TI shuffle.
Exactly. Like, it's... You're basically gonna get like this 15% boost of maybe not having to play against the actual best teams in the world, but by just playing against everyone else and getting that experience, that's how you actually get to play against the big dogs later, right? Whereas if you don't qualify, maybe you'll never actually get to even start your career the way you want. It's so important.
I mean, on the top lane,
looking at the
Soneko's going to
side
get dove
lanes-
under the tower. They are trying to get a kill on Soneko, and it's not just an attempt. They'll make sure that that happens. Smiling Knight maybe finds a response. He has the Treant using some good body blocks there. Nice micro. Forces up the snowball. Double Treant's now chasing him. He needs a couple hits, but there is a Lotus heal by his friend, Triple S, but it will not save his life. That is a mean punch in the back from the greater Treant.
Very cool.
Broccoli? That's a cactus.
You hate it.
I don't know what kind of broccoli you guys have in Brazil, but
Dude, have you ever seen? I know this is random, but I follow this account on TikTok, and it's literally a guy that has a camel, and the whole account is him feeding the camel different things.
And
like,
the one he gives a lemon.
Yes.
Yes.
And he like literally feeds the camel a cactus, and he loves it.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
he just eats through the needles and everything.
Yeah. Cactus apparently is really good and really tasty. I mean, I may have tasted a cactus beverage one time, and it was really good. So, but I'm not really fond of the idea of the nails or the needles.
Yeah. I hate it. I'm actually, it's one of my biggest fears. Just stepping on glass and needles. I just hate it. But anyways, cactus talk aside.
Yeah, you wanted to talk about the side lanes. What about that bottom lane?
Yeah, I mean, this bottom lane is a little bit of a struggle for the Spectre as we expected. But you know, as long as Woe gets levels, I think it's totally okay. Like, the two space creators, both the Primal Beast and the Voice Spreader are having good games, and that's what's going to enable Woe. Just being fed opportunities to shadow step and get kills. That's all he needs.
6-minute Lotus coming up as well. Furion teleporting in, going for mid actually. Or considering it for a moment as they drop the scan in the river. That is the Haste Rune for difference. Stormer unlucky with this one at this time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I thought, like, 6 minutes, such a crucial timing. It's like, are we TPing the Furion to the side lane, potentially, to look for a kill? I mean, look at bottom. We've got a 3v2 brewing up here. That's a TP coming in from the CM, and do they even need Soneko? Well, bring in a fourth one. Smiling Knight.
That's going to be a kill. Maybe even a tower, since they have a Catapult Wave and 4 heroes on this side of the map. Not really something different can change, so not even worth rotating bottom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'll be curious to see if they want to make a response. Difference has that haste in his bottle. He could make a move to bottom if they really want to release Spectre's pressure. As he's already been dropped to 200 HP, he still has a big Lotus and Stick combination. Oh, there's a nice attempt onto Eki, but Eki will interrupt that. The Blood Grenade flies in, though. And this Primal Beast has still plenty of mobility with the face boots already up on him. So they'll trample down the Lion.
Yeah, Difference tries to connect, but the fight was already over. Doesn't really lose anything from that, but also doesn't get you use the Haste Rune. As in the top lane, Smiling Knight, a little bit out of position here.
Yeah, they did use their TP's bottom. Avilos making that move. He's kind of alone here. Enchantress coming through the portal, but just no damage really here as Primal's out of mana completely. Trample unused, Onslaught. Couldn't drop it.
Now, this is a nasty combo. I didn't actually think about this, but when you Drinking Buddies the Primal Beast, he gets move speed and damage. Both aspects that scale with Trample, right?
Yeah, so they do.
The amount of damage you're doing Drinking Buddies, mid lane.
Oh, that is a big one right there. Especially when they just attempted to make a top and move with the Drinking Buddies. I assume they did try to look for that kill early on. Just no trample available. Then Eki reads that we can make a move down in mid because they just showed back in top. We know who's in bottom. And Eki's going to stick around for a bit longer. Rhina's already down to 300 HP. Not a lot of max HP on this level 4 Enchantress. Same thing for the Tusk here as he's getting pummeled by that level 4 Scream of Pain. But hey, he does use the Wild Wing Ripper to go for some nifty moves. Gets himself away from the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's nice that he actually keeps the move speed of the Drinking Buddies even after the target dies. So he actually gets to run away
Spectre
there.
also getting a bit of hate in the bot lane, but doesn't look like they want to dive under that tier 1 tower. They'll just soften Woe up. But you gotta keep an eye open on the portal. Greater Treant has actually made his way through. There's 2 Treants actually in bottom who have gone through and just stalking, giving them information if somebody's coming through that portal. Most importantly, the Primal Beast.
Yeah, that's definitely what you have to worry about. And they're gonna do some damage to the tower here. The freaking Treant just...
He's going down
so
so
much.
fast. It's for like 100 damage.
It's crazy. It's 1.5, right, that you get from Demolish, so...
Yeah, so with the
I
armors
guess
are
not
gonna weigh,
Demolish, it's just siege damage or whatever it's called.
Yeah, absolute threat like this Nature's Prophet. Even with the hero not being around, easily help out with these objectives. Primal
the star's
Beast
gonna fall.
I mean, Primal Beast does have the Colossal for 40% as well, so he kind of does the same thing, but he has to be there in you know, in the flesh.
Yeah. And, you know, when you kill the Primal Beast, you get 300 gold. When you kill a Treant...
and then you have an Enchantress in the team who just takes these Treants away, enchants them to their side, so they instantly evaporate the tower. They wanted to make a defense on it, but they will lose the Crystal Maiden, and they will lose Eki. Woe comes in with the Shadow Step. And just like that, that is 2 quick kills and an objective taken out. They were trying to set up with teleports into the lane, thinking that Primal's going to take a moment, but the Greater Treant just got enchanted, so suddenly they have double damage on that tower, and they only brought in 2 heroes, and they just fall prey.
Yeah, and they still defend bottom, so Woe actually benefits from that kill top, TPs here, gets to defend the tower for a little bit longer. He probably won't be able to protect it against the siege creep, but you know, the Spectre still having a decent time, all things considered.
Difference just wants to target the backline right away. Stormstormer is the one who blinks in to take that Remnant. Does that cost him his life?
Blink.
Gets the blink out. The shards are going to miss. And Difference is on a chase. Meanwhile, they're fighting versus Eki, and Eki's going to get stunned to a death as the Crystal Maiden is not going to chase as well. He does have a creep in between. So the Cobalt from the shovel is the one who soaks up the Remnant, and Soneko's able to get out.
Alright, always micro your Cobalt. You never know when it's going to be useful.
But this is really important for one move, right? Because they want to get to that late game. These are important moments. These are very crucial minutes that they get things working their way. And Avilus doesn't just get away with the early and the mid game, because it's going to be a quick domino effect. So all these moves that they're making is really important for them.
That's a move in a tower that's more than he could have wished for. We expected Avilus to be looking super strong in these early portions of the game, but the Underlord didn't even bother using Fiend's Gate. I guess he wants to finish his mech. This gives a big boost of momentum for the Spectre, even though it doesn't have a lot of CS.
And I'm a bit worried about that,
making
because I want to see active Underlords. What is the reasoning that he wants to play defensive and get that mechanism instead of participating? Because they only have 3 kills. He's only been part of 1 of those with 1 assist. Because they're losing the map control pretty rapidly here.
The problem is that their support duo is very fragile, so because they're being picked apart, there's no lockdown to enable the Underlord to connect, right? How do you, like, if the Lion is out of the fight and the CM is dead, how don't they just disengage from the Fiend's Gate when he gets used? I think is the problem. The heroes on one move are pretty mobile, and that has been a problem, just lack of lockdown because the supports are being jumped.
Yeah, and even maybe a lack of a timing too, because you want to get that Gleipnir up with the Nature's Prophet, and of course the Underlord going for a mechanism. Oh boy, they're going to find him in the tree line here. Woe coming instantly, but there's the portal. Is it in time? Smiling Knight gets the Savior. He's TP'd away, and they will take down Woe. Shibe with Stormstormer and Eki. They will surround Difference, and they get 2 core kills, and they get the Furion out of there. This is what, you know, it maybe is a bit too deep for one move to try and find a kill here, and it instantly backfires. So Avilus, good read.
That looks so good for one move, but the Treant just a little bit too tanky. He has the Ironwood tree as well as level 10, so very hard to bring down, and they connected so quickly. This time that Underlord you wanted gets to be active, and they just got a lot out of that fight. Top lane. Just a little bit of action here from Rain, but it's just playing with fire. Doesn't really get to do much.
Smoked up on the side, Eki and Soneko. Rhino does give a bit of a tip, thinking maybe we saw you smoke up, so
Yeah.
That
I think
could be a
maybe got
big
vision.
tip, which I would absolutely love. Because they have been missing for a while and they don't actually know. But could be that they saw that smoke. However, Eki, you know, he makes himself known with the Monodreno Stormstormer. So they will show them up. And now with the Wildwing Ripper walking in the support smokes, they will pop as well. Differences around. There's 4 heroes here. SSS just keeps him moving back and forth. He's almost done with his BKB on this Primal Beast. So he will have good presence in these fights.
Yeah, you just need it against this Lion. He got hacked so many times when he was initiating with the onslaught. It's very annoying. Whoa, though, very underfarmed. Finally, he actually has a Midas queued up because, you know, it felt like he was a part of a lot of these fights, but he never really got to kill anyone.
Yeah, exactly. He never got a kill. Meanwhile, Eki getting jumped on double man, 2-man stun even. Soneko is there. Here comes Smiling Knight. This could end up really bad for one move as they're all stuck together. And Woe and Nami, they will both go down. And that just quickly turns into Avulus's win. Difference might die. There's a take on ready on Stormstormer. But the Scream, and he didn't have mana for the take on. He tried to stick Scream and maybe get the take on off, but just short a couple mana. But huge turnaround there from Avulus. They were all stacked up on one move and perfectly for Avulus to use their spells. I mean, just look at that damage output there. Doubling what one move did.
Probably one of the most high Pit of Malices I've ever seen. 4-man Pit of Malice. You don't get to see that very often. Into a freaking freezing field. This game was a 1k goal lead maybe 4 minutes ago, and it's now a 5k goal lead here. Avulus definitely peaking at this moment.
Yeah, the last 3 minutes has been from an almost even situation in net worth to a 5k lead. So that's how rapidly things have taken a turn. So now waiting for all those items for Avulus has definitely paid off. You have Gleipnir, you have Mechanism up on the Underlord, and you almost got a drums ready on this Lion. He's like 60 gold away from picking it up, so if he gets any last hit from this creep wave, he'll have it. They are going to fight a bit, though. They find difference. Long range stun. Eki gets the connection. The drinking buddies are there. The Hex is out as well, but they don't have a way to hold the Void Spirit in place as the Frostbite from CM would have needed to be a bit closer.
Okay, Catapult Wave, a lot of damage.
The scan is showing that there's still someone around.
Primal does have a BKB. I wonder if they're considering to defend this. They have a glyph. It looks like they're willing to let it go.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There we go. It's the second tier 2 tower for Avulus. Haven't really set their sights at all at that top tower, but with a lead like this and the items that they're getting, would not be too surprised if they're going to be thinking Roshan in the next few minutes. Then go for that top lane push.
Woe needs so much.
Rhino walks an Eki. Quick Hex into the stun. SSS is coming in from behind. Woe wants to fight this one. Beautiful Sonic Wave from Stormstormer. It would interrupt 2 of them. As Rhino's already down.
Damage.
And SSS, he might be tanky enough to survive, but that is his BKB, his 9-second BKB. And what a timing, Stormstormer. Like, they are coming into it. The TPs as well, the Woe jump in. And now they portal to the bottom lane. They catch the Spectre. He's not out. He thought he might be safe, but no, sir. Soneko interrupts that one. Avulus, they are running away.
It looked so good for the first 10 minutes, but it's all Avulus now. These global movements, you thought that you were gonna outmaneuver Avulus with the global aspect of the Spectre, but that Pop plus Nature's Prophet plus
They found SSS.
Dark Rift.
I'm not sure they want to fight this, though. They're just 2. It's going to be a 2 versus 4.
Eki.
They got the tower, though. So even if Eki dies here, I think that's still a good trade here for Avulus.
For sure.
But
Definitely
one
worth
move. Well, I mean, you're going to need more than one move now.
You need this Midas on Woe, and he's still so far away. This is going to be like a minute 20 Midas with a naked blade mail. This Spectre is absolutely in tears. Yeah.
Every fight he participates in has either backfired or hasn't led into a kill. His CS is the second lowest. I mean, Furion has almost got double already. Smiling Knight's at 184 compared to the 100 on Spectre.
Yeah, you know, we were discussing whether NP's first pick material, but I think it's more of a question of is Spectre
a pickable hero?
Material? Yeah. this hero. Even though it's supposed to be good against the NP, like I understand what they are coming from, but it's such a hit or miss here in the laning stage. Like if you don't get these rotations going, they get a Lion.
They're going to get something, but they're going to be spotted as they're walking in. Soneko, Frostbite still available, has to wait for a bit. Roll coming in as well with his jump in. Another Sonic Wave connected onto multiple heroes. Whoa, with the Blade Mail, though, reflecting some of that damage back. Nami's going to be dropping it out. What's going to be just basically trapped in the front lines. Woe goes down. Difference and Ryan are going to be chased away by Stormer. Shibe, Pit of Malice up in 5 seconds, but there's the Gleipnir from Smiling Knights, and good night Difference, and good night Rhina by the looks of it. They will glyph the tower to get some extra damage in to try and save Enchantress's life. This has taken a while with the overprotective Wisps doing some work, but there is a creep wave that's going to be helping them out to block those tower hits. They're tanky enough to stay here. And that ends up being another huge win for Avilus. One move.
So
they made a move on the support in the river, and then things went a bit south from there, Bowie.
Yeah. You know, I was watching that fight. Freezing Field against a Blade Mail Spectre. If you click on Soneko, he has more HP than the Spectre.
They're keeping it here. They're finding Triple S. The quick portal move. They're just so rapid with their movements. And it all starts with like Eki just showing up like potentially this is the farming pattern for this Primal Beast. So he just walks into him. They've got the portal to make the move, and with the portal being down in bottom, they can also keep another lane pushed in. And now with the lack of a Primal Beast, this is a prime time to just take a fight. Pushing one move back to the low ground, retreating all the way to their own high ground, tier 3.
Even if you live here, this is another tier 2. They're forced to glyph.
It might be even more. That's their high ground
with the mech. They don't have enough.
That's their high ground glyph. They could go high ground as well in, I won't say right now, but they have a 5-minute timer. Different shows. Storm is right nearby.
They want to steal the Wisdom Rune.
Radiant are scanning.
Probably too late, but maybe they can still get a fight.
I'm going to catch some of Storm is jumping in. They got the Tusk there as well, throwing in the Walrus Punch on him. Rhino will secure the Wisdom Rune, and that's a beautiful Sonic Wave. Once again, that cleans out two heroes, and they know the Enchantress is still around, so they will chase Rhino into the tree line, and just a freezing field from Soneko. No mercy. Frostbitten feet on the Bambi while Stormer fights it out of the mid lane. Whoa, maybe they have the damage to finish him off, but no! Shibe shows up. He's got 3 seconds for Mechanism. He might be able to heal him. He blinks out the dagger. It doesn't actually do any damage because it already hit. It was just a follow-up animation on him, and he dagons his target down. Oh.
That pipe from the Underlord. Sibe has been on point, man. We were complaining about his
it was the
leg.
pipe.
Yeah, he had a pipe.
He's got a bloody pipe, yeah.
Did no damage.
That's how far ahead they are.
This is disastrous. 17k gold in minute 21. And another tier 2 falling.
Well, talk about a start for this team. Just rocking their way through game number 1. 22 minutes into play and an 18,000 gold lead. Win probability showing 95-5. Not really high numbers here for one move, but they have good late game heroes, sure, but I don't feel like I believe this Spectre is going to be enough anymore. I feel like they're just too far behind now.
This minute 20 Midas is not really convincing you here.
Look at Soneko's net worth. Just went past the Spectre.
Oh my god. Yeah, he got the shard. And they're gonna get another one.
Maybe the Lion also gets close. It goes for Shibe, actually. So,
it's nice. You can Firestorm the Quap, and she'll bring the Firestorm damage.
True, actually. Yeah, you could do that. Firestorm, blink in. Bit of extra damage. And not just a bit. These are pretty high HP heroes you are going up against. And, of course, yeah, look at that Lion build. We were talking about this. Bunch of bracers for your supports following the TI meta. I'm pretty sure it was not maybe just one individual, but I think the whole team knows this is the way to play Dota as a support. Bracer spam.
Bracer is the new plate mail.
You got 2 on CM. You got 4 on Lion. They got more HP than a Spectre and a Tusk at this point.
Yeah. They do. By a mile, actually. 200 more HP on Soneko. That's gonna be a dead Roshan. Smiling Knight's gonna be very happy with the BKB on top of it. Maybe it's actually a cop, Aegis. No, Smiling Knight picks it up.
I think Stormstormer might just be tanky enough now with the Dagon and the Kaya Sanj ready.
And the Ag.
And the Ag. So yeah, that's a lot of spell lifesteal. Furion with no real source of healing on his own. But he does have his team to fill in for that part. And now the AD, the final seconds of it, it runs out. One move, what you gonna do? How do you even take this fight?
1,000 gold for the eggs on the Void Spirit. It's not gonna be ready in time.
How do you even take this fight?
I guess you give it up. Maybe you just give it up and you try to farm these eggs on difference.
Might be something to look at. We've got the mid wave pushed in quite deep, but so same thing for the top lane too. Difference is still needing a couple hundred gold. He also needs the courier to deliver that point booster for him. Well, the rest of the pieces. So that's already one lane of racks cleaned up. Got their sights on another. But with the two waves pushed out, they're just using the bottom lane creeps that desperately Rhina is trying to clean out so that they can get the backdoor protection back up.
Maybe I mean, Difference has to come back. This is, oh, they're TPing for him.
They did spot.
Oh, no.
Oh, the Hex misses. That was a close attempt on Eki, but he's still on the chase here. Void Spirit is close to being caught, but they already used the Gleipnir and everything, so. Ooh. Smiling Knight. Maybe a bit too short on the Gleipnir cast. I mean, it is a silly thing. You can use it into fog, and you will find where the target is.
Yeah.
So if that did
connect. This does give them enough time, I think, for the eggs fight.
Well, they're already on the high ground here, and Tusk is already taking a bit of a beating, and not just a beating, he's dead. 40 seconds, does have buyback.
It's another lane.
All right, he sold some items. He's got Axe ready.
Yeah.
Difference has it now. They're going to have to maybe use the Tusk buyback as well for the final reign of racks because two are already gone. Enchantress going to get pummeled here again, hexed up into the Pit of Malice. Tusk buys back, but he's not there in time to save him with the snowball. And you really can't versus this Pit of Malice. And even if you do, then there's Gleipnir, then there's another Hex, then there's the Frostbite. You're not saving anybody as a Tusk.
Swap, right? Even if the eggs on Void Spirit, 3,000 HP on Stormstormer. Way too tanky.
And with that axe, he probably just lifesteals the same amount of damage that he deals, but he's going to make an attempt. A full-on team silence coming out. SSS charging in with the BKB, trying to get to the back line. They've got Suneko, they've got Eki on their sides. Whoa, though, he's already gone. This Spectre does not have a buyback. Difference trying to fight it out, but Shiba and Smiling Knight, they are just simply too strong. And the back line is pretty much done for. SSS, he calls the GG. And Avilus will take their first win, take the lead in the series.
Yeah, I mean, the laning stage was actually a bit better than we expected, but once Avilus found that one fight, they never let go. Pretty much zero mistakes. I think one move was intelligent in waiting for their timings, but Avilus was so swift in how they could take map away that it never, like, whenever they were ready, the game was over 10 minutes ago. So I think just scrape this Spectre out. Like, it's just not going to work out. That hero is not good enough, I think.
Yeah, it does feel like it as well. Maybe they could have avoided that one deep dive onto Smiling Knight next to, like, the tier 3 neutral camps, but that was Avilus basically hitting the timings on their items at the same time and got to punish right next to their base 2 core kills. That is a huge shift in momentum and money that they also get because they know that if Spectre's out, there's no Haunt to be worried about. The global presence is then theirs with the Nature's Prophet and the Underlord. So, brilliant draft. 3 players end up being unkilled this game as well. I did mention 8-0-18 on the Queen of Pain. Well, Stormstormer, 6-0-13 this game as well. Still unkilled since his pubs. But hey, we're going to take a tiny break here with T-Panapoe with the cast. We will see what happens in game number 2 after the ad break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet Betting Company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So Avalos takes the lead in the series in one move. They're going to have to rebuild into that game number 2. All the way starting from both the draft. I think a couple heroes we talked about in the pre-game, or sorry, during the draft and in the post-game that didn't really find their place. Plus, it did look like they got hard countered pretty much too, like the Tusk and the Spectre. Then they have Primal Beast as well into so much crowd control. And the last pick, you know, like Void Spirit in there as well. It feels like all of these heroes suffer from the same issue. Their mobility is taken away by Abulus's heroes and their crowd control. So it has to be a bit different, right, Bowie?
Yeah, I think the fact that Eki could make Lion look that good is crazy. Because, you know, Primal has been popular the last 6 months, and you rarely see people picking Lion into it because the hero is just... I don't think the hero is great, but Eki is just amazing, and he actually made this hero look incredibly solid. It doesn't help that they were forced into this Void Spirit that also gets hard counter by that Lion. So if you want to play a similar draft, I think you're going to have to address that hero. Either you pick it or you have to pick something different.
Oh, yeah. And I think also, like, with Avalus and their players, seem like they're going with the TI trend too. Itemization-wise, most importantly, their supports they are stocked with bracers. And in one move, not that much. I think it was just the Enchantress who was holding on to extra tankiness. Tusk doesn't have the freedom to do that. His net worth is falling so far behind the rest of the pack. Only has drums, no blink, no solar crest. Those things are luxurious in the eyes of a Tusk in a game like that. So I think, how early do you actually start building these bracers, like on your supports? If there are no core crucial items you need, I know Lion would love a blink, but he's fine off with what, drums and bracers?
Yeah, I think the difference is that like Lion CM are very squishy, so the value they get out of bracer is higher than Tusk, right? And Tusk also really likes blink dagger, so it's that thing where usually in a good game Tusk doesn't necessarily need as many bracers, but they were struggling, as you said. They were playing from behind, not a lot of net worth, either for the blink or the bracers. So at the end of the day, you kind of don't really get to benefit from either one. But I didn't hate the Tusk Primal, right? They got first blood on the CM. I think they were doing well in that top lane. To me, that was the part of their draft that I actually liked. To me, the biggest G-bait was the Spectre, as well as the Void Spirit. Not that the hero is bad, but that was really bad Void Spirit for you to 24 it, I think.
Yeah. Well, it all starts with the draft, so Game 2 is underway. In the very first series of the day, I was showing Kips my Eidolon pin that I got from Tsunami and through Tsunami from Necrolitus, because I ordered like 1.5 years ago from Singapore. And then as I finished showing it, they last picked Enigma in the draft, and I was like, oh my god, I just exploded at that point. Now it's first phase, first banned by one move.
Yeah, I was first banned in the first game as well, alongside this Lone Druid, so one move. Not willing to give away some of these heroes, but I mean, there's so many heroes are going through here, because Batrider is usually not first ban material, neither is the Enigma. So we have Omni, Lina, Naga, never mind, Naga is open, but Sniper, they do go for the Tusk again.
Yeah, very team-specific bans as well from one move. Think about Lone Druid. A lot of teams have been first face banning it because it's been looking strong in some of the last games played in TI. But then you also have these specialists as well. I think Stormstormer also used to play Lone Druid maybe once or twice. I'm not sure if he plays that hero anymore, or if I'm just mistaking him to another, like say Koikfa, for example, who used to love spamming the Lone Druid. But at least meta-wise, this is somewhat targeted towards the team. And we are getting our pretty similar first phasers here as well with the Tusk and the Nature's Prophet. So phase 2, we're not banning any of the Avilus heroes. It's the Clockwork Visage that's been taken away.
To me, this literally says we want to play Primal again, because this clock ban is very uncommon. As now they go for Mirana. So if that NP already looks scary, if he has Solar Flare on top of it, going to be even stronger. Could also be a flex now, the NP, since you have the Mirana.
Yeah, this could be your safe lane duo, but who goes where?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
So do you play I think if you pick Primal, they will play this Mirana as carry. So now picking a Primal might not be the best path. Maybe you need to find a different pairing here for the Tusk.
I also feel like if that is the case, then maybe one move has to pick their mid here in the second phase on the 18th, and it could just be this hero.
Yep. Could be offlane as well. Has some flex. Tag team does benefit from swashbuckle, so overall, it's okay. What else do you pick?
Because I do feel like if there is a player you somewhat need to target, it is Stormer. So if you get yourself your hero through, you get at least 2 bans to make it look a bit better. That is, of course, if Stormer has some ideas and he wants to drop his hero first with the upcoming 2 picks after this next one move one.
Yeah, I feel like usually we're seeing a lot of 24 picks on offlaner this couple of times, so I wouldn't be surprised to see his hero now alongside the support.
Well, it is the Invoker, so that's indeedly what they want to do here. They don't want to give one move an advantage towards the mid lane matchup. And of course, if it ends up being Invoker Pango, I feel like Invoker's going to be pretty happy with that one. But it could end up being something else if that is, say, Tusk Pango or Pango Snapfire into the offlane. Unless, I don't know, if what was the guy in the mid lane? It was not, I keep mixing it with Innocence, but that's China Dota.
Wait, you mean one moves mid laner?
Difference. That was the one. So
Yeah.
does he play mid Snapfire, for example? Is that in his hero pool? Also, it's not really picked by players unless they spam it in pubs.
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough nowadays. I feel like it's a better support with the whole little shredder facet nerfed. So I think you probably play Pango here, right? It's not a bad lane for the Pango. He's gonna get his farm. And you probably pick your carry. And this time you don't pick Spectre. You actually get a good matchup against both Mirana and Nature's Prophet. Void looks pretty good, even though it's not a popular hero right now. With Kisses and just being against NP Mirana, I actually like it a lot.
They did Morphling and Windranger as their carries yesterday.
Morphling's good too. I really like Morphling. I like Void. I like Void for the synergy, but Morphling is just the overall better hero.
Yeah, it would help them maybe initiate a bit as well. Like a hero that just goes in and slaps them in the face.
Yeah.
So you are naturally building into items that are good versus Mirana and Crystal Maiden.
Oh,
they decided to bring up the Luna instead. What does this tell us?
It's a good grouping hero, but Luna notoriously struggles against heroes that outrange her. And right now, there's 3 possible range cores on the side of Avilas, and all of them outrange the Luna. So this looks like kind of a hard Luna game. I don't like it, honestly. I know that hero is good, and it's a hero that even if it loses the lane, can recover. But unless you're playing from ahead and you're the one actually hitting towers, taking these fights is not going to be easy. Because like if this Pango, let's say, gets a blink, either for mid or off lane, who follows up, right? You have Kisses, but the Luna's not going to jump. You're going to need an off laner that can actually join the fights too, or a mid laner, if that's what they're picking.
Yeah.
Mars was a really good ban. I think this is going to be all their 3 cores.
Too.
Yeah. NP carry. I guess a Mirana carry, NP offlane, Invoker mid, probably. Or maybe Eki's hero, and it's an NP4.
Yeah, maybe Invoker 4 and mid Mirana.
Oh my god. Carry Crystal Maiden with Mirana 5.
But I guess what you could do is put Nature's Prophet into the mid lane if you do want to flex that Invoker and put Mirana as a carry. But obviously, Fury and Mirana would be the easy call for your safe lane, and play CM as a 4 then.
Yeah, there are a couple of Invoker carry players, but I think when you have Stormer, giving away Invoker to anyone else is probably
Blasphemy.
a sin. Yeah. Okay, wait. So it's mid.
It could be mid Luna with a carry DK too. I think they could do that around too. I've seen plenty of people in pubs playing mid Luna.
DK, okay. So
because of
very
the DK
farm
carry
heavy.
being super popular and really good at the farm pace too. They could do that, but if they want to play mid DK into the Invoker, I guess he's also fine with that. It does mean though that because DK lacks that pressure, Invoker could just get a really easy Vessel game.
I hate this DK pick, especially if it's going to be mid, which I think is going to be the case. You don't have damage besides Kisses. Like, you literally have no damage. And if you go Blink and you don't get those kills, then you feel awful. But if you're just farming with both the Luna and the DK, you also feel pretty bad because they have a lot of scaling with this Invoker.
Yeah, maybe they should put DK in the off lane in that case and play Pango versus Invoker. I guess that's probably better in terms of the matchups. Well, not matchups, but the items that they're going to be looking for and what is the timing in the game going to be. But it is going to be an off-lane Pango, and Difference takes the DK into mid as we get the Beastmaster to close out the draft for Avulus. And Eki with the Mirana for the 4. Or what? Sorry, was Eki the 5 and Suneko the 4?
Yeah, Eki's 4.
But I guess like both of these guys have played 5 as well in the past, so I guess you could also swap them around depending on what they want to do. But Beastmaster hasn't been super popular, at least in the last few days, but I don't think this hero really lost anything. I think that hero is still really good.
Yeah, I mean, Roar with Sunstrike's amazing here. Roar and Arrow.
Natural synergy.
Yeah, just amazing synergy for Avulus. I think they scale better. Surprisingly, despite not having Spectre on one move, I actually hate their draft more than I hated it game 1. Like, obviously, you know, with a good Blink Dagger and good fights, there's a chance for one move to take this, but I think they cannot afford a lot of mistakes. And usually, when you're the team, you know, considered at least a weaker team in a game like this, it is very... There's a lot of pressure on you, so hopefully they can deliver, but I just feel like Avulus, they're stronger throughout most of the game. Like, I think past minute 20, they're definitely stronger.
They are kind of locked with some of their timings in this game, but as we saw in the previous matchup too, one move they were supposed to try and survive through the early game. They did okay in the lanes and then dropped the ball pretty hard right after that, gave it to Avulus to control. And from 12 minutes onwards, it was just one Avulus, not one move. Yeah. So let's see what they can come up with here. Boys are sending empty messages in the chat, so having a bit of fun.
Okay.
Oh.
Can you do the throat singing?
I just heard throat singing. I'm not sure if I can right now because I did mention I'm a bit sick, so it might sound weird if I try and do it. Wait, give me a sec.
No, you don't have to, but if we're casting the RES U4 again, you gotta do it when they spam it.
Oh, yeah.
I think it would be very funny if you can just do it right after they do it.
I mean, I met with Davai Lama, and I was like, we should make a voice line where we both throat sing at the same time. And I'm happy that they did put the throat singing into the game as their voice line. So Davai Lama did it himself before, and now Heroic having it again is like, it has to be there, right?
I didn't know it was him. I thought they just found someone that could throat sing.
That's him. He can do a different type of throat singing than I, because, you know, he does the high tones and I do the low ones. But hey, as the horn is about to sound, as Jibe fighting in the river, it is potentially a first blood here, going in for one move, and yes, it is. As they go with the horns, they will fight it out. And Eki and Stormer battling as well to try and get a trade kill off of the Snapfire. Just a couple hits more. Eki, he A-clicked down. He almost hit the wrong target, but quickly turns around, gets Snapfire just before he goes out of range for a 1-1 in our first kills.
All right, so it's Woe that actually gets first blood. Huge for the Luna. Very nicely done. But they do get at least one counter kill on the Snappy. It is a Fire Dragon in the mid lane. It is, so we're going to see
farming.
Potentially a lot of farm.
Yes, yeah. We're going to see farming this game. But I guess that also, like, the moment they saw that DK, thinking that you don't really play the poison one either, you don't necessarily get too much with the early push, what's your damage output going to be like if you don't have the items for it? They saw the Beastmaster opportunity that, hey, Shibe, you can pick a farming hero now. You can hit your drums timing pretty early on, and we're not going to get punished for it.
Yep. The Pango probably have a good time here. I think he's a hero, you know, can lane against pretty much anything. Unless it's an Ursa or a Monkey King. Lanes should be fine, right? We saw them do very well in lanes in game number 1, and I don't think it's going to be different game number 2. They arguably have even better lanes than they had, especially because now they have a Luna instead of a Spectre. But the mid game is really hard that I'm still scared about.
Yeah, some positives going in their way. And So Shibe and Eki are going to try their absolute hardest to punish one move early on. A lot of axe spam already. Shibe with a level 1 wild axes. Been keeping up stacks on the Luna for now. Did he get another axe connection? Yes, he does. It's up to 6 now. But that also means that Eki might even have to force a leap out. And he does. One good thing of always having a Mirana versus the Tusk is you have a way out.
Yeah, definitely. Big reason why they probably ended up going for it. And you also get to enable everyone with that solar flare, which is so powerful. From pretty much ignored every game to now the only facet Mirana's pick, right? You never see Moonlight Shadow anymore.
No. It's a very different hero these days. And I do feel like, do you even get that much of a benefit from it, considering that smokes are just so frequent in the shop anyway?
Yeah, I don't think you do, right? Because I think, like, if the facet... Because in the past, the reason why I think Mirana was picked was that you get the level 15 evasion talent. But nowadays, because you also get the damage from Solar Flare, you actually want to get the attack speed of the leap. And then you see, like, these freaking Maelstrom support Miranas even, because you scale so much. And, yeah, you either have to nerf Solar Flare or you have to buff another aspect of Moonlight Shadow. Maybe reduce the duration of
give him extra movement speed while in Moonlight Shadow. I don't know. Something has to be done to it.
It does, right? But maybe it has to be more.
Yeah, absolutely. Needs a bit of extra. There are still some of these facets that I do hope when we get the post-TI patch that all the facets that are less frequently picked just directly get buffed. I don't know. It sounds super extreme, but I think Fear said it really well in a Goza Gamers interview during TI a couple days back, where Dota needs to be refreshing for the audience, and it needs to keep changing the whole time to keep people engaged in the game. It's not that people wouldn't play the game, but everyone is always so into like these big changes, and some people absolutely hate them. A lot of people have already quit Dota when talents came out because it's like we don't like this, we don't want this. But I think, you know, radical moves, we've seen those back in the day. I'm super down for those.
Yeah, for sure. I think getting to change the game without overwhelming the player bases, like, because like you can change the game without adding like 75 new mechanics, right? And I think there has to be a balance. But for sure, I'm down for some game-breaking stuff as well as actually under his
They're bringing in numbers here. They're bringing in another hero as well. As Soneko will go down to Woe. Nami is close to dying, but a snowball comes out. They're going straight to Jibe with a Beastmaster throwing in the axis. Gets another one, but he's on the other side of the shards. Reine blocks his capability to hit the Luna, so Eki has to do it all by himself. Axis don't quite connect, and Jibe, he's going to go down to the next hit. Woe comes in for the last hit. Of course he wants this one, and Eki will die as well. Smiling Knights though here, a quick snowball, but does he get a way out? Creeps. I think like he's fully just going to commit to this one. The creeps, there's a huge double wave, and maybe even another one. Yes, he can. Reine saves Woe, and this is so much better from Woe compared to the last game. He's already got more kills than he did in the first 20 minutes of action, and he's 3-0-2 now. That is absolutely huge for one move.
That's crazy. 4 heroes trying to kill the Luna. And you know, that's the difference of playing Luna instead of Spectre. This hero is so much stronger in the laning stage, and just pumping those Lucent Beams over and over again. The Tusk with the drinking buddies as well. It's amazingly done. And now he rotates bottom. So maybe looking for something, but he is under the vision of this ward.
Gonna make an attempt anyway. Smiling Knight. The snowball hits the Treant instead of the Nature's Prophet. He's blocked in a Sprout. The Cookie jumped to the other side. A TP is coming in from Stormstormer with the Tornado. Really well placed as well with the EMP. They're going to be able to take down Reine. Smiling Knight just a couple hits away. The raindrop soaks up the full bore shot, but he will still lose his life, not be traded away. So Smiling Knight actually gets a kill with the Treant. So he gets a double in the end.
That's crazy. The Cactus getting that kill, but on the other side, he also find Woe and they kill the Luna.
Kill.
What?
Without the roar.
What the hell?
Just soloed him under the tower. I mean, he was pretty low from the previous engagement, and I'm looking at the fight recap.
That was an arrow,
I think it's still. I think it's still showing the. I mean, it could be. It's still showing the old fight. I'm waiting for this one to refresh.
Huh.
I'm just spamming the fight recap. Okay, so no arrow. Just 650 damage dealt with 2 axes and a hawk flying in. And a couple right clicks. He just had so many stacks of wild axes probably that he just punished him.
Okay. Well, still not terrible for one move, but we went from 4 kills in a row to now a lot of important heroes falling. Wisdom Rune will not be stolen by the NP.
Yeah, I mean, the time it took when they got that 4-to-1 trade-off, it meant that was Luna not farming for like, what, over a minute? So while that's been happening, there have been heroes farming on the map on the side of Avalus, and they got a couple kills. Suddenly they're 2k ahead, even despite giving so many kills away. It is absurd, like how well they can play the map while still making a move that looks like you're going to lose the game, giving 4 guys to the enemy carry.
That tower falling feels so bad as well, because the Luna would have loved to use that lane advantage to farm a bit more, but now the map's already shrinking. And, you know, you have this DK that's farming. Like, he has no plans of really doing anything right now. Double Bracer, Treads.
And Mirana's here. Eki will poke Woe a bit and make a quick reminder that as that tower is gone, you're not even welcome to this side of the jungle.
Let's get a stack at least, the Luna.
Just power treads and a Wraith Band. This Luna is not too far away from the rest of the pack, but Avalus, I think they gained so much. But now in the mid lane, going to be a big fight behind the tower. Low HP difference, and Rhine Eki is in between them, but they don't have the damage to follow up on it. Snowball is coming in, is going to connect onto the Mirana. They're going to try and look for a kill here. The DK stun does finally connect. SSS has also used the Rolling Thunder. It's going to run out right now, but the Roar comes out from Shibe, and they might be able to turn onto the Pangolier. The Frostbite's coming in as well. Got the shield crash for that barrier, but he's still dropping low, and the Pango's going to make a run for it, but no, the cold snap is there from Stormer. Arrow almost catching Snapfire, and Woe is being spotted. Shibe will poke the Luna a bit and force her go all the way back to that tier 2 tower, and that's another T1 that's going to fall as a consequence from this fight.
Dude, the 4K pace that this NP just gives them is crazy. Like, any kill is the tower. Like, this is actually looking worse than the Spectre, even though they actually had a pretty good laning stage again.
Just playing the map with such pressure really is hurting one move, because these moves are happening so frequently. And they're still farming during all of these moves happening, so they're getting the best of both worlds.
And this DK is just going to take so long to get online still.
Look at that, waiting for the Pango to come to the lane. Stormer was already waiting here with the Ghost Walk. They're suspecting him to show up here.
SSS seems to be aware. Good position.
Yes, but they're so close. Stormer, he's right next to him. And now he finds him.
Now.
Walks up onto the Pango. TP coming in from the Tusk, trying to walk close enough for the Snowball. He's got him, buying some time. DK's TPing, and Snapfire only level 5, so no Mortimer's Kisses. They'd love to have it. Frostbite doesn't really help versus the Rolling Thunder. Stormer getting pushed back down to the low ground. This Invoker could use some hit, gets pushed back to the high ground now, and he may be able to survive, but he's in tower range. They see him the whole time. He's not far away or far enough to go out of vision. Plus, there's a sentry that they did place down in the water, so they were able to see the Invoker this whole time.
That was very clutch from SSS. The only reason that fight is even approachable to one move is the fact that he was in the most impeccable position possible. They had to, like, pretty much dive under tower to find him, and that does buy time for everyone. Great snowball save as TP from the NP.
Yeah, they're mass TPing bottom, trying to force one move away from their T1 tower. Pretty much the whole team except for the Invoker is here. Oh, he thought he was going to get caught by the arrow, but he throws in the Snowball onto the Crystal Maiden, so Nako already down. Roar comes up with the Beastmaster, but he's also getting pummeled by the Mortimer's Kisses right now. Beast on the run. Eki, he's right next to him, but all of his spells are on cooldown. He can't help him. Swashbuckle dodge for now. 6 seconds for another Snowball available on Rhine. The Kick Cookie already used no difference as well. They got the arrow and might be able to get themselves a kill even, but Rhine's low, but now he gets to follow up onto the Mirana. Under vision with that Ops Ward. Smiling Knight snipes one with his ulti, but Woe will get his 4th kill of the game, taking down Eki. But can they finally get to the tower? It's 100 HP. DK wants this one. They'll take it. And that 4K lead has just, you know, it swung the other direction again. This is a wild start for a game, Bowie.
It really is, but, you know, it's one move realizing that if they want to be taking these fights, they need the numbers, and they literally bring everyone this time. The Nature's Prophet a bit scared of actually joining. It's very easy for them to close the gap on him at the Tusk, so Avilus just actually missing numbers in that fight.
Stormer and Eki on the side, stalking for more kills. We've seen these Quaswex Invokers ignore farm completely just to hunt for kills over and over and over again. I keep reminding you of Faker from SA, but that was one of those games. He had 20 last hits in like 15 minutes, but he's got like 7 kills. Who cares about CS at that point? They're smoked up. They will get the catch onto the Snapfire. DK's right behind him, but the arrow connection, Snapfire's got no chance to retaliate. SSS has a haste rune on him for a couple seconds. He did TP to the tier 2.
Yeah, might as well wait for the Blink Dagger and the DK. He's very close. The difference just wants
Can
to
they afford to wait,
get that
though?
for himself.
Okay, Stormstormer and Eki not going any deeper here. Suspecting that they might have vision on that cliff, they just back out.
Eggs on the Beastmaster. Zibe, he's 1, 3, and 4, and somehow he already has eggs just because of all the towers they took. This is gonna be hard to fight now.
Deep ward placed down as well in the Radiant side jungle now. So they'll be able to make some potential moves. If they win a fight or are getting close to a fight, they can smoke this area, pressure them at T1. They see Stormstormer farming, but DK's Blink still being delivered. And I think they're trying to stay out of vision. The Stormstormer Invoker doesn't know, but they
know he's Invis now. They drop a sentry.
Yeah, and the Blinks on the DK. They're spread it out. They're trying to stay hidden as much as possible. But they're also smoked on Avilus. And they're targeting the Pango. Let's see who wins this one. Do they get the surprise element out? A huge nuke coming in early on. And they will be able to look for Shibe, but does he die? He's already used up the roar, but he's got the axe. He's so tanky on this Beastmaster, but it will not help. Smiling Knight being targeted now as well. Whoa, with the Eclipse right on top of the Nature's Prophet. Follow it up on the Furion. Take him down. SSS will take down Eki, and that is 4 dead from Avulus. So the trap that they set up in the lane, it draws the attention of Avulus, and one move, take it home.
That's a 3-man snowball stun into Kisses of the Shards. So good from one move, and even
Snap's damage. Do you look at Snap's damage that fight?
Insane. So much damage, and Woe also connecting, so despite not having the global capabilities of the NP, still being a part of the fight. Now they actually have the lead, so I was very scared actually for one move because I did like their draft despite this DK, but now even through all of the aggression of Avulus, actually putting up a really good fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Luna is still topping net worth here. Woe, who was not feeling too well in game number 1 and game 2 as well. It looked like he was a couple, I would say almost 1,000 gold behind his opponents, is now 1,000 gold ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, and just the drinking buddies in those fights, the 80 damage that you get on the Luna alongside the move speed, really giving Woe the edge in the fights.
Yeah, and he did go for the moon shield above the was it the lunar storm, or what was it called again? The moon storm. So he went for moon shield instead to get damage reduction versus all of that damage output from the Furion, the Beast.
Yeah, he gets outreached by a lot of these heroes, so just making sure he can hold his ground is quite important. And the Pangolier bringing the auras, right? You have the Mac, that's how SSS survived that fight, and with the pipe on top of it, they will be able to probably keep this Luna alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Smoke.
attack.
It's just a deep Mirana. It's not exactly a core. They can get this kill. 2 lead charges up, though, on the Mirana. There's 1. There's 2. Has TP.
Great distraction. Roshan is being taken.
Oh, it's just so good. Yeah, he's just buying time for his team. And he doesn't even need to pop the solar flare at any point, so he can have that for his team if they now decide to make a move, and they're instantly 60 minutes in. They're portaling through to bottom. This is maybe 2 minutes earlier than you'd normally do this move to make sure that you can also time the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, whoa.
But since they probably just want to fight Luna in for an ill surprise, Your lunar orbit's not gonna save you, but the Eclipse will get a couple hits out. Stormstormer with the help of now the Snapfire. Here comes the ulti. Stormstormer will burn to a crisp. SSS will come in for the revenge as well for Rhine. Only gets a couple of connections here. Shibe is walking in circles, so SSS doesn't get any proper connections either. Soneko trying to get the Frostbite out. SSS is so close to being caught by it. And there is a good full board. Again,
Arrow.
Scatterblast even with the full board to keep them at bay, so they're able to get themselves out. Volker for 2.
Very good rotation from Avilis. They get the Lunar kill, they get the tower. Sure, you lose Stormstormer, but the game is still opening up the map, and the Age is still alive for Sibe, so they are completely okay with this. Lightning ready for Smiling Knight as well.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think Avilis is just gonna go full throttle from now, or are they gonna? How do they approach their moves on the map now? Do they take it cautiously?
I think you can still force these tier 2 towers. You probably want to play around the Beastmaster, as they will lose Nico again. That definitely slows things down, but you're just probably... You push the side lanes with the ENP and the Beastmaster, and usually the ENP should TP to the fight once it starts, but
found the Invoker.
they're getting 1 by 1 here.
The Deafening Blast is available for this Invoker. He hits almost everyone with it, but they have spells above right-click damage. So a CM into an Invoker, and now that mid T1 looks juicy to take.
Okay, Avilis bleeding some kills they probably shouldn't here.
Oh, they see them
And
right.
now
He
they find
actually knows
another.
he knows about vision potentially on the high ground. Now the roar comes out as well from the Beastmaster, but not a lot of damage to follow up. And here comes Smiling Knight. The Gleipnir used for the first time. They'll look for the Snapfire kill. They'll get it. Rhina dropping low as well. Tusk can't get himself away from this one, and Ecky's gonna get connected by SSS with the Rolling Thunder. But now Ecky running the other direction, and them all grouping up means the Pango cannot go there. Shibe with the blink in. He's still on the hunt. The vision with the ward that is expiring literally right now. It showed enough to find the Pango's location. And SSS, he won't be able to swashbuckle to the low ground. And he is done for. And they're not done. They might go for difference all the way. Eki, Soneko, both the supports going in. They know difference. He's surrounded. And they are TPing in to help him. The Drinking Buddies. Tusk will bring in the backup. Quick dust thrown in here. They thought there was an Invoker under them. The Snowball coming in. Crystal Maiden. No freezing field. Might just be Soneko sacked with this move. So I think maybe a bit too optimistic. 2 supports trying to chase a 2,000 HP DK. Probably not the one that would have worked out.
All this chaos from one move at the end of the day still benefits them, I think, because ever since they got the Aegis, there were so many takeoffs happening around the map that Avilis never really got to group up with the Aegis. So despite getting this blink and wanting to play aggressive on Sibe, I don't think they got as much out of these Aegis as maybe they expected. I still feel like one move is in a pretty comfortable position right now. All tier 2 still up, and I guess mid tier 1 not falling is a problem, but even those Luna Illusions should probably take this as the creeps move forward here.
And also, Avilis, they know it, that they can't stretch this game forever because, you know, Invoker did not go for the Midas route. Instead, Stormstormer opted to bring up the Witchblade and the Force Staff with all the other stat items already in his inventory, knowing that if this game goes late and if they lose fights, it might just be over at that point because they start falling way too behind like DKs and Lunas. Their farm pace is just unmatchable this game. We have a bit of a pause as well. Maybe we'll find out the reason of the pause, but at least a quick breather. Set things up for the next few minutes to come. Avilis with still a 2K lead. Win probability is even 50-50. Do you agree, Bowie? Oh. Apparently we'll have to wait for that reply as well for a bit longer. As he's definitely taking his time thinking what might happen. Though 50-50 is not that number you run into too often. It's pretty cool to see.
Back.
So I accidentally asked a question, and I left you thinking that one quite a lot. Do you agree with the 50-50 win probability?
I think I do, right? If I'm not looking at the teams,
You
and
were
I only
thinking
look
for
at the...
40 seconds and you say you think you do?
Well, there was someone at the door, all right?
Okay,
And,
all right. You didn't
I
have to say that. I was just trying to paint a picture that you're a great thinker, but I'll just have to
Yes.
suffice with this answer this time. All right.
If I had to... Yeah, I think if I don't look at the teams, I definitely think it's pretty even. Both sides have very strong timings. Ultra late game, I still feel like Avalus probably has the better scaling. Especially if this Mirana already having a Solar Crest and drums, could even get a Gleipnir of her own later. So should be looking for a lot of damage.
Do you feel like 50-50 might feel like it has its reason that this is the make this game happen kind of phase of the game, right? Because we've entered the mid game. This is really important for Avalus. In terms of then getting that advantage over their opponents. And for one move, if they survive a bit longer, it's going to look a lot easier for them to execute fights, to dish out damage, to focus on targets. They're going to jump the Mirana down the mid lane. Again, getting the stun connections. It's going to work out. Snowball is going to follow up right into the Cookie stun. And they actually ping out Saneko, but Saneko is smoked up, so... Whoa, decided to go pretty deep here. He's alone. He's completely alone here. He has to pop the BKB and the Manta to try and get away, and the Eclipse as well. Oh dear, that was too close to comfort. He probably wanted to farm the Ancient Camp, but the Ancient Camp was empty, was just farmed up, so nothing to take in the enemy triangle. EMPs and cold snaps on the DK. Difference is stuck in the river. Ryan going all the way in with SSS with the kisses, and they burn up Soneko. Stormstorm down to 800 HP, and they've got a stun to follow up on Jibe, and that will be 3 for one move, and maybe they can get a fourth as well, but looks like that's going to be a bit of a hasty NP. 9-second BKB as well. They look to defend this one. Eki, they've got the ward on the high ground. One quick leap in. We'll place down Snowball down the lane as well, but there is Smiling Knight, though. At that teleport all this time, and they'll be able to take maybe Rhine. They do get the Solar Crest buff at least on him, and he's running so damn fast. 525 movement speed with the Drinking Buddies and the Solar Crest. Man's running around rampant coming out of the bar with a shield.
Yeah, I don't know how he can do that. When I'm drunk, I definitely try not to run, but he doesn't care. Guess he's used to all the booze where he's from. But, dude, this is how I expected game 1 to go, right? Like, these two teams, I at least thought of them as very even, as...
Oh, that's a good Drinking Buddies there to dodge the arrow, but no second Cookie. Here comes the Furion. He will finally catch Rhine. He escaped once, but he will not escape twice. Two supports down. They're going to go instantly down, pushing the lane. And they do ping out the tower. They are considering that this tier 2 needs to fall.
Roche spawning. Okay, very long respawn timer. And it will favor one move at least. It's going to be on the dire side.
Yeah, but they have 20 seconds. They should be able to take this tower. They forced the glyph. Is that enough to frighten them away?
BKB on Luna is back up, and there is a TP available. But with no one setting up here, I think this is just a dead tower. No.
Yeah, this pushing power. You got Treants buffed up with the Inner Beast attack speed.
This is going to be a very scary Roshan. Regardless of who takes it, you're fighting into night vision, so it's kind of scary for Avalus because the Luna will see way more than you will. But this Beastmaster with BKB Blink is a menace. It's so hard to bring down, and the Roar Sunstrike, we saw how scary it is, even if you have BKB for wall. Still no Blink for Rain. I guess he will have it for the next fight, and that could be a way to save whoever gets roared.
Uh-oh. Eki.
Oh, hello.
All right. Well, they knew exactly what he was up to. Tries to TP out, and he's gone.
Ooh. No cast range for Lucent Beam.
The level 10 leap distance talent has been saving him a couple times now.
Yeah, it's so good. He's going Scotty, by the way. He wants to reduce
the
healing from
he's going Scotty on
DK.
Mirana support? Okay, this is
Support. No Mirana support these days. It's freaking solar flare.
How long have I missed this kind of stuff where you have your pause 5s Lion lining up Heart of Tarrasque and stuff like that? This is... I mean, this is a
Mirana's
bloody
the new
good item.
Weaver, right? Remember when Weaver was a great support and like you would go Orchid, like Gleipnir or something? It's literally that version, but in Dispatch.
But hey, his net worth complements that. He's 25 minutes in with a Solar Crest Lance and a Drums. I mean, that Scotty's going to make you really tanky on this Mirana. Plus, it helps them kite the DK and the Luna even more.
Roche will be up in 18 seconds here. One move does have control over the area, so you kind of have to either smoke into this or get a pick off, which is going to be really hard. Oh, Eki. Okay.
Yeah, he knew about that ward when he showed up the first time, so very important D ward. They're going to get the jump on him, though, but does he get the Solar Crest cast off before he dies? No, he doesn't.
Oh, bye.
Now Pango is going to be chasing for another target. They don't see the Invoker, but they might have caught a glimpse of the Beastmaster. Quick Tornado catches no one. Not a fight to, or not an engagement to go for. SSS still on high heels with the Stormstormer Invoker, the Blink and Stun. Soneko coming in with a buyback. They got the Roar out onto SSS, and they're targeting down the Pangolier. Can they take him down? Woe's coming in from the side. Finally, rid of the Summit. There's the Eclipse coming out as well. But the BKB'd up Shippe cannot take this much damage. The right click from Luna is almost 400 at this point, and they cannot withstand that much firepower, even with an Alacrity AD. Smiling Knight Furion, it is not enough, and one move, they got the perfect fight for them because it's not even a fight.
Oh my, this is dangerous. They don't have BKBs, they don't have anything. This could be high ground.
Yeah, screw Roshan. When you got a creep wave with you, you're just going straight in for even more. I would hate life if I'd have to buy back as a carry Furion now, so at least Stormstormer and Eki are able to fend off the attackers from their high ground position. And now, one move, they can start setting up for Roshan. But let's take a look at that fight. Eki, he saw that ward, and the minimap positions here for the team. They can't save the Mirana, and they cannot get the Tornado to connect on anyone, and they have to force buybacks to try and turn that fight.
Yeah, that was a bit too greedy from him. No buyback. Maybe if he had it, it could have been a different fight. He also lose the gem as that's happening, so that's a huge net worth swing, and even with the buyback of the CM, it's not enough to stop all of this aggression.
Yeah, Stormstormer doesn't really get to hit his targets too much. He just throws the debuff quickly on difference with the Witchblade. But they need to get that Aura Carrier. The Pango needs to die. Otherwise, these DKs and Lunas are going to take too long to kill. But how did Smiling Knight take so long to get into that fight? That I did not see. I just looked at the minimap that he's not interested in the fight.
Yeah, he was pushing the tier 2. His TP was on cool. His teleportation was on cooldown. And, I mean, whenever he joined, it was already too late. He got the amplified damage, as you said, but once the Roar is down, they actually don't have a lot of control, right, over all of the BKBs and dispels they have on one move. So it's not an easy Nature's Prophet game, even though it kind of looked like it from the outside. Let's have a Daedalus now, though. A lot of damage.
Just going to have to hope that they can also finish their BKBs on time, because right now, one move, they're feeling pretty healthy. Chasing inside their own jungle. Caught a glimpse of Eki, but they know that these chases haven't ended up really well. On Alacrity Forge Spirit, hitting the tower, really playing the rat game now. Got CM moving towards bottom, so Neko's going to try and push the wave, and Furion also just farming their ancients. He's finished the Daedalus now.
I love what they're doing.
That might have been one reason why he didn't join. He wanted that Daedalus.
Yeah, he did join later, right? But it was too late
yeah.
When he got there. But they have so much split push. You have the NP, as you said, the Boars, the Forge Spirits, as well as this Mirana, just very mobile. So they just want to delay until the Aegis is over.
Okay. Oh, good vision with the Snapfire Kisses. But just nobody around anymore. CM is able to teleport home. That is the gem that they still get to keep. Also, an item that doesn't really get talked about too much, but Psychic Headband on your CM really up this game.
Oh yeah, so good. Cast range and just pushing people away from you because they have so much gap close, right? The
They do.
Cookie, Snowball, Rolling Thunder, Blink on DK.
Every bit of like extra movement or forced movement that you can get really big this game for Avalus. Because these are going to be very long fights as well, where you're going up against Luna DK. In terms from your perspective, how long does it take for us to kill these guys?
Dude, they are pushing mid and top at the same time while they try to group up with these Aegis. So annoying here from Avalus. They're just preventing these Aegis.
They almost got the Luna, who was all by herself in the bottom lane. They tried to smoke while they made that move, knowing they're going to come defend the base, but they missed it by like a second.
Very unfortunate. But still, they got the top tower. You actually still hold a tier 2 despite the Aegis being on the Luna side. They've been splitting this map very nicely, Avalus.
Yeah, 1 minute 45 on the Aegis. Eki will make himself known. Whoa, caught a glimpse off of the Mirana.
Sticky out.
They are really
Yeah, I mean,
thinking Avalus might be here in numbers, so they're spreading out.
This Aegis is pretty much over, so I think the hardest part of this game is over now for Avalus. They should be ready to take fights. Oh, that's a dead Mirana.
That's a Tormentor claiming a life again.
Yeah. Remember, guys, 2 people for Tormentor, very scary. You need 3.
Yeah, talk about the lone druids who did them themselves.
Unless you are... And what are the heroes they can steal? I guess TA,
I mean, they're literally doing it again. They're stealing the Dire Tormentor as too with the Greater Treant. They've got it.
Oh, so close.
And now they have like, wait, they took another Tormentor? They're at our Tormentor, and that's when you start getting like, okay, guys, we need to start making something on the map. I mean, we got to do something on the map, right? Because Avalus feel like they are all over the place, and one move, they're moving as a group.
Yeah, it's already too late. Even if they want to do something now, we only have 30 seconds of these Aegis over. You could actually debate yourself real hard. So they actually...
Oh, yeah, they can punish that frustration. They can absolutely punish that frustration that one move is probably feeling.
Interesting. They draw a line towards the left top side. Not sure what they expect to do here.
Still a hefty 3 minutes for the next Roshan minimum timer. One move. They have spent quite a lot of time trekking around the map, trying to find someone from Avalus. And again, smoked up as 4. Pretty indecisive, going back and forth between the top and the mid lanes.
Well, all of that was happening. Seabay is now very close to his side of Vice, and that is probably the biggest timing they had in a while. So once that's up, that's when Avalus is probably going to go for a smoke.
Ana shown in the lane once again. Eki instant TP out. I look how they... At the same time, as Furion does use his ulti to push out the waves, Eki was placed in the lane close enough that if a smoke pops, that ulti might hit a hero and break their blink so he could get out. Like a protective ult.
Eki is going Daedalus now. He gave up on the Scotty. Just going full right click.
So they just want more damage. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Solar Flare, so you get a 4th core.
Yeah, 90 leap attack speed with the shard on top of it. It's definitely going to hurt us. They actually get that amplified damage with the side of Ice. This is the timing.
Yeah, and smoked up too. They're already in position to find somebody, but it needs to be a big one. Most importantly, if they can find one of those supports, take the Tusk away. He just shows himself with the shards, but he's in a very defensive position.
Yeah, they know they want the Wisdom Rune. So Tusk realizes they might be here. Can he get the Wisdom Rune and not die?
Radiant scan.
Oh, blinks out.
Yeah, the Watcher and the smoke pop. That's almost a level 3 ulti on the Mirana, so we're going to get an extra plus 60 on the max attack speed and damage on the Solar Flare. That was a mouthful.
Just got it. Difference did finish his AC, going for a Daedalus as well on the Dragon Knight.
Yep. Yeah, and as you might have noticed on the stream as well, there's a pinned message in the Twitch chat. You might as well take a look at that one as well.
Oh, true. There's a promo code I heard. Very nice.
See what comes in the next few minutes. This next Roche fight is going to be huge. If we even get to that, because Smiling Knight's already been chased by the DK, but they turn around. 20 seconds for Roche. All right, Bowie. It's time for Roshan time predictions. Give me some seconds.
Minute 39.
1:39. We had a 2:30, so I'm going to say 14 seconds.
Okay.
Even if the teams aren't there, I'm just going to say it's going to be a quick one this time. It's what?
What? It literally instant.
That was less than a second. It's
okay,
one.
You definitely win.
This is one of these games. Holy, I am mind blown. And so is our observer as well. I am
and there you go. Oh, that's a tornado of the pig!
Triple S in the lane. They got the Eclipse coming out, but the Beastmaster's already dropped down by the Eclipse. The Luna has 500 damage plus right now, and so Neko will die in 2 hits. This is not good for Avilus at all, because they will go to Roche and see that it's up, but what they can do right now is with this lane already cleaned up. Okay, they are actually pulling the wave away with the Greater Treant. They don't have a creep wave this time. Such a smart, small move. And now pushing in the mid wave too. So they are like, do we spend time chasing this Treant in the top lane? We need to get a wave out. This is lane saving for Avilus. And maybe even fighting in the top lane. Stormstormer, he takes a one-on-one with the Pangolier. Sunstrike from him as well on top of him. Almost finishes him off directly. But Reinhardt comes in to help him out. Pushes him to safety. Stormstormer, though, he's not done yet.
Dude, Avilus is such a scary team. After all of that, one move gets literally nothing out of the map.
Literally nothing.
Unless they kill the Stormer, but it's okay. No follow-up.
Just one hero on him. Reinhardt already moved out, thinking that Avilus might most likely chasing him. So they push themselves away. DK goes in and doesn't have the backup. Smiling Knight's almost got... He's got the bottom lane pushed in on the high ground. They're going to do damage to this tier 3. All of these split push attempts is causing them to not get this Roche. It's so frustrating to play against.
They will get it. Oh, difference? There we go. So fast.
At least they can keep the majority of their heroes around. Just have to Pango with a split push. Quick Sunstrike into the Roche pit. Now they know they're definitely in the pit. And that is Smiling Knight setting up on the Pangolier in the bottom lane. Has to roll up to safety. Just a quick Leipnir initiation. That's about it. He's going to wait in the river in the low ground.
Oh, they're fighting the Stormstormer on the left side here. Snapfire.
Snapfire getting caught. Storm. Oh, he jumped in a spot where there's no return. The Gleipnir was going to kill him anyway. And now in the top lane, they're chasing Eki. How many times has Eki escaped from these guys before? You can add one more to the list.
Game?
Oh my goodness.
Out. Okay, at least they get the D ward, but this game, dude, they have 2 Roshan banners. They were never able to get a full wave under a tower. Because of all this trash that Avilus keeps throwing at them.
Yeah, and even if they did get to keep the creep wave alive, there's a Greater Treant that just body pulls them away. It's like, it doesn't matter if they stay alive. They are more interested in that juicy cactus juice.
You need like a Midas, right? You need to kill these cactuses faster.
The seeds of fortune.
This is wild. Though the net worth lead continues to grow from one move, but they're not getting to face Avilus. They're not fighting them. They're playing PvE. One move is playing PvP.
It's been so long since we've actually seen a 5 versus 5. Zibe is now getting closer to a refresher because they only got to use that Vise one time. Oh, smoke from one move. Feels like the 4th or 5th time they try to find something. But every second they're not pushing a wave.
Glimmer capes himself to the Mirana, and now they're going to get this pesky Mirana as she does not have another leap available.
MKB Crystal is Mirana, by the way.
He's a carry. He's a carry now.
Oh, Zibe.
Oh, they got the jump in the mid lane. Jibe wanted to get that kill with the roar, but it doesn't work out. Snowball in, doesn't get the stun connection, but the walrus punch will always go through. And stuck inside the shards. There's the Eclipse. They're not taking any second chances. They want to clean them up as quickly as possible. Furion is pushing down the bottom lane. The Rat Dota has activated once again. Difference in the boys leading down the charge, down mid. And now you've got your double banners. There is one
and a
on
catapult wave. Oh, okay, catapult wave will die, but there's a second creep wave that they will have.
Yeah, and Woe is potentially being targeted
of
here.
travel level 2, actually.
Yeah, but Stormstorm is coming in. He's going to go for the tornado, catch the Luna up in the air. She does not have a BKB. It's in her backpack right now, but it will quickly leash up. The Snowball comes out. It will connect on Smiling Knight. He BKBs up, though, and has to fight back a bit, but he's going for the teleport away, and he is out. The BKB.
He didn't get the punch.
That was only
silence.
Yeah, the silence was important there. And still, their lanes are up. This is unbelievable that they can just be this annoying. But that's what this team Straf does. They're trying to set up on Smiling Knight, though. Snapfire was hiding behind the tree line, trying to set for the TP boots. They got a couple force stabs. He gets himself out. The Mortimer's Kisses, they're too far away to connect on the Nature's Prophet. And they kill the Pango as well. They're stacked up with 3. Woe might lose his Aegis here with these right clicks. He's done. And they're buying back the Beastmaster. He's got a roar available and a blink ready. The snowball comes out. They push him forward. There we go. Another Gleipnir. The roar on the Luna. Woe dropping low. They've lost Rhina. They lose Woe as well. And maybe the tornado connects him. He'll get the Snapfire too, but he's still running in the trees. But Stormstormer faster. There's the Sprout. Eki. He's ready to land that arrow. Where does it go? It flies right past the Snapfire. But the chase might still lead this kill to Avilus. They're already looking to push out the mid wave. As here we go. The teleport in from Smiling Knight. And just like that, they haven't gotten to breach that high ground a single time as one move. But Avilus, they win one fight, and they're going all in. They're going ham.
That's a huge miscommunication from one move. The Dragon Knight was showing the whole time bottom, and they just tried to go high ground with the Luna. Like, they knew the DK couldn't be there, and now you're going to be forced to use the Luna buyback. There's no buyback on the Snapfire anyways. Maybe you wait one lane, but they push so fast. Look at this.
I talked about the frustration levels, that it is so annoying to play against. They're going to try and end the game here right now. Difference with the blink stun onto Eki. He gets big heals and has a leap. He jumps away, but Woe with the BKB just charges through, and Avilus are trying to run away as fast as they can. They got the Luna buyback. That is big. They will get another kill. Stormstormer may be pinged out, but they don't see him, and they might just get the Furion out as well, but the Walrus punch is there.
Zibe does not have buyback. They need to push a full wave. Oh, Stormstormer.
I think he's just trying to buy some more time. He needs to cut the wave. There's no wave present right now, and they quickly scan. He's on the side of that scan as well. I mean, that is the Radiant scan, actually.
That's all he needs. Tornado and,
yeah,
there you go.
Bottom is far enough. 80 seconds.
Try to... I don't think they're going to be able to make it.
They need the bottom wave. Stormstorm is going in. It's a race. It's a race right now. If he gets to that wave, if he gets to that wave first, or if he just in general gets to that wave at all, yeah, he just drops a meatball. But there's another wave right next to it. 55 seconds on the clock. Has to be the most exhilarating chase in a while. Can one move get to the high ground? Smiling Knight, quick tip to Stormstormer, but the bottom wave, it's close. Snap is protecting it.
And you gotta remember, there's no buyback on this Luna, so if you misplay even just a little bit, the game could be over.
There's no glyph either. CM is there to greet the wave. Soneko drops the clone. That cleans the wave out. They want to get down mid. Another disarm onto Woe. Snapfire just standing right next to him. They've got the whole team here now. DK flies in. Gonna get the tier 3. Can they get more than just a lane of racks? Looks like they can't.
Get the hell out.
Stormstormer charging out already with the boys. 5 seconds. They're going to get their Beastmaster back in. Can they find someone alone? Quick wards from the CM. Stormstormer, he sees the smoke pop from the Snapfire. EMP will zone him out. They will keep running away. Arrow flying in the river. No connection. What a game, Bowie.
This one is tight. This one is exciting as we expected. And I still don't know who's going to take this one, because even though there's a 9k gold lead for one move, if this Luna falls in the next 5 or 6 minutes, the game's literally over. They can just brute force Ancients with no glyph on the side of one move.
Avilus, however, they do have a glyph at least. So if they need to destroy yet again another creep wave, they can do so. I mean, what is this game? We've had 0-second Roshan respawns, insane rat play, huge space creation from one side, and a really, I have to say, a really frustrated one move.
Have 2 MKBs on Avilus, so this Luna doesn't feel as strong as it used to. Going for a rapier, actually. So, Woe just feeling like he needs that extra bit of damage, especially considering he doesn't have buyback anyways.
Smiling Knight already cutting the waves once again. Top lane, there's a big wave, though, which Stormstormer is going to have to address.
Long respawn timer. It's going to be a Radiant Roshan for the first time, so Avilus.
Oh, Eki runs into difference. He's going to get stunned up. Instant TP in from Woe. He'll react to it, but Becky with a BKB. Still
Holy crap!
Those crits are
Double
insane.
crit!
20 armor. Does not matter.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Difference
attack.
with that
Literally
Daedalus.
12,000 2 times in a row. 1,200.
Yeah, 12,000 sounds about right when we saw that situation happen. It's like, they're just deleted. But they did get the tier 3 tower with that chase, so even if Morana dies, you said it before in this game earlier, if you get a kill, you're going to get an objective. Yeah, they got a tier 3 for a Morana dying.
Smiling Knight.
Difference is right on top of him. He gets to bling another TP in from the Luna. BKB out, but now you won't be able to do it. They just have overwhelming right click.
Yeah, this Ags on the DK has been very important so he can hunt for the Nature's Prophet, and then finally got it.
SSS, he sees him. He goes in, he finds both of these. The Crystal Maiden and the Beastmaster. Beastmaster's got no teleport, it's on cool. Same for the CM. They both have a 20-second cooldown on their TPs. They have to run. And there's no way out, maybe. Blink in 7. Stormstormer does get the tornado off. CM just needs a bit more time to blink to safety. He gets hit by the shield crash, and that seals Soneko's life. The gem drops on the high ground, though.
Oh. Do they know? Oh, the courier.
Yeah, the courier picks it up. But at the bot lane as well, Difference is hunting for another. Avilus knows they can't fight these cores, so they play it. They've been playing this game so differently the whole time, just playing the map instead. And one move are always so close to getting so much done. Only to be nullified.
Roshan is actually gonna spawn fast enough that if one move already... Oh, they're TPing bottom. They found Beastmaster.
Oh no. Shive in trouble here. That, that might just do it. Yeah, he's still got that that cooldown for another minute. So he actually gets his buyback before he respawns, but only by 10 seconds.
Oh, the Invoker Courier looking for the Lincoln Sphere, buys it. We'll be able to get it.
DK coming in though! And it's gonna be enough! Oh! He used the shield and everything at the shop, so he will lose that Lincoln's.
Still has buyback, 107 gold left for him.
But again, even with the beast dead, they cannot breach that high ground. Roshan spawns though, Woe will announce it to Avilus.
So who gets the Aghanim Scepter here? Not that good on the Luna when you go for this facet, so maybe the Snapfire? Or the Pango, probably.
Yes.
Yeah, Pango gets it.
Are attempting to get either one of those side lanes in because of the passive push. That mid lane will always keep the creeps a bit closer. So one move doesn't have to spend that much time running around, chasing the rats. But there are so many zoo units to worry about. Any lane that is left unchecked could be a trap or could be a lane that just disappears from your hopes of taking down another lane of Rax.
These Boots of Travel level 2 have been so important for one move. They realize the problem that the NP faces. And, like, Smiling Knight is in the base now for a while. He knows that it's so scary to play against his Eggs, Boots of Travel level 2 DK just hunting you everywhere, with the Luna being able to also get on top of you.
All right, the banner's down. Want to get it out of the way. They'll be able to. The Invoker spells. Create themselves a perimeter to delete it.
Yeah.
How about, you know, they used to have 2 banners in their... They have another on the Snapfire, so how about round 2?
Yeah, Catapult Wave coming in, so they can go for that.
They find the DK in the front. Gonna get some early poke in, trying to force out a speed KE, but they're not gonna get it though. But Eki has to, as he fights SSS. The right clicks are in. The Solar Flare is at maximum right now. This needs to pay off. Difference with the links on onto the Stormstormer. Invoker has to run away. Another Lucent Beam stun connecting onto the Invoker. And he might just die to the Mortimer's Kisses, but very nice dodge moves there. Running front instead of backwards. That is a lane of racks. That's the second one cleaned up. Luna getting pummeled here. They don't have the Solar Flare anymore. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. So Neko is crit to death. Has to buy back. That's 3 remaining. Tusk is really deep in with that snowball as it does not connect.
Gem down, but still, lane of barracks, 30k goalie. Dude, for how well Avalos played this whole series, I cannot believe One Move is actually dismantling all of this distraction, this smoke and mirrors that Avalos placed. It felt like eventually One Move was going to crack, but they never did. In fact, this could be the
now
fight.
finding it right now, coming in with the instant buyback. Invoker, stun lock, Stormstormer gone. Does have 100 seconds, but he does have that buyback. However, Soneko, he is not as fortunate. No buyback up on the Crystal Maiden. Tusk chasing Shibe to the high ground. Forces out the roll. Smiling Knight there to help him out. Shibe down. Right click to death by the DK. And this Luna is tearing them apart. The Glaives are destroying them. And they go straight for the for the tier 4s as they force out the GG. And we do get a tie in the end. So exactly what we were thinking about at the start of the day. But watching this game progress and how it evolved, this is, I have to say, a wild game for, you know, the second day of this group. I mean, these two teams really showed a very exhilarating game of Dota. I can't say I can't say I'm really happy to be casting EU Dota once again.
Yeah, this was absolute cinema, as the kids, the Zoomers would say it. Just very nicely played by both teams. I really thought that eventually Avalos was going to find a way back. It was, you know, they never really tried to do anything but split push because they couldn't really find that one pickup that they were looking. Even the side of Visor and the Beastmaster, they never really got that one kill. But if they did, this game could have been different. Unfortunately for them, though, One Move was so tight this game, and they managed to pull it off through, you know, just farming and so much patience. Goddamn, 53 minutes of patience.
Oh, yeah. And we didn't like their draft in this game at all, and it didn't even look too good in the early minutes. But then they started to corral themselves together. They got themselves some really good team fights, and of course, Avalos, a couple unlucky ones too, where they would just hunt it down one after the other. A couple too late engagements from them, and then they realized, yeah, this is a lineup we can no longer fight. We have to find something else. They figured it out really quickly, but it did feel like, as we see the end result, it is a bit of an inevitable end they had to face at some point. But there was a moment in that high ground push that if they can end that game there, that could be their ticket to victory, and they're not going to see it again in this game. And that exactly happened in this one. It's going to be a tie here, Bowie, to end the day with Avalos and One Move. So with all the scores on the board, I think all of the results were somewhat as expected.
Yeah, we got 2-on-1s. Obviously, we're not casting the first one. I guess the second one, but the first one that I did cast. Overall, very exciting day 2, and we still have so much Dota to decide who's going to be the 2 teams from EU that will be flying to Belgrade in a couple of weeks, I guess.
We'll see. Avalos definitely one of those teams that if they want to win this tournament, that might just be enough for them to punch that ticket forward. But there's still 3 more days of Group A action until we even find out who are going to be playing in the play-ins and the playoffs. So make sure tomorrow you tune in at the same time at 2 p.m. Central European time or 3 p.m. Eastern European. That's going to be with Habu versus versus V1dar Gaming, going to be the first series of the day. So make sure you're going to tune in then to watch another 3 rounds of European Dota. This was T-Panda and Bowie. Glad to be your servants, your casters, your commentators for these last series as well. And we will see you guys tomorrow, 2 p.m. Until then, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night, and bye-bye.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.